There's an audio problem. We're not hearing anyone. No one on the Zoom can hear anything.
You plugged into that?
No, I'm not. Can you? Yeah, now they can hear us. There was like the system had recognized that even though it was not plugged. Okay. Well.
From last week because we used that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, we're not going to start over. We'll continue from where we were at. Detinu wadadu agwei zini ganyat de gerdo dana agwego o quadzide o nunqua sua. Detinu wadadu yati sota gunha ne rona the headstone na gana guria di hawa koi. Uh, Ayonki at again had dam dawe aron hetzeren gazat stasera ne ganungwe. Dam dawe aron hetzeren agwego on a gordon gana dasera skana goa. Dano ori huio, gari wa gori shusera dano gazat stasera. Dam dawe ori huio uh, um, gayanda wana dano gani gurio. So as always, as you know, that whenever we gather in council, ceremony, any kind of gathering, that we must always carry out the Thanksgiving address. This is what is referred to as Ahonda Gadi Wadekwa. This is the words that come before all else.
Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Una disculpa por el sonido, pero no vamos a repetir todo lo que se dice. Simplemente estamos haciendo la Honda Gariwadekwa, que es las palabras de agradecimiento por todas las cosas. Entonces agradecemos a la Mujer Cielo, a nuestra abuela Luna, a nuestra Madre Tierra.
And the purpose of Ahonda Gadi Wadekwa is to align ourselves in our thoughts, in our minds, collectively, so that we are all considering the same things, that whenever we gather, we are counseling on behalf of all things in creation, all strains of life, all the things that have created us, and we identify and give thanks to them as the things that we need to continue to sustain us.
Y el objetivo de hacer esta apertura, la Honda Gariwadekwa, es con la finalidad de que todas las personas tengamos la misma comprensión, el mismo nivel de espíritu para poder deliberar o hablar de las cosas en las que nos vamos a concentrar aquí.
Where was I? I didn't go into the waters yet. Okay. We identified that we always begin by giving thanks to the great spiral of creation, that when we look up into the nighttime sky, we are not looking into cold, dark, empty space. We are looking into the living body of our great mother. This is the great spiral of creation. And so we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman herself, as it is she who has given us spirit.
Y siempre comenzamos agradeciéndole a la Mujer Cielo, que es el espiral de la creación, es el cuerpo que vemos cuando volteamos al cielo en la noche y vemos las estrellas, los astros, todo lo que brilla, es ese espíritu el que nos crea y por eso le agradecemos.
From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, our grandmother Moon, as it is she who regulates the flow of the lifeblood in all things. We know that she regulates the flow of the tides of the great bodies of water, which we identify as the oceans. And so she regulates and moves the bodies of waters of the lakes, the rivers, the pools and streams, the underground rivers that go to places that we are unaware of, that go throughout the body. And so she affects and pulls upon the waters within us also, within our eyeballs, our brains, our own bloodstream. So we give thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to our grandmother Moon, as it is she who has given us blood.
Y después le damos las gracias a nuestra abuela Luna, que es literalmente el corazón latiente, palpitante de nuestra madre tierra. Es ella quien regula absolutamente todas las aguas, los riachuelos, los lagos, los ríos, y es ella quien regula también nuestras aguas, entonces nos da nuestra sangre y es por ello que le agradecemos.
From there we give our thanks to our Mother Earth, regardless of wherever you may have grown out of her, regardless of what color you are, what language you speak, regardless of what you imagine divides us. We all have grown out of our Mother Earth. We have all been given our place. It is the equivalent of the skin growing on the body. The skin on your elbow is different than the skin, like say right here on your arm, because the skin on your elbow needs to have more flexibility, and so on and so on. And so all of us, where we have grown out of the body from, we this is our home, this is our foundation. And so we understand that we all come from the same mother, making us all one family, sister and brother, regardless of if it is black or white or yellow or brown or whatever, purple, green, does not matter. We are all one family, and we must constantly remind ourselves of this. And so we give thanks to her, our mother earth, as it is she who has given us body.
Y después damos las gracias a nuestra Madre Tierra, que en realidad cuando lo pensamos es ella nuestra casa, es ella la que nos da nuestro cuerpo. Y independientemente de dónde hayamos crecido en su cuerpo, todas y todos somos hermanas y hermanos, somos hijas e hijos de ella al mismo pie de igualdad. Entonces le agradecemos por darnos el cuerpo que utilizamos para tener esta experiencia y porque es ella nuestra madre.
From there, we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We hold them to the highest of esteem. We hold them to our highest, not expectations, but our highest, what's the word here?
Honors.
The highest honors. It's that the mothers, the women, the life givers are what is the best of us. And so we give thanks to the life givers, for in this world they give us purpose and direction. The life givers in all strains of life, the life givers of the butterflies, of the puppy dogs, of owls, life givers in all strains.
Y después le damos las gracias a todas las dadoras de vida, las mujeres, desde la más pequeñita recién nacida hasta la más ancianita de las abuelitas, porque son ellas nuestras madres, las madres de nuestras naciones, y son ellas los que nos dan nuestro objetivo y nuestra dirección. Y no hablamos solamente de las humanas, sino de todas las especies que existen.
From there, we give our thanks to all the waters in all the shapes and forms they come in, to all the medicines in all the shapes and forms they come in. And this is where we have to understand that all things are made of water. You are made of 100% out of water. Rocks, trees, everything is made out of water. And so we know, when we identify water in all the shapes and forms they come in, that and all the medicines in all the shapes and forms they come in, that we, made of water, are the medicines. We are the medicines to each other. You are the medicine to your grandparents. They are the medicine to you. And so your wife, your husband, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, we are all medicines to each other. And this is what we must constantly remind ourselves, that these sacred medicines that are us, we have grown this way, and every part of us, everything of us is a sacred medicine.
Y después le damos las gracias a todas las aguas y a todas las medicinas en las formas en las que se nos presentan. Y entonces estamos conscientes de que todas las cosas están compuestas de agua, todas las cosas son medicinas. Nosotros también estamos compuestos de agua y somos medicinas los unos para los otros. Somos medicinas para nuestros novias, esposas, esposos, hermanas, hermanos, madres, padres. Somos medicinas los unos para los otros. Entonces, una vez estando conscientes de eso, trabajamos con eso y agradecemos por las aguas y las medicinas.
When we identify all the medicines, we also identify in specific. The first thing that when any of us are born, the first medicine we receive is the touch of our mother. This is what soothes us, what welcomes us into the world, what makes us solid in this place.
Y cuando hablamos de las medicinas, agradecemos especialmente la medicina que recibimos cuando nacemos, que es la que nuestra madre nos proporciona y es una medicina sagrada.
So when we think on that level or scale, or the first medicine we receive that soothes us, that makes us solid in the world, when we think of that medicine, that the touch of our mother, this is something that we don't consider too much on a daily basis. We know that when it comes to interaction between life giver and life protector, we all like that touch. We like that to touch another and to be touched. But this is as we are adults, we have a different perspective. But when we are a child, that first touch from our mother, this is the most sacred thing. It's like starting the fire in your house.
Y después agradecemos también a la caricia de la madre. Y a veces tenemos nada más la tendencia a pensar en términos de caricias cuando hablamos de la interacción entre la dadora de vida y el protector de vida, porque obviamente nos gusta ser tocados y tocar a alguien más, pero se nos olvida la importancia de esa primera caricia, que es la de la madre, que va a reconfortar al bebé, que va a calmarlo, que va a transmitirle todo su amor mediante esa caricia.
After the mother caresses the baby, welcomes the baby into this world, familiarizes the baby with its, what would you call it? Its faculties, by touching the skin. This is where your first time you become aware. What are
I think they're frozen. Okay. Okay.
now? So just leave it as it is.
Little excuse, we had a problem with the computer again. Una disculpa que tuvimos un problema con la computadora de nuevo. Well, we just have this, we have just this camera. I don't know why it just doesn't connect.
Technical difficulties all the time.
Very careful, there's a if it doesn't. Okay, there we go.
The other one is back.
Can you put that on big screen so we can see? It's like the width of the angle is changed or something.
And you're gonna have to
Do you want to try see if that lights up again?
It is on. Okay, computer problems here. We're not the richest of people, so our computers, as you know, are always going on the fritz.
Y como no somos los más ricos del mundo, nuestras computadoras están re viejas y siempre andan todas amoladas.
Okay, anyways, where we were saying is that when a mother first touches the baby, when the baby's first in this world, the mother caresses, it not only soothes the baby, it makes the baby familiar with its, what was that? It was all its faculties, like its perimeter. When you first become aware that you rub up against somebody or something and you feel the nerve endings in your skin to make you aware. It's the mother that activates that in the baby.
Entonces, lo que decíamos es que la mamá con su caricia va a despertar como que los niveles sensoriales y por lo mismo los límites de la piel del bebé con su tacto, con su caricia, y entonces el bebé va a estar consciente de esos límites.
And then the first medicine that the baby consumes, the caress, that is a medicine, but the first medicine the baby consumes into the body, into the system, is the mother's breast milk.
Y la primera medicina que el bebé va a conservar de una forma consistente, entonces va a ser, lo que va a recibir, de hecho, va a ser la leche materna.
And so for the people of the Longhouse, the people of the Great Peace, of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, for us at our heart is the honesty, the corn. And the corn is said to have grown from the breast of our mother.
Y para la gente,
You got an echo now.
yes, porque sí,
Okay? Still an echo. You better go do it. Oh boy. I'll do a magic trick for now. Hey, look my shirt. Knock my shirt on the floor. Oh, look, you just knocked the camera. We need to have some specialists here to handle these things.
You want to cut the tradition?
I don't know these technical things.
Attempt number 2, or is this attempt number 3 now?
I think we're in the third one already.
Okay, anyways, where were we? Okay, about the honesty. The honesty, the corn, is not a naturally occurring thing in this world. It was naturally human, scientifically engineered. Our mothers engineered it out of a single blade of grass.
Y el maíz no es algo que haya nacido o crecido de forma natural, sino que fue realmente creado por la ingeniería de nuestras madres.
And so the corn is synonymous with peace.
Y entonces el maíz es un sinónimo de la paz.
Today, modern science identifies that there is, they say there's no nutritional value to corn, but yet people from around the world have adopted our corn to feed the world.
Y hoy la ciencia moderna dice que el maíz no tiene ningún valor nutrimental, a pesar de que ha sido el maíz el que ha alimentado al mundo por muchísimos años.
And so the reason why I say this is because today I was holding this medicine. This is the medicine that I wanted to have with me today.
Y estoy sosteniendo esta medicina el día de hoy conmigo porque es la medicina que quería tener.
And I see this thing in the medicine.
Y en la medicina observé esto.
I don't know if you can see that.
No sé si lo pueden ver.
Can we see the screen?
Yeah, just don't move. Yeah, that's perfect.
Can't see it.
That's good.
Can you put it on the big screen? So I can
No,
see
because we don't have an HDMI. Okay.
Okay, you see that? That's an anomaly in the corn.
Y esta es una anomalía en el maíz, si lo pueden ver.
It's interesting. For me, I find it interesting.
Y para mí es interesante por eso.
I see duality in that,
Y veo la dualidad.
but the duality that grows out of the singularity.
Pero la dualidad que crece a partir de la singularidad.
And so for me, I see that in the center, being the singularity where all things grow from.
Y eso es lo que veo en el centro, que es la singularidad de la cual las cosas
And
crecen.
then when you see on, you see on either side of it, the top or bottom, then you have the tree there and the tree there.
Y cuando ven la parte de arriba y de abajo, que hay tres ahí y acá,
So those three are the dualities.
esos tres son las dualidades.
And for me, it's just an observance, but when with the accumulated knowledge that my mother has given me, that there's automatically whole concepts, volumes of understanding of just first the corn, and then to see that it automatically activates whole other stories, whole other sections of law, different parts of our history. All of this is what, in an instance, what is activated in me through this.
Y eso es lo que es activado en mí mediante el maíz, el conocimiento que mi madre me ha dado acerca de todo esto.
Now, each of us have our own medicine.
Y cada persona tiene sus propias medicinas.
If you, in whatever field your expertise is, you have a medicine there that you utilize to empower yourself.
Y cualquier medicina que sea la suya es de hecho la que ustedes van a poder utilizar o sí, para poder curarse o sentirse en su amplio poder.
And sometimes you may not know what that medicine is.
Y a veces puede que no sepan qué medicina es.
You may have to travel the world over to find what activates you.
Y puede que tengan que viajar en el mundo para saber qué es lo que les activa.
This is to identify, there is different avenues or different medicines that we all have that at one point will, once we come into contact with it, it will make things click in our head. It will make things clear for us. It's like an epiphany, finding our path.
Y es para decir que cuando encontramos finalmente esta medicina que nos va a llenar, que va a ser la que nos va a guiar, es como si de repente hacemos un gran descubrimiento y es como una especie de luz o epifanía.
The reason why you're talking about this today is because yesterday there was something that had synchronized itself. A bunch of things were perfectly synchronized yesterday.
¿Y por qué hablamos de esto el día de hoy? Es porque el día de ayer hubo una serie de sincronicidades.
First,
Sincronías.
finished.
I think so.
First off, to let you know, there was a process that culminated in an action last night.
Y todo esto para decir que hubo un proceso que culminó ayer en la noche.
And this process was initiated, I think it was last Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday.
Y este proceso fue iniciado el domingo pasado.
It was a result of the things that I perceive.
Y fue un resultado de las cosas que estoy percibiendo.
When I look at whatever, different things, different events in the world, people may look at it like, well, there's a volcano over there and think that's they're isolated. That earthquake over there is isolated. That disaster over there or that pollution. Everybody looks at those things all separate. I don't. I look at all these things interconnected as one big, massive thing happening to our Mother Earth.
Y a veces la gente va a ver como, bueno, hubo un terremoto ahí, hubo un volcán que está explotando por acá y no los asocia, pero yo lo que veo cuando esas cosas ocurren es una serie de acontecimientos en la misma línea.
Anyways, as a result of this, through the way that my mother raised me, the law that she taught me, I am able, through that law, to deduce things.
Y gracias a la ley que mi mamá me enseñó, con el uso de esta ley puedo deducir cosas.
To conclude things when other people don't even realize that they have to conclude things.
Para concluir cosas que la gente ni siquiera sabe que tiene que concluir cosas.
So from last week, I had just in my general assessment as to the stage that we are at now upon our Mother Earth.
Entonces, de mi un propio análisis sobre el estado de salud de nuestra Madre Tierra.
And again, this is keep in mind that I'm taking into consideration everything that all the information that I take in that flows through us.
Y de nuevo, para confirmar la información que absorbo y que fluye.
So, in a nutshell, we conclude something about our current circumstance.
Y para resumir, concluimos algo acerca de nuestras circunstancias actuales.
And what we conclude is that there is a great danger that threatens the nations rising and living upon our Mother Earth.
Y lo que se concluyó es que hay una gran amenaza que está asombrando el futuro de las naciones que existen y de las que existirían.
And you all know we're not talking about some disaster that may happen, say like an earthquake or a volcano or something in the future.
Y sabemos que no hablamos de un accidente, digamos, de sismo o de acontecimiento natural.
We're identifying a circumstance of such disastrous proportions that it threatens the very existence, the continued existence of humanity.
Sino circunstancias que amenazan, de hecho, a la humanidad en sí misma.
Right now, what we see around the world, everybody is they're in the darkness, like everybody is blind, oblivious to what's happening.
Y lo que vemos hoy en el mundo es que la gente está como si fuera ciega, como si no alcanza a ver lo que está ocurriendo realmente.
And so we've been the equivalent of this, watching our friends, our loved ones get killed right in front of us. We're watching this happen, progressively coming closer and closer to us, to our heart.
Y hemos visto a amigos, a familiares que se hacen matar por esto. Entonces vemos cómo se acerca cada vez más a nosotros, al centro, al corazón.
You see your freedoms, no matter where you are, all of humanity right now, in every country, you are right in the middle of watching your freedoms being stolen away from you, being destroyed, right under your feet.
Y todo mundo ve cómo sus libertades paulatinamente son cada vez más quitadas y entonces todo mundo de repente se encuentra sin libertades.
These things are not a result of naturally occurring, say, weather systems or adjustments to Mother Earth's environment.
Y estas cosas no son un resultado de patrones ambientales, naturales o como si fuera nuestra madre tierra la que provoca eso.
These things are caused by human behavior.
Sino que estas cosas son causadas por el comportamiento humano.
Or we'll say lack of human behavior.
O más bien de la falta de comportamiento humano.
And so this is where we watch everybody in every country, no matter how much of a good person you believe you are, you think you are watching some governmental system that isn't even your government. It's powered or governed over by economics. So you're watching economics destroy families living right next to you. You're watching them violate their rights, and you are feeling okay where you are. You are not doing anything or saying anything about it.
Y es en estas circunstancias que hoy los así llamados gobiernos están controlados por la economía. Entonces ustedes ven que la economía es la que está destruyendo a las familias al lado de ustedes y que lo que les está ocurriendo a estas familias, la gente que está al lado no hace nada.
And so the behavior of humanity, when you consider a negative, well, the first negative that you do, unless it is extreme, like killing yourself or killing somebody.
Y cuando vemos el comportamiento de la gente, a menos de que sea algo muy negativo desde el inicio, como digamos, mataron a alguien o se mataron a sí mismos.
The first negative will be even almost like unnoticeable to you, undetectable.
El primer paso negativo va a ser casi indetectable.
And so all the negatives that build up are also undetectable.
Y entonces todo el resto de negativo que se va a acumular también va a ser indetectable.
Now, I know people are going to say, oh, no, they're fully aware. Yeah, that's nonsense.
Y sé que la gente va a decir, no, sí están conscientes, pero eso no es cierto.
If people were fully aware, we would not be in the circumstances we are in.
Porque si la gente estuviese consciente, no estaríamos en la situación en la que nos encontramos.
So, first off, just as a warning, be careful about the people who say to you, I know, I understand.
Entonces, como advertencia, tengan cuidado de la gente que les va a decir, yo sé, yo entiendo.
Those are generally the people who don't know and who don't understand.
Esas son normalmente las personas que no saben y que no entienden.
And so, anyways, as a result of the circumstances, what we see happening in overall worldwide is humans are collectively being powered by something, some agenda of destruction of our environment.
Y entonces, colectivamente hoy, todas las personas están dirigidas por una agenda de destrucción del medio ambiente.
Okay, now where we are is the equivalent of a deer that is frozen on the highway looking into the headlights of a car coming at them. They're just frozen, they're stunned.
Y en donde nos encontramos hoy es como el equivalente de un venado que está en la carretera y que se encuentra en medio y ve un carro que se acerca y se congela por ver las luces.
And so this is where we are right now, all of humanity. We're in a position of where we are stunned, where we can't believe what we are seeing.
Y es ahí en donde está la humanidad, es decir, que todo el mundo está congelado y que no puede entender lo que están viendo realmente.
And when you can't believe what you're seeing, this is where you do become frozen.
Y cuando no puedes creer lo que estás viendo, es ahí en donde realmente te congelas.
If anybody ever had an experience of somebody who has passed visiting you,
Si alguien tuviese una experiencia de alguien que ya falleció y que les viene a visitar,
you know, the first time that you have such an experience, since it's your first time, what happened to me was I was frozen. My heart even stopped beating. I couldn't speak. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't move. I was frozen, trying to breathe, going,
saben que la primera vez que eso les pasa, se congelan. A mí la primera vez que eso me ocurrió, ni siquiera pude moverme, no podía ni siquiera respirar, mi corazón dejó de latir, estaba tratando de jalar aire.
Now, when that happened to me, I was 12 years old. So if it happened to me now at this age, maybe, I don't know, maybe my reaction would be different.
Y cuando eso me pasó, tenía 12 años. Entonces, tal vez si ahora me pasara, mi reacción sería distinta.
But the first time of anything is always a shock to you. It will stun you. It will set you back. You won't even know really how to compute the information.
Pero la primera vez que algo ocurre es realmente un impacto y ni siquiera se sabe cómo procesar la información.
This is where we are as a species.
Y es aquí en donde nos encontramos como especies.
The whole world is aware of some negative,
El mundo entero está consciente de algo negativo,
but they just cannot process what is really happening to us, where we really are, what does it mean to our existence.
pero no pueden procesar qué es lo que realmente significa para nuestra existencia.
And so, like that deer frozen in the headlights of a car coming at it on the highway,
Y entonces, como ese venado congelado en la carretera con las luces que se le acercan,
if we stayed there frozen, we'd get hit, we'd be destroyed.
si nos quedamos ahí congelados, vamos a ser golpeados y destruidos.
So there is something within that comes from the inner fire that will activate you when you are in that like frozen mode, that state of deniability.
Entonces hay algo que viene del fuego interno, del fuego interior, que va a activarte para que puedas salir de ese estado de estar congelado.
And what that is, it's almost like the bureaucracy in your body, in your mind.
Y lo que es como la burocracia de tu cuerpo y de tu mente,
That when the body is failed and you're just frozen and your mind cannot move your body,
que cuando el cuerpo ha fallado y estás inmóvil y la mente no puede mover al cuerpo,
then there is a bureaucracy inside of the brain that gets the wheels of the bureaucracy moving, internal, on the spirit level, that will designed to manifest in the physical to get your body moving.
Hay una burocracia interna a nivel del cerebro que va a generar el movimiento, es decir, hacer los procesos necesarios para que el movimiento del cuerpo pueda comenzar de nuevo.
Anyways, all of this, last weekend we had assessed that there was now an action that had to be taken.
Y con todo esto se estableció la semana pasada que había que tener una acción.
And so last week, or during the week sometime, we put a riddle up on our Facebook page. Can we get that riddle?
Y en la semana pusimos una adivinanza en la página Facebook.
We're going to see if we could share it with you.
Vamos a ver si lo podemos compartir con ustedes.
This is just so that we can let everybody is aware of what we're talking about.
Y es para que todo el mundo esté consciente de lo que estamos hablando.
Okay.
You are in there, Marie. You can just like to the right, where it says Longhouse. Yeah.
Be a second.
Denos un segundito, ya casi llegamos.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now, this is the riddle. Now, last night, if you happen to see the Zoom that we did for the Ganyangeha class, it was addressed there.
Y si ustedes estuvieron en la clase de lengua gañangueja ayer en la noche, vieron la adivinanza.
So, if you heard this last night, then of course, this riddle isn't for you.
Y si ya lo escucharon, pues obviamente ya no es para ustedes.
Okay, not the poster, the text. Just slide it over and expand it. Okay, I don't know if it's good like that. Can you read it? I can't see it.
Just go down, Mary. It's just down. Yeah.
You better do it. Okay, Edith's going to read this out.
Okay. So all descendants of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy under the Great Law of Peace as devised by the Gonawida himself, under the authority of she who had called upon him, our first and original clan mother, Yagunsese. Dice básicamente todas las 5 naciones, la Confederación de las 5 Naciones, que han estado establecidos bajo la gran ley de la paz en la autoridad de Ganawida, bajo la autoridad de Ganawida, y de quien llamó por él, que es nuestra madre de clan original, Yagunsese. We have a riddle for all who fancy themselves as knowledgeable of law. Tenemos una adivinanza para quienes se creen as conocer la ley. Upon ascending to the top of the great tree of peace, and it is indeed seen to be true that there is an imminent threat to the nations rising and living, then they are to call out in all directions to warn the united people of the impending danger. Y después de haber subido al gran árbol de la paz y después de haber visto que es cierto que hay una gran amenaza a las naciones que se levantan y que viven, tienen que hacer un llamado en todas las direcciones para advertir a la gente de este peligro inminente. However, what happens when there are no more united people, when there is no one left to heed the call? What happens when everyone has left their station within the longhouse and have ventured away from the heart, leaving the body to die? Pero ¿qué ocurre cuando ya no hay ninguna persona de la gente unida, cuando no hay nadie que va a escuchar el llamado? Si todos han dejado su puesto en la casa larga y se han aventurado lejos del corazón haciendo que el cuerpo muera. This is a naturally occurring event that even takes place on the scale of our own blood supply. As each cell ventures out into the body, they can be depleted of their oxygen and energy source and may even lose their way. Eso es algo que ocurre naturalmente como en nuestra propia sangre. Cada célula se va a ir a viajar a lo largo del cuerpo y en este viaje puede acabarse su oxígeno y por lo tanto su propia fuente de energía y perder su camino. So, after climbing to the top of the tree to warn everyone of the great dangers to our very existence, and there is no one home to receive the warning, what is the next provision in law to be carried out? Entonces, después de haber subido al árbol y de haber advertido a todo mundo del gran peligro hacia nuestra existencia y no hay nadie que reciba este llamado de urgencia, ¿cuál es nuestro siguiente paso a aplicar en la ley? Does anyone believe that they have to answer to this? ¿Alguien cree que tiene que responder a
The
esto?
answer, not have to answer to this.
Oh, does anyone believe they have the answer to this? ¿Alguien cree que pueda responder a esto?
Okay, that's the text, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that of course is for people who are knowledgeable of the great law of peace.
Y esto, por supuesto, es para la gente que tiene conocimiento de la gran ley.
So really this is a question that is for people descendants of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy.
Entonces, es una pregunta para quienes descienden de la Confederación de las Cinco Naciones.
From what we've seen and what we know of the non-native world, you don't have provisions in law of how to empower yourself, how to empower the individual.
De lo que vimos del mundo no indígena es que no hay una forma de realmente hacer que la gente pueda tener un acceso a un poder colectivo.
Within the non-native world, the provision that you view as empowering you, voting, actually gives your power away.
Y en el mundo no indígena lo que se percibe como tal, que es el voto, en lugar de darles poder, de hecho se los quita.
So what we see, what we know of the non-native world is that for at least the last 500 years, but for thousands of years, they've just been chasing their tail around in circles like a duck.
Y entonces lo que vemos de este mundo no indígena es que durante cientos, si no miles de años han estado nada más persiguiendo su cola como un perro.
And so as we are in motion, if you are chasing your tail around in circles, that means you're not in motion. That's the equivalent of being frozen in place.
Y si estamos moviéndonos, pero están dando vueltas en círculo, es lo equivalente a no estarse moviendo, sino estar congelado.
Which is where we said that humanity right now is the equivalent of like a deer frozen in a car's headlights.
Y es lo que dijimos con respecto al venado con las luces.
Okay, but within the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, we have provision within law.
Pero en la Confederación de las Cinco Naciones hay una provisión en la ley
That again will get the person who's frozen to move,
que va a hacer que la persona que está congelada pueda moverse
to save your life.
para salvar su vida.
Okay, so I don't think there's anybody here present who can answer that riddle. But if there is anybody who thinks they can answer that riddle, we'll open the floor up now, if there is anyone.
Entonces no creo que alguien pueda resolver la adivinanza, pero si hay alguien que pensara que lo puede hacer, vamos a abrir el espacio para que alguien lo trate de hacer. So Guillaume raises his hand. Guillaume, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you go to your left.
Can't hear you.
Oh, it's because of this.
You
thing.
can't-
No.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay, what do we got to do?
We're just
Go to the block rock.
hang on. We hadn't just adjusted yet the.
I guess so.
Yeah, because normally I see that it's here. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, we got the block rocker.
If we have to reconnect.
Can we make it discoverable? I need to reinstall it. Like, you know, Bluetooth, like search for. It's not the little button that you click on it. Yeah, that one. Okay. Should work now. Don't touch it. Was a few. Might have disconnected it.
Connected. Yeah.
Okay, now it should work.
Guillaume, can you try and speak, see if we can hear you good?
Yeah, I'm speaking and saying words, so you can test your microphones. I'm going to continue like that. Well, what I wanted to say is that maybe you just go to your loved ones, the people you know the most, and you go to them and you tell them, well, okay, there's a problem. Like, you don't wait for the whole system to build itself back. So can anybody hear me, or
They don't hear you.
you don't? But like the other ones, the other Zoom attendees, like, do you hear me, or is it? Yes. Okay. All right.
I hear you.
Let's just use the sound off the computer.
It's working now. Can you speak?
Yeah, I can say that. Well, if there is nobody who's there, like you can answer,
no, we
like
don't hear him.
to spread the word.
No sound.
Just go directly, like, to your loved ones, to people you know more, and you tell them
They still don't hear you, Guillaume. They don't hear you.
yeah.
Okay, now we do. Now we do.
Okay.
So now it's
Okay.
thank you. Thank you all for your patience.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
if the longhouse, like, is if the structure of the longhouse is not there, you go to your loved ones. You try to save, like, whoever, like, to tell whoever, like, you know, that there's a problem that has been assigned, and that they should do something, and they should I don't know, do something. But that's all that you can do. That's my view.
Guillaume dice que si ya no queda nada en la ley, entonces hay que ir hacia tus seres queridos y hacer algo y decirles, hay que hacer algo y qué hay que hacer.
That's 100% correct.
Eso es 100% correcto.
But the only thing missing is the process. Now, we can say go and warn people, but how that is actually carried out.
Es a 100% correcto. Lo único sería el proceso. ¿Cómo le dices a la gente esto es lo que está ocurriendo? ¿Cómo ocurriría?
Okay, is there anybody else that has anything to? Okay, let's go.
Cristina, you rose your hand. Cristina, levantaste tu mano.
Sí, hola, mucho gusto estar con ustedes otra vez, mucha alegría. Gracias por darme la oportunidad, y yo quiero decir que creo que yo sí me he sentido ahora congelada en momentos de no poderme mover y no saber qué hacer.
So Christina says that she's very happy to be able to be here again, and sometimes she's felt like lately frozen like that, like without knowing at all what to do.
Pero para poder yo avanzar, he recordado los momentos en que la gente me ha aportado su conocimiento.
But to be able to continue going forward, what I have done is remember all of those times in which people have brought me knowledge.
Debemos cuidar nuestra conversación, porque a veces hablamos cosas que no tienen sentido y perdemos mucho tiempo.
We have to be very aware of our conversation, because sometimes we say stuff that don't make sense and then we lose a lot of time.
Si nosotros usamos el poder de la palabra y todo lo que conocemos lo transmitimos a todos, es como darles sus herramientas para que las puedan usar cuando las sea necesario. Creo que esa es la clave de todo.
If we use the power of all, meaning listening to each other, we are going to be able to know when to access to any specific capability of anybody and be able to assist each other. And I think that's the center of it.
Yo estuve en muchas religiones y grupos y de todos aprendí algo y asimismo he transmitido mensajes y en estos momentos tanto la gente como que ayudé me dijeron gracias porque tu consejo me ayudó a salir. Igualmente yo ahorita cuando he vivido momentos congelada trato de respirar y recordar esas enseñanzas y entonces empiezo a moverme y estar en paz.
And I have been part of a lot of religions and a lot of groups, and from everyone, I took something from them. I learned a lot of them. So when I have all of my accumulated knowledge and somebody asks me for advice, I will tell them what I believe is what they are needing, and then they will tell me, thank you very much for that advice. So assisting somebody to get out of a problem and they acknowledging that you are able to do that is something that is like really like building upon something. So that's it, what I wanted to say.
Okay, a key points that you have in your oration is you identify the individual, like you said, that you felt you've been frozen, but then you identify everybody, the collective.
Los puntos claves de lo que dijiste es que empezaste por el individuo, como tú misma mencionaste, te has sentido congelada, pero después fuiste al colectivo, es decir, las capacidades de toda la gente.
And therein lies the confusion.
Y es ahí en donde se encuentra la confusión.
As to that, like all the kernels on this corn, humans are collective, but somehow we've made ourselves individual. We've taken ourselves out of the collective.
Y es como esta espiga de maíz que estamos pensando que somos individuos, pero todos los granitos del maíz están conectados a la misma fuente. Entonces, como humanos, se nos ha olvidado que solamente existimos si estamos en colectivo. El individuo lo sacaron de esta colectividad.
And this is the ultimate corruption upon our identity as whatever we want to identify ourselves as.
Y esa es la corrupción última sobre nuestra identidad, sin importar cómo queramos identificarnos.
Because none of us can exist as individuals.
Porque nadie puede existir como individuo.
Those today that can exist as individuals are existing within an artificial atmosphere of economics.
Y los que existen como individuo el día de hoy son solamente de una forma artificial bajo la economía.
The billionaires can exist solely on their own.
Y los multimillonarios pueden existir por sí mismos.
But for them to be billionaires, they got to steal off of everybody else.
Pero para ser multimillonarios tuvieron que haberle robado a todo el resto.
So we can detect the corruption, that it's the process of where the person removes themselves from the collective, becomes an individual, and that is solely through economics.
Entonces podemos detectar ahí la corrupción de cómo el individuo se deslinda de la colectividad, y esto solamente ocurre mediante la economía.
So this is where the answer to this riddle lies. It lies in that place where people don't know what happened to them.
Y entonces ahí es en donde se encuentra la clave de la adivinanza, es en donde la gente no se da cuenta lo que les ocurrió.
But we will go to, there was another person who had their hand raised, we'll go to them.
Lucy, it's your turn. Lucy levantó su mano.
Je suis Lucie, petite fille d'Anita et de Jeanne-Isabelle, fille de Thérèse, mère et grand-mère. Bonjour tout le monde. Hi everybody. I want to tell that what I think it's not none of the people knows what we know. It's some of the people knows what we know. There's some people who are working in different groups, like the last lady said. And it's important that different group, we have different group, because our group is one, another one do another thing that we cannot do. And I think that we have to join our spirit in the one thing that we have in common, everybody, even if we don't have the same minding, is to unite it in our spirit to help the nature and all it going with it, to help the nature be, comment je pourrais dire, je vais le dire en français, pour aider la nature à être unie, c'est-à-dire aider la nature et l'environnement. C'est notre seule unité qu'on a dans tout le monde, malgré toutes nos différences. Alors, il faut joindre notre esprit et demander aux autres groupes de mettre tout leur esprit à remettre notre mère Terre sur pied et de la protéger. Et nous, et les mères...
Hang on.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's going to be really... Básicamente es que lo que decía Cristina, hay muchos grupos y lo importante es que cada grupo haga el trabajo que están haciendo, porque hay gente que tiene habilidades para algo y hay gente que hace para otras cosas, pero lo más importante es que todos esos grupos puedan trabajar juntos por el bienestar de nuestra madre tierra, para repararla y restaurarla.
Merci. Je fais ça depuis 2005. Je joins le plus de groupes possible pour expliquer l'importance de l'eau et l'importance de faire attention, parce que depuis 2005, j'étais très, très consciente, j'ai fait énormément de rêves sur ce.
And I have done a lot of work to protect the waters, and that's been since 2015. I have been working with different groups, and I have had a lot of dreams regarding that. Y he estado trabajando con esto desde 2015, he estado trabajando con muchos grupos acerca de la protección de las aguas y he tenido muchos sueños al respecto.
Et il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ont répondu à l'appel. Alors, c'est ce que je voulais dire. Il ne faut pas se désespérer, il faut espérer et vraiment unir nos esprits dans un but commun sans voir le négatif. C'est de viser à ce qu'on remette notre mère Terre sur pied, ainsi que comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure. C'est vraiment ça l'important, parce que si on s'éparpille, on va se perdre en confusion, on ne pourra pas unir nos esprits. Alors, c'est ça que je veux dire. Dans chaque domaine, hein, parce qu'il y a énormément de comment que je pourrais dire, de domaines à faire attention pour y arriver. Alors, maintenant, je vais vous laisser, je m'excuse, je vais vous laisser parce que j'ai un FaceTime avec ma mère. Mais je vous reviens tout de suite après, d'accord?
Lucie, je vais juste te demander une prochaine fois de me faire vraiment des phrases beaucoup plus courtes parce que sinon après, c'est vraiment difficile pour moi de te traduire, juste d'être consciente pour une prochaine fois. On se voit plus tard. So basically, she says that that's what we have to do. I lost a lot of what she said.
Okay, what about the Spanish?
Entonces, Lucy dice que eso es básicamente lo que hay que hacer.
Okay, listen, everybody, short sentences. We gotta be fair. You gotta understand also, today is Reconstitution. That's, to be fair, that's for the Spanish-speaking people, that's English to Spanish. Now, Edith has to translate French, English, and Spanish.
Entonces, una cuestión de ser justos, normalmente los miércoles hacemos en francés, pero hoy es más bien para el español, entonces para evitar un poco doble traducción. Y si podemos hacer frases cortitas. So she's done.
Oh, okay. Also, in your oration, you hit the nail on the head about the different groups.
Y hablaste acerca de los distintos grupos, entonces eso es clave en lo que dijiste.
But there are our perception of them, or the way currently that these different groups are actually serve no purpose.
Pero nuestra percepción de cómo esos grupos están trabajando, de hecho, es como que rompe con el propósito.
Let's be honest with ourselves, not just you, anybody on earth who's looking at protecting the environment.
Y seamos honestos, las personas que quieren proteger al medio ambiente,
There's always a group.
siempre va a haber un grupo.
And there's that tiny group over there, over there, over there. There's a billion groups on our Mother Earth, and it doesn't matter. The overall destruction is happening to us because of the existence of all those groups.
Y hay este grupo, este otro grupo, este otro grupo, pero la gran destrucción que está ocurriendo en nuestra madre tierra ocurre porque esos grupos existen.
There is something that all those groups are missing.
Hay algo a lo que esos grupos les falta.
And this is what is missing throughout the non-native world.
Y eso es lo que ocurre en el mundo no indígena.
It's law.
La ley es lo que falta.
And they have no idea of how, if you're thinking of groups, how this group of muscles and flesh right here has to work with this group of muscles and flesh right here. There is a law of how these have to work, but the humans have separated themselves into groups that are not connected, so there is no consistency between any of them. Even though they're all saying, protect the earth, none of them are actually protecting the earth.
Entonces, un grupo dice una cosa, otro grupo dice otra cosa, pero no tienen ninguna consistencia entre ellos, algo que los haga vigilantes y reales. Entonces pueden decir lo que sea de proteger la tierra, pero en realidad ninguno lo hace.
But the key here still lies in those groups. Just like in my body, the group of my left arm, the group of my right arm, the group of my left leg, right leg, the key still lies in those groupings.
Pero la llave aún está en cada uno de esos grupos, como decir, tengo mi mano, tengo mi brazo, tengo mis piernas.
So there are two people who have adjusted and hit each person has hit the key, hit the nail on the head, but not to its fullest capacity.
Entonces, dos personas ya le dieron al clavo, pero no completamente hasta adentro.
Okay, so was there anybody else?
Je vais pas terminer. Excusez-moi, je voulais juste te dire une autre chose. C'est que présentement, je travaille à ramener mes enfants dans cette pensée-là, parce que si j'ai eu des enfants, c'est pour les éduquer.
So currently I'm trying to bring my children to this kind of thought, because if I had kids, is to educate them as this. Entonces ahorita estoy tratando de traer a mis hijos a este tipo de mentalidad, porque si traje hijos al mundo era para educarlos de esta forma.
Exactement. Et puis, je crois que ça, c'est très, très important, parce que quand tu as déjà dit ce que tu as à dire au groupe, tu ne peux pas faire plus que l'avoir dit, alors maintenant, je m'occupe de ma famille.
And I believe that when you say what you have to say to the group, you cannot go further more than saying it. So then now I have to take care of my family. Entonces creo que cuando uno dice algo al grupo, ya no puede hacer más que haber dicho las cosas. Ahora lo que me queda es concentrarme en mi familia.
Merci. Kwai.
That is, again, you further affirm that this is where there is the gray area. It's in the communication in the group. Something is lost. Now, this is what we're going to address. So let's go on to the next person and see what they have to say about this, and then we'll reveal to everybody what the actual action is.
Es afirmar, lo que acabas de decir es afirmar lo que acabamos de decir en la comunicación entre el grupo y lo que el individuo está haciendo. There's Guillaume and there's Griselda who raised their hand. Está Guillaume y Griselda que levantaron su mano. Go ahead, Guillaume.
You act Period.
Actúas y eso es todo.
Okay, acting, it's in the same realm of like what Lucy just said, the communication, these groups everybody is acting, everybody's taking some kind of action.
Actuación, actuar, como dice Lucy, es lo que ya estos grupos están haciendo, hacen algún tipo de acción.
Okay, here in Montreal, you know that, what is it? I think it's each October they've had this, or somewhere in the fall, what do they call it? World Earth Day or something?
Oh, that's April. En Montreal y en varios lugares, cada abril tienen el Día de la Tierra.
Okay, you know that that brings together a whole bunch of different groups. I think a couple of years ago, there was like a couple 100,000 people that were gathered on Mount Royal for this Earth Day.
Y eso hace que un montón de grupos se junten. Hace unos años hubo como 200,000 personas en la montaña de Mount Royal.
So all those people were taking action.
Y toda esta gente estaba haciendo una acción.
It's just that their action doesn't go anywhere. It goes into the equivalent of, again, that dog chasing its tail in circles.
Es solo que su acción no va a ningún lado, nada más hacen que sigan persiguiéndose la cola en círculos.
A couple of years ago, when was it? It was 2 years ago, we were asked to go and do the opening at the, or go and participate, go and speak at this Earth Day Summit thing.
Hace unos 3, 4 años nos pidieron que fuéramos a hacer la apertura para este día.
Now, for us, you know that we are not going to be guilty by association.
Y nosotros no podemos ser culpables por asociación, cómplices.
So if there's a rapist that is scheduled in that same event and we are there and we know there's a rapist there, then we are giving credence to that rapist.
Y si vamos a un evento en el que sabemos que está programado un violador y que va a hablar, no podemos ir a hablar al mismo tiempo que ese violador, si no estaríamos apoyándole, siendo sus cómplices.
And so then you see like a duality, like a double path that has to be walked here.
Y vemos entonces como una dualidad, como un camino doble que tiene que ser caminado aquí.
And that is of where, yes, you have to speak to those groups, to those collectives, to those individuals.
Y es aquí en donde sí se tiene que hablar a estos grupos o colectivos.
But at the same time, you have to separate from corruption.
Pero al mismo tiempo te tienes que separar de la corrupción.
So let's see, what comes first? Separate from corruption? Okay, then that means I would not be with those people. Or does communication with those people come first? Which one? When we know there's corruption, do we still communicate with that which is corrupt?
Entonces, ¿qué viene primero? ¿Separarse de la corrupción cuando se sabe que hay un grupo corrupto o comunicar con ese grupo corrupto para ver si puede salirse de esa corrupción? ¿Qué es lo que se tiene que hacer primero?
Only under limited conditions.
Solo bajo circunstancias limitadas.
And so what happened when they asked us to go and speak there? Well, we said we knew who else they were working with. And we asked them, he says, oh yeah, you're working with the band system here in Ganawagi? And they told us that this guy, Kevin Deere, who is a handsome Laker, who is not a Ganyangahaga, his mullet is not a Ganyangahaga, he was there doing the opening. No, he is there representing through the Ganawagi band system.
Y cuando se nos dijo que ese mismo evento iba a estar Kevin Deere, que es una persona de aquí de Kahnawake, que no está dentro de la ley, más bien está con el código Handsome Lake, y tampoco tiene una madre, entonces no es alguien que sea una persona que trae un clan de la nación y que está representando también el sistema de banda. Iba a estar ahí.
So what everybody thought, all the non-native people thought that, okay, because of the way the system is set up right now, that any school you're in or any organization will direct you, according to Canadian law, will direct you to the elective system, the band system.
Y lo que la gente hoy no sabe es que si alguien aquí quiere trabajar con los indígenas, por directiva canadiense, así llamada, se les va a referir al sistema de banda, que es el sistema genocida impuesto por el mismo gobierno sobre los indígenas.
And then the band system has their paid flunkies that are there to mislead the people.
Y luego ese sistema de banda tiene todos sus tentáculos para que la gente sea mal dirigida.
Which was this guy, Kevin Deere. He's a handsome maker from what they call the Mohawk Trail Longhouse here in Ganawagi. It's Christians.
De los cuales está de nuevo este hombre así llamado Kevin Dish, que es parte de una de las que así le llaman Casa Larga de aquí, del Mohawk Trail, y que está asociado al sistema de banda.
So what everybody knows, all the non-native people know, unless you are really far behind the times,
Entonces, lo que toda la gente sabe, a menos de que estén muy atrasados en las noticias,
is that if you want to do something about the mess that you're in, you have to work with the native people.
es que si quieren hacer algo al respecto del desastre en el que se encuentran, tienen que trabajar con la gente indígena.
Not that there's any law saying that.
No hay ninguna ley que diga eso,
It's just the way that it is.
pero así son las cosas.
Because the non-native is corrupt, we're not corrupt.
Porque el no indígena es un sistema corrupto, mientras que el indígena no lo es.
So corruption is a problem, it's a disease. We have the solution to that disease.
Y si la corrupción es el problema y la enfermedad, nosotros tenemos una solución para eso.
No, you don't have to, I don't care if you believe it's me or it's somebody else, I don't care about that.
Y no importa si ustedes creen que soy yo o alguien más,
But it's to establish the fact of that if we're going to get anywhere, we have to work together. Now, it's not us that has to work with you. We do not have to work with corruption.
hay que establecer el hecho de que se tiene que trabajar juntos, pero que quede claro que no soy yo quien tiene que trabajar con ustedes. Yo no voy a trabajar con corrupción.
So it is in the way then that we do have that connection. It is based on our agenda of separating from corruption. And so it is a limited participation that we will have with the non-native people.
Entonces está basado en esa prioridad de despegarse de la corrupción. Entonces va a ser una forma limitada en la que vamos a poder trabajar con el no indígena.
And the reason why it's limited is because, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say this. You're in a shithole, and you got to get out of it. We're not in the shithole. You are. We're not going to jump in that shithole to help you get out of it.
Y porque es una interacción limitada, voy a decir una palabra que no les va a gustar, pero para dar la idea, es que la sociedad indígena se encuentra en un hoyo de caca. Y porque si yo no estoy en ese hoyo, tendría que saltar para irles a ayudar.
We can tell you how to get out of it.
Pero en cambio les podemos decir cómo salirse de ahí.
But we're not even going to reach our hand out. We don't want to get covered in shit.
Pero ni siquiera les vamos a dar la mano porque no queremos cubrirnos en caca.
And you should not expect that either.
Y no deberían de esperar eso tampoco.
You should know that right now, that the non-native people as a whole are a threat to all living things.
Deberían de saber que hoy el no indígena como es una amenaza para todas las cosas vivientes.
And so it would be wrong for living things to touch the non-native world because the living things will become non-living.
Y sería un error para la vida el tocar esa corrupción no indígena porque sería llenarse de eso.
So there is a way, a process, again, of how to have that communication, which we're getting closer to. There was somebody else? Okay, let's go to the other person. And then
Entonces hay un método para poder establecer esa interacción a lo cual vamos a llegar y hay otra persona más. Griselda, es tu turno.
Hola, Skenenkawa.
It's gonna go.
Pues de lo que yo he vivido con mi familia, por ejemplo, cuando tuve una hermana que estuvo enferma de lupus, que es una enfermedad autoinmune, pues donde las células del cuerpo atacan al cuerpo.
What I have lived with my family, for example, is that I have a cousin that was sick of lupus. And if you know what this sickness is that it is the own cells in the body that are going to attack the other cells in the body.
Pues lo que menciona Stuart es algo parecido que le está pasando a nuestra madre tierra.
And what Stuart is mentioning right now is something very similar what is happening to our Mother Earth right now.
Entonces, pues, considero que los que desde el latido de su corazón aman a la tierra, pues esa es la vibración real, las células de las que realmente se alimenta la tierra.
And for the people that really care, a sincere, honest love for our Mother Earth, that is the one that is going to be nourishing, that love that is going to be nourishing our Mother Earth, that is going to be feeding her.
Como dice el Roy, alimentarse de semillas verdaderas.
Y perdón, Griselda, te perdí un poquito al inicio, no escuché muy bien lo que dijiste, nada más escuché semillas verdaderas.
Pues como dice el Roy, que hay que alimentarse de semillas originarias que no han sido manipuladas, son lo que nos nutre la sangre, en este caso es igual para la tierra.
And as Tawa Roy, that we have been in touch with, he always says about nourishing, and that we have to eat ourselves or get nourished by the true seeds, by the seeds that have not been GMO'd, altered. And as we nourish ourselves from that too, we are also going to be those seeds for our Mother Earth.
Lo que me ha tocado ver en los distintos grupos, foros, como médico general, pues es que sí hay varios grupos como que sí aman la tierra y como lo dije, pues les llega a la tierra desde el latido de nuestro corazón.
And what I have seen also with the experience with different groups is that there's groups that they really love our Mother Earth. And that is, again, with that beating heart for that love of our Mother Earth that is going to nourish our Mother.
Las que aprendieron a autodestruir la conexión con su propio corazón, pues la misma energía es como si están en una línea para, o se transmutarán, no sé.
And for those that would consciously choose to get rid of that connection or that heartbeat, it's like if they are living like in a parallel reality or something like that.
Es así como una madre, una mujer decide convertirse en madre por amor a la vida.
And it's like a mom decides to become mom because she loves life.
También con la experiencia de que mi hermana trascendió hace como 2 o 3 años, pues de lo que decía Stuart, ella desde otro plano, pero también pues he sentido cómo nos ha ayudado.
Griselda, tenemos un poco de problema, puede que sea con tu conexión, entonces tal vez si cortas tu imagen, puede que el sonido sea más fino, mientras voy a tratar de traducir un poco lo que dijiste. So it was actually her sister, I'm sorry, I got her cousin, but it's her sister. So her sister actually passed away 2 or 3 years ago, and now she's in another plane of existence, and from there has been also a different type of communication, but that's also assisted to get like a different kind of knowledge or a different kind of comprehension.
Así que desde ese plano, pues también los que han trascendido nutren la tierra.
So from within that perspective, also the people that have passed are nourishing our mother.
Así es que pues tenemos mucha ayuda, no somos pocos los que sí amamos y ofrendamos nuestro latido de corazón para perpetuar la vida.
So it is not only a few that are still carrying that love, that we have it in our hearts and that we are keeping on beating it for life itself.
Pienso que Martí.
In your oration too, there's also two things there that are crucial.
Hay dos cosas bien importantes, cruciales que dijiste.
Well, you said that when you gave reference to Tato Martin, was it?
Roy.
Roy, okay.
Y cuando hablaste de abuelo Roy,
That he says to, what'd you say about seeds and about GMOs?
lo que dijiste acerca de las semillas y de las semillas alteradas,
That we have to eat the good seeds, the good proper foods.
que tenemos que comer las buenas semillas, los buenos alimentos.
Okay, we are the seed,
Nosotros somos la semilla,
each of us.
cada una y uno de nosotros.
You're a seed for your children.
Eres una semilla para tus hijas e hijos.
You're a seed for the people that you know, that you inspire and you give ideas to.
Y para la gente que conoces, a quienes inspiras, que les das ideas.
All of us are a seed for people who are our friends, our family, our loved ones.
Y somos semillas para nuestra familia, nuestros amigos, a quienes amamos.
But the thing that you identified about GMOs,
Y lo que dijiste con las semillas alteradas o genéticamente modificadas,
we know it's a real thing
sabemos que es algo real,
to turn this living entity into a GMO so that it doesn't reproduce.
hacer que esta entidad viviente se vuelva alterada, transformada para que no pueda reproducirse.
So imagine the whole world eats corn.
Entonces imagínate, todo el mundo come maíz.
Now imagine eating a corn that these kernels cannot reproduce itself.
Imagina comer un maíz que estos granos no pueden reproducirse a sí mismos.
Would it actually be a corn that you're eating?
¿Sería un maíz?
No.
Okay, so what we see of GM is that the world right now is doing this. It's done it to corn. It's done it to soy. It's doing it to everything that people plant for economics.
Y lo que hemos visto es que esto, la economía se lo ha hecho a todas las cosas que la gente planta.
Now, what is the ultimate commodity on our Mother Earth?
¿Y cuál es la mercancía más buscada en nuestra madre tierra?
When we're talking about seeds, like things that grow and things that we commodify for monetary purposes, what is the ultimate commodity on our Mother Earth?
Cuando hablamos de semillas y de cosas que crecen de nuestra madre tierra, ¿cuál es lo que se busca más?
You know what it is by looking back in the non-native history of slavery.
Lo vemos cuando notamos la historia de la esclavitud en los no indígenas.
The most valuable commodity is us, human beings.
Y somos nosotros lo más buscado.
If you can control human beings, well then you have free money.
Si pueden controlar a los seres humanos, entonces tienen dinero gratis.
And so right now, just like the corn has been made GMO, we are right in the process right now of being made GMO ourselves.
Y así como el maíz ha sido genéticamente transformado, nosotros estamos a punto de hacerlo así también.
And that is what this contrived COVID pandemic, where the ultimate purpose or intent of it is to inoculate the entire population of the earth to make us all GMO.
Y es con esta pandemia del así infligido COVID que quiere vacunar a todo mundo para modificarlos genéticamente.
Okay, so was there anybody else who wanted to address
Christina
this?
rose her hand again.
Okay, she already spoke
Yeah.
on this? Okay, one more chance on this. We're not gonna go around 2 times to anybody else now. If there's anyone who hasn't spoken on this, that's who we're gonna go to. So Christine, this is your last chance now. So if anybody else, make sure you say everything you gotta say.
Entonces es la última vez que vamos a pasar una segunda ronda a alguien. Si hay alguien más que no haya hablado, puede decirlo después de Cristina, y si no, después de Cristina terminamos. Adelante, Cristina.
Sí, gracias por la oportunidad y creo que es muy importante lo que dices porque nos han manipulado todas las personas que son corruptas y entre ellos mismos hay corrupción.
I think that is very important what you're saying, because indeed all of these corrupted people have manipulated us, and even amongst themselves, they are surrounded by corruption.
Pero nosotros los grupos que trabajamos las emociones, el contacto con la naturaleza, el saber sembrar, las plantas medicinales, somos los que realmente tenemos el control.
But us, the groups that work with emotions, with the care of our Mother Earth, with the healing, it is actually us that have the control.
Ellos dependen de la tecnología y si la tecnología falla, no saben qué hacer. En cambio, nosotros, si falla la tecnología, nosotros sabemos cómo comunicarnos, sabemos curarnos de las enfermedades que nos están provocando. Y ellos mismos se van a enfermar, pero no van a saber curarse.
And they depend on the technologies, but we don't. If the technologies fail, we are going to be able to keep on communicating and to know how to heal ourselves. But for them, if the technology breaks, they'll break too.
Por eso es muy importante la unión entre nosotros, porque es la única manera que si algo sucede a nivel mundial, seremos los únicos que vamos a sobrevivir. Ellos, si algo sucede con la tecnología, simplemente será una emoción tan fuerte que inmediatamente van a morir, no van a saber qué hacer. Quiero ver qué piensas de esto.
And that's why we have to be maintain ourselves united, because if something happens with the technologies, we are going to be able to continue. We are pretty much going to be the ones that are going to be able to survive, because for anybody else, when the technologies are going to just crack, the emotion is going to be just even so great that they are going to die on the spot. So I want to know, what do you think about that?
Technology. It's clear that technology is what is destroying the earth. And as you say, what happens to all the people when the technology breaks down, if it breaks down?
Eso es claro, la tecnología es lo que está atacando a nuestra madre tierra. ¿Y qué le pasaría a la gente si la tecnología se cayera?
This is where the reason why we are talking about this today.
Y es por eso que estamos hablando de esto el día de hoy.
Is because there is something lost here to the average person, an understanding that is lost.
Es porque hay algo que se pierde, como el entendimiento no se tiene.
This is the imminent threat that is endangering the nations rising and living.
Y es la obvia amenaza que está enfrente de las naciones que se están levantando y que viven.
This is what makes us in an emergency situation right now.
Y eso es lo que hace que estemos en una situación de urgencia.
That we must deal with.
Y que debemos hacerle frente.
And that emergency situation is in the technology.
Y esa situación de urgencia se encuentra en la tecnología.
As you say, what happens to the people if the technology breaks down?
Como dices, ¿qué le pasa a la gente si la tecnología se acaba?
Well, of course, all those people will just, it'd be like they're an electrical appliance without a power source. There'll be nothing.
Por supuesto que toda esa gente se va a caer, sería el equivalente de un aparato eléctrico doméstico y que no tiene una fuente de energía.
Now, this is what we want to believe right now. We are at the precipice of the most unbelievable circumstance life, humanity, has ever been confronted with.
Y eso es lo que queremos creer ahorita, pero estamos haciendo de frente a la situación más increíble que la humanidad no haya jamás hecho frente antes.
And what it is let's examine the truth. What if that technology doesn't break down?
Y lo que es ¿qué pasa si esa tecnología no se cae?
Now in there is the little tiny crux of the matter on both ends of the coin. If it breaks.
Y ahí es donde están los dos lados de la moneda. Si se rompiera, si se cayera.
Now I'll say that technology has already hoodwinked, pulled the wool over the eyes of humanity completely.
Y yo diría que la tecnología ya acaparó completamente a la humanidad.
Is that the technology is not going to break down.
Y que la tecnología no se va a caer.
And this is the reason why.
Y esta es la razón por la cual.
Not because it's a technology that is there somewhere in, say, like somewhere in the power grid. No, the technology isn't anywhere else.
No porque sea una tecnología que se encuentra como en una especie de red eléctrica.
The technology is now in us.
La tecnología se encuentra ahora en nosotros.
Through this contrived COVID, what do we call it, vaccine?
Mediante esta vacuna del COVID.
Through the affecting of our RNA, affecting our DNA, ultimately, no matter what any idiot wants to say about that.
Que va a afectar nuestro ARN, que por consiguiente va a afectar al ADN, no importa lo que cualquier persona quiera decir al respecto.
It is the robotization process of us.
Es el proceso de robotización.
We are being made into robots. We are being technologicized without us even realizing.
Estamos siendo transformados en robots, estamos siendo tecnologizados sin que ni siquiera nos demos cuenta.
So what if the technology breaks down?
¿Y qué pasaría si la tecnología se cayera?
What would it look like?
¿A qué se parecería la cosa?
We can see it right now in India. What happened last week?
Podemos verlo en India, lo que ocurrió la semana pasada.
Technology broke down.
Que la tecnología se cayó.
How?
¿Cómo?
By what humans done to the environment.
Con lo que los humanos le hicieron al ambiente.
It caused, as you all know, that a glacier in India to break loose, and it went down the mountain path, and it wiped out 2 huge dams, and it killed hundreds of people, and it took away their power source.
Como se enteraron en las noticias, seguramente un pedazo de un gran hielo cayó desde las montañas, rompiendo 2 de las presas, matando a cientos de personas y además quitándole su fuente de energía eléctrica a la gente.
So this is the most in our face example of that. You know what? The technology is not going to break down because they intrinsicated it into the humans.
Y esto para decir que la tecnología no se va a romper porque nos la han intrinsecado a nosotros como humanos.
This is part of the reason why we are discussing this today, because last week it is undeniable what happened with that glacier breaking loose in India.
Y es por eso que hablamos de esto el día de hoy, porque hace una semana con este pedazo de hielo que se rompió en las montañas de India es algo innegable.
It's just that when the people are frozen like a deer in the headlights, they see that thing, but they can't deduce what it means. Their brain doesn't work because their brain is technology now. So their brain will not deduce the negative of its own self.
Y es porque ahora la gente se encuentra en ese caso del venado, que ve las luces, pero que sigue congelado, no sabe qué hacer, porque ahora el cerebro de la gente es una tecnología completamente, entonces no pueden pensar, no pueden deducir lo que va a ocurrir.
And so last week was a signal to me.
Y la semana pasada fue una señal para mí.
I don't care about anyone else on earth. They did not hear the signal. If they did, we would have heard their voice about this by now.
Y no importa quién haya pensado que era una señal de alerta, porque no escuché de nadie.
That glacier breaking loose in the mountains in India last week and wiping out 2 dams and killing hundreds of people is your, not your early warning sign. It's your late warning sign. It's the wake-up call that already came and everybody pushed the snooze button. That's the snooze alarm.
Y es este hecho de que el glaciar haya caído, matando a tantas personas, limitando la fuente eléctrica, no es como que primera llamada, sino más bien que es la última llamada, y es como cuando la gente pone su despertador y pone, ay, otros 10 minutos más, eso fue el último.
And so we're getting closer to the crux of the matter here, of where everybody will be able to comprehend the answer to this riddle.
Entonces llegamos cada vez más cerca a el hecho de que la gente pueda responder a esta adivinanza.
Was there anybody else that had anything like that? Okay, now we'll go into the answer to this riddle.
Entonces ahora vamos a pasar a la respuesta de esta adivinanza.
The riddle is this,
Que es
that whenever a calamity is threatening the united people,
que cuando una calamidad cae sobre la gente unida,
that anyone may climb to the top of the great tree of peace.
quien sea puede subir a la punta del árbol de la paz.
Now, mind you, the tree of peace is law,
Y el árbol de la paz es la ley.
so it's knowledge.
Entonces es el conocimiento.
That any one of the people, of the united people, meaning people in law,
Y quien sea de la gente unida, lo que significa que está la gente dentro de la ley.
they can climb to the top of that tree, and if they look around in all directions and they see that, yes, indeed, danger is approaching the people, threatening their very existence.
Pueden subir a la punta de este árbol y si ven a todas las direcciones y que ven que de hecho sí, hay un peligro inminente que se está acercando desde todas las direcciones.
Then that person has the right to enact protocol of the Guyana Goal.
Esa persona tiene el derecho de establecer, de aplicar un protocolo de la gran ley de la paz.
And to fulfill their process of climbing to the top of the tree, they must now inform all the people of this great danger.
Y para cumplir este proceso de ver el peligro inminente, tienen que ahora comunicárselo a la gente.
Now, this is where the riddle comes in.
Y es ahí en donde entra la adivinanza.
What if there's nobody left in the house?
¿Qué pasa si ya no queda nadie en la casa?
No more united people.
Ya no hay gente unida.
No one to heed the call.
Nadie que escucha el llamado.
Well, if that was the case and those circumstances were justifiable, we would find that there would be no one on earth, no one left on earth.
Si este fuera el caso y las circunstancias fueran justificadas, veríamos que no hay nadie en la tierra que queda.
But the fact that there's still people alive, but there's no one in the house, in the body to receive the call.
Pero el hecho de que todavía hay gente en la casa, pero nadie recibe el llamado,
It tells us that everybody is elsewhere. There's somewhere else.
nos dice que todo el mundo está en algún otro lugar.
Okay, now in law, this is where there's a protocol
Y ahora, en la ley es donde hay un protocolo
that the rest of the world, you don't know. You're unaware of the power that you, as an individual in the collective, has.
que el resto del mundo no sabe, y es ahí en donde el individuo no sabe que ustedes tienen un gran poder como individuo dentro del colectivo.
So, according to the great law of peace, when the people have left the house,
Y según la gran ley de la paz, cuando la gente se fue de la casa
when they now reside somewhere else,
y ahora viven en algún otro lugar,
and there is a great calamity that threatens the very existence of the house,
y hay una gran calamidad que amenaza la existencia de la casa,
which is where we are at.
que es en donde estamos,
There's a great calamity that threatens your very existence.
una gran calamidad que amenaza su existencia.
You cannot conclude that
Y no pueden concluir eso,
because you are a deer frozen, looking into the headlights of the car coming at you 90 miles an hour on the highway.
porque son un venado que está congelado con las luces que vienen a ustedes a 100 kilómetros a la hora.
But when we find ourselves in this circumstance,
Pero cuando nos encontramos en esa circunstancia,
then the provisional law is something that you cannot even see
la provisión en la ley es algo que ni siquiera pueden ver,
because it is within the realm of spirit.
porque es dentro del ámbito del
It
espíritu.
is the spiritual law that binds your spirit to your body.
Es la ley espiritual que liga su espíritu a su cuerpo.
Is your spirit connected to your body? Is it bound to your body?
Su espíritu está conectado a su cuerpo, es decir, vinculado.
It was in the past,
Así era el caso en el pasado,
but it is not any longer.
pero ya no es el caso ahora.
And to prove that to you, you've been through this before. We're going to ask you the same question as before.
Y para probárselos, ya han estado en esta pregunta antes, pero se las vamos a volver a hacer.
Anybody who wants to destroy our Mother Earth, raise your hand.
Quien quiera destruir a nuestra madre tierra, levante su mano.
Nobody raises their hand.
Nadie levanta su mano.
Everybody who is destroying our Mother Earth, raise your hand.
Quien esté destruyendo a nuestra madre tierra, levante su mano.
There's not a single one of us who can not raise our hand to that question.
No hay ni una sola persona que no puede no levantar la mano.
This so shows us, it exemplifies the disconnect of our spirit and body.
Esto nos muestra el desconecte entre nuestro espíritu y cuerpo.
So they have already taken the spirit out of your body.
Entonces ya quitaron el espíritu de su cuerpo.
It's no longer in control of your body.
Ya no está en control de su cuerpo.
If you think it is, prove it to yourself tomorrow.
Y si creen que es el caso, demuéstrenselo ustedes mismos mañana.
When it's time for you to go into your rush hour traffic and on that battlefield and go into your jail cell for 8 hours tomorrow, prove to yourself, prove to that your spirit is in control of you, and don't go do it.
Cuando sea el tiempo de subirse al carro para ir en la hora de tráfico, para ir a su celular durante 8 horas en prisión, demuéstrense a sí mismos que no es el caso, no haciéndolo.
You will say, I have to do it. I got to put food on the table. You got to eat somehow.
Y van a decir, pero tengo que hacerlo, tengo que poner la comida sobre la mesa, tengo que comer.
Yes, you are identifying the physical reality of that you are not in control of your own body.
Entonces están identificando la realidad de cómo no están en control de su propio cuerpo.
We know that our spirit is supposed to be in control of our body.
Sabemos que es nuestro espíritu el que debe de estar en control de nuestro cuerpo,
But it's not. The spirit is removed.
pero no es el caso, el espíritu es quitado.
So what is in control? We know right now we can identify economics and stuff like that.
Y entonces, ¿qué está en control? Sabemos que podemos hablar de la economía,
That isn't the design. That's the mechanism.
pero eso no es el diseño, sino el mecanismo.
The design is what's coming from this COVID vaccine.
El diseño es lo que viene de esta vacuna del COVID.
That's the design,
Ese es,
to turn you into a human hybrid.
para hacerles un híbrido humano.
Something that will never be able to be fixed. We will never be able to return to humanity again. Once we are altered by the technology, they will inject into every human on earth.
Algo que no va a poder ser corregido. Una vez que esté esa vacuna dentro, no va a poder volver a ser como antes. Y eso va a ocurrir a todo humano en tierra.
And so this is indeed the great calamity, the great danger that threatens our very existence.
Y esta es la gran calamidad, el gran peligro que amenaza nuestra existencia.
Now, everybody, as they're frozen in the headlights like a deer,
Y mientras todo el mundo está congelado como un venado ante las luces
they can't move.
y no pueden moverse,
Their internal bureaucracy is trying to get them to move, but the body is frozen beyond belief.
su burocracia está tratando de hacer algo, pero su cuerpo está congelado más allá de lo que creen.
And so when we're at this stage, again, this is where law has provision for us.
Y cuando estamos en ese momento, la ley tiene una provisión.
This provision has never been activated in the over 2,000-year history of the Longhouse. It's never been activated.
Y que es una provisión que no ha sido activada en la última historia de 2000 años de la Casa Larga.
And so what the provision is within the Onagora that identifies the great calamity.
Y lo que es esta provisión es que en el Onagoro que identifica esta gran calamidad,
And that all the people are gone away from home,
de que toda la gente ya no está en casa,
you are to call those people back.
tienes que llamar a la gente de vuelta.
There is an automatic mechanism within the body
Y hay un mecanismo automático en el cuerpo
that's activated through that bureaucracy.
que se activa mediante esa burocracia.
It is the equivalent of in your own body how your blood travels through your bloodstream.
Y es el equivalente de cómo en su cuerpo la sangre viaja en su flujo sanguíneo.
Your blood does not enter into the body on their own. They don't just like go start running and or walking, following the trails through your body.
La sangre no va a entrar al cuerpo como de un lado corriendo o algo así,
Your blood is within a fixed system
sino que su sangre se encuentra en un sistema cerrado
that has a power source.
que tiene una fuente de energía.
And there's two functions to that power source.
Y hay dos funciones en esta fuente.
And it's push and pull.
Y es empujar y jalar.
And so the blood gets pushed out of the heart.
Entonces la sangre es empujada por el corazón.
Now there is, again, I think it's approximately 60,000 kilometers or miles. Now don't quote me exact on that. I don't care about the exact whatever, but you all know that there's a lot of blood vessels through our body. And that the blood cells travel that in under a minute and a half.
Creo que son 60,000 kilómetros de venas y arterias que tenemos en el cuerpo y creo que un latido viajan por todos esos kilómetros en menos de un minuto. Y no me citen, hagan su propia investigación, pero es más o menos así.
Now, each individual blood cell, it carries power, energy that goes to the rest of the body, to feed the body.
Y cada célula aporta energía para pasar por el cuerpo.
Now you try holding your breath for a minute and a half.
Y traten de aguantar su respiración por un minuto y medio.
That's how long it takes the blood to go through our body, but I bet you none of us will be able to hold our breath back.
Eso es lo que le toma a la sangre de pasar por el cuerpo, pero estoy segura de que nadie podría aguantar su respiración por tanto tiempo.
It takes a lot of practice to do that.
Toma mucha práctica al hacer eso.
So what it means is that after a period of time, even a blood cell within our body, within our bloodstream, can become weak and lose its path and get lost and become sedentary there in the system, not return back to the heart.
Y lo que significa es que una célula puede que se le acabe el oxígeno y que se quede ahí en su lugar, en lugar de regresar al corazón.
It is a good thing. There is a natural mechanism within that system.
Y es algo bueno que haya un sistema natural en ese mecanismo
that pulls the lost back into the heart.
que jala a los perdidos de vuelta al corazón.
Now, on a scale of the very small within the molecular structure within our blood system,
Y en la escala de lo más pequeñito en el sistema sanguíneo,
that's the bureaucracy,
esa es la burocracia,
calling on that thing, that single cell that is frozen in place.
que llama a esa célula congelada.
Come on,
Ándale,
get back.
regresa.
You gotta move.
Tienes que
If
moverte.
you stay there, you die.
Si te quedas ahí,
Let's go, let's go.
vamos.
This is basically the call,
Ese es el llamado,
because everybody is unable to assess.
porque todo el mundo está incapaz de analizarlo.
And how that call is activated
¿Y cómo es activado ese llamado?
is in law, it's identified that when the people are away from the house and great calamity strikes, that the heads of the nation have the power and authority to call those people back to the heart.
Es que en la ley se identifica que cuando la gente ya no está en el cuerpo, en el corazón, las cabezas de la nación tienen la capacidad de hacer llamar a que la gente vuelva.
And the official symbolism of that,
Y el simbolismo oficial de esto,
which to you who does not know or understand our law or our official symbolism,
para ustedes que no entienden tal vez este simbolismo oficial de nuestra ley,
that symbol may not mean anything.
puede que ese símbolo no les diga mucho,
But to the people who are the descendants of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, that symbol means everything.
pero para la gente que somos descendientes de la Confederación de las 5 Naciones, este símbolo significa todo.
And this is the symbol to call back all the people back into the heart.
Y este es el símbolo para llamar a toda la gente de vuelta hacia el corazón.
With this broad belt of purple wampum, of black wampum,
Que con este wampum de chaquiras negras o moradas,
this is the symbolism that the people know that when you see this, this is identifying to you there is great calamity that you cannot see and that it threatens your very existence and you must regroup.
y ese es el simbolismo que identifica que hay una gran calamidad que está ocurriendo y que tienen que regruparse.
No, in order to activate this, you must be within law.
Y para poder activar esto, tiene que estar dentro de la ley.
And even if nobody acknowledges it or knows what it is, it really doesn't matter.
Y a pesar de que nadie lo reconozca o nadie sepa lo que es, no importa mucho.
It's that the process is initiated.
Es más que el proceso es iniciado.
If you were in a vehicle, let's say you're in the back seat and there's a bunch of people in the car and it's your car and you're saying, this is my car.
Y si estuviesen, digamos, en un vehículo y hay gente en su vehículo y ustedes dicen, pero este es mi carro.
But if there's somebody in the back seat who's got the key and puts it in and starts the car, what good does it do for you to be in the back seat saying, hey, this is my car? It means nothing.
Si estás en la parte de atrás del carro y tienes la llave, pero hay alguien que llega y pone la llave, ¿de qué te sirve decir este es mi carro?
Because if somebody can start the car, then that means the car can get moving, even though you want to think it's your car and that somebody else doesn't have the right to start.
Porque si alguien pone la llave y empieza el carro, significa que el carro se puede empezar a mover y no importa si estás diciendo que ese es tu carro.
Now here, we're starting the car of our own people.
Aquí estamos empezando el carro, haciendo que se mueva de nuestra propia gente.
I enact this upon all the original peoples of Turtle Island.
Y yo inicio esto por todos los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga.
And from this stage, for me, it really doesn't matter. I do not care, actually, what anybody thinks about it, if anybody wants to believe it. It doesn't matter to me.
Y a partir de aquí realmente no interesa qué es lo que la gente pueda pensar de ello.
If you cannot prove that there is an imminent threat, imminent danger threatening our very existence, if you cannot prove that it's not true, then what we have presented is the truth.
Si ustedes no pueden probar que no es cierto que hay un daño, una amenaza inminente, entonces no pueden probar lo contrario.
The non-native world cannot conclude anything. You do not have enough knowledge, enough information to be able to conclude of your current circumstances.
El mundo no indígena no tiene la suficiente información para ser capaz de concluir sus propias circunstancias.
And so, through the Degani Diohade,
y por eso, mediante el wampum de 2 vías,
which is the 2-row wampum where it is the non-native in their vessel traveling down the river of life and us in our canoe.
Que es el wampum de 2 vías, el indígena en su canoa y el no indígena en su barco.
This, whether you know it or not, is our agreement with the non-native world.
Esto, lo sepan o no, es nuestro acuerdo con el mundo no indígena.
It is the terms and conditions which allows you to be here in Turtle Island.
Y son los términos y condiciones que les permiten estar aquí en la isla de la Tortuga.
And in the reality of things, it's what allows you to continue to exist in the world.
Y en realidad lo que les permite continuar de vivir en el mundo.
Because if not for that 2-row wampum, you would not exist.
Porque si no fuera por ese wampum de 2 vías, no existirían.
Not only were you dependent on us nursing you back to health, back to life, but you were also dependent on us once you engaged in war with us, you were dependent on us not killing you.
Y no dependían de nosotros nada más para poder curarlos y traerlos en vida una vez que llegaron aquí, pero si una vez que entramos en guerra también, para evitar que les extinguiéramos.
Because what do you do when you see weeds in your garden?
Porque ¿qué se hace cuando se ven hierbas malignas o que van a afectar una planta en el jardín?
You pull those weeds out.
Las sacas.
And what the non-native world does not realize of anything that has happened to them in the last 500 years is to what you are in this world, what you represent.
Y lo que el mundo no indígena no ve de los últimos años, cientos de años, es lo que ustedes representan en el mundo, lo que son en realidad.
You represent all the corruption on every level that is destroying our Mother Earth, that is destroying everything.
Son y representan la peor corrupción que se encuentra sobre nuestra madre tierra, que está destruyendo todo.
You are that unless you separate yourself from it.
Son eso a menos de que se separen de ello.
And you cannot just say you're separate from it and continue living in so-called Canada or so-called United States because, well, the system overpowers you and applies to you. So even though you're saying no, you actually are even the complete genocide.
Y no pueden decir que ustedes no hacen parte de eso si están viviendo en el así llamado Estados Unidos o Canadá y que el sistema les cubre y que les roba su energía para ser parte de eso.
So through the two-row wampum, with whether or not you want to agree or understand that this is what gives you life, through the two-row wampum, we enact the Treaty of Alliance in order to come and to give you the medicine that you need.
Y en el wampum de dos vías, que es lo que les da la vida, la existencia, mediante ese tratado de alianza, lo aplicamos en ese momento para que puedan ser.
And so here's the medicine you need. Imagine that you're at the doctor right now.
Y esa es la medicina que necesitan. Imaginen que está en el doctor.
And the doctor says this to you.
Y el doctor les dice,
your behavior, your conduct, it's killing you.
Tu comportamiento, tu conducta te está matando.
You are suicidal.
Eres una persona suicida.
And as such, you're a danger, a threat to every living thing.
Y como tal, eres una amenaza para cada cosa viviente.
You are on the verge, you are at the epoch, whatever, in time, human epoch in time, where you are altered forever out of your humanity.
Y están en la época del tiempo en el que van a ser afectados para siempre fuera de su humanidad.
And so the power of this belt is to call people home.
Y el poder de este cinturón es el de llamar a la gente a casa.
Now, your home is not here in my house.
Y su casa no está aquí en mi casa.
Your home is in those groups that we were talking about earlier.
Su casa se encuentra en estos grupos de los que hablábamos antes.
So let's just imagine all the cells just here in the tip of my pinky finger.
Entonces, imaginemos todas las células en este dedito meñique, en la punta.
They're all gone astray, and they're not doing what the cells in the pinky finger should do.
Todos se han ido y no están haciendo lo que deberían de hacer como células del meñique.
And their behavior is at the stage now of successfully committing suicide. They are going to be dead tomorrow.
Y su comportamiento ha sido tan exitoso que están al punto del suicidio. Van a estar muertos mañana.
So the central point of consciousness communicates right there.
Entonces el punto central de conciencia comunica ahí.
Right here.
Aquí.
Yeah.
Acá.
To the whole body.
Y a todo el grupo.
That
el cuerpo.
You are in danger.
Que ustedes están en peligro.
You are at the precipice.
Están en el precipicio.
Of the final generation of humans.
De la última generación final de humanos.
Take it for what it's worth. Believe it or not, doesn't matter.
Créanlo o no.
But what it means from here.
Pero lo que significa de aquí.
Is for all those cells just in the pinky finger to regroup into that body of just the tip of the pinky finger. And every other grouping, everybody must return to its grouping.
Es que para que esas células puedan volver a funcionar, tienen que volver a regruparse y todas las células del cuerpo tienen que hacer lo mismo.
So you return here.
Entonces ustedes regresan aquí.
Someone else will return here.
Alguien más acá.
Others will return here and all throughout the body.
Alguien más acá y así a lo largo del cuerpo.
We will return here also
Vamos,
throughout the other side of the body.
y vamos a volver aquí mediante el otro lado del cuerpo.
And when we have this return back with the central point of consciousness,
Y cuando volvamos al punto central de conciencia,
when we ask the question, who here is killing our Mother Earth? No one will put their hand up.
cuando preguntemos quién está matando a nuestra madre tierra, nadie va a levantar su mano.
You will have been activated humans.
Habrán sido humanos activados.
Right now, there are 7 billion sleeping humans.
Ahora hay 7,000 millones de humanos que están durmiendo.
That if we were, like if you think into the warring mentality of Europe,
Y que si pensamos en términos de la mentalidad de guerra de Europa,
the enemy is at the gates, kicking the gates in.
el enemigo está a la puerta, pateando las puertas.
And you are all at the theater
Y ustedes están todos en el teatro,
in a fantasy,
en una fantasía.
no way connected to your real power in this world to be able to do something to stop the enemy that's kicking in your gates.
Sin estar conectados a su propio poder en el mundo para detectar a ese enemigo que está en la puerta pateándola.
Now, the rest of the world is in this degraded state of humanity.
El resto del mundo está en este estado degradado de la humanidad,
Not us.
no nosotros.
We have taken all the information that is accessible to everyone on earth.
Hemos tomado toda la información que se encuentra accesible para cada humano en la Tierra
And we assess.
y analizamos.
Imminent danger threatens the very existence of the nations rising and living.
Peligro inminente que está amenazando a las naciones que existen y que se están levantando.
It is now. It is not tomorrow, in the future, as something we are talking about that will occur at some time like science fiction. We are talking about current, right now, science fact that is all around you that you can see everywhere.
Y es aquí y ahora, no es en un futuro lejano como una película de ciencia ficción, sino que están delante de ustedes todos los hechos de que eso está ocurriendo ahorita.
And so through the two-row wampum, we call everybody back home.
Y mediante el wampum de 2 vías, llamamos a todos de vuelta a casa.
This is our right within great law of peace.
Y ese es nuestro derecho en la gran ley de la paz.
The non-native world, it's easy to deduce, well, you're all war. Everything about you is war.
Y el mundo no indígena es fácil el de determinar que es todo guerra.
You will never understand peace. You can think you will understand it, but you got no clue. You will not understand it until, if the day comes that you will be lucky enough to be exposed to it.
Y no pueden entender la paz, pueden pensar que lo hacen, pero no tienen la menor idea hasta que puedan ser expuestos a la paz y tienen suerte algún día.
If that day comes, you can trace those roots right to the base of the tree. And if your heart and mind is pure and you are willing to abide by the rules and laws of the great law of peace, you may take shelter at the base of the tree and find your place with the people.
Y si ese día llega, ustedes, si tienen su corazón limpio y puro y sincero, pueden venir a tocar, a reencontrar sus orígenes en las raíces del gran pino blanco.
So what does this mean for you, for anybody?
¿Y qué significa esto para ustedes o para quien sea?
What does it mean for here in Ganawagi?
¿Qué significa aquí en Kanawagi?
It doesn't mean anything.
No significa nada.
Everybody else in Ganawagi, we are completely disassociated from them.
Todo el resto de Kanawagi estamos desasociados de ellos.
They will not listen or even believe what we are presenting.
No van a escuchar y ni siquiera creer lo que estamos presentando.
And so when they hear this, well, if they believed it, return to their house, well, they would go to their individual houses, to their Christian house, to their democracy house. They would go there.
Y si ellos escucharan eso, volver a casa, volverían a sus casas religiosas o sus casas de la democracia.
But they know that they're not represented there.
Pero ellos saben que no son representados ahí.
Just as you know that you're not represented within democracy.
como ustedes saben que no son representados en la democracia.
But you keep doing the same stupid thing over and over, keeping your head locked into that democracy having power over you.
Pero que siguen haciendo la misma cosa estúpida una y otra vez y siguiendo encerrados en esta democracia.
You know the reason why they call Turtle Island the home of the free, the land of the brave?
¿Saben por qué le llaman a la isla de la tortuga la casa de los libres?
Because you have to be brave to live in freedom. The only way you can live in freedom is to live in peace. You have to be brave. A man has to be brave to live in peace. To go to war, you got to be an asshole.
Porque necesitas tener mucho valor para poder ser libre, necesitas tener la paz para poder hacerlo y se necesita tener mucho valor para poder rechazar la guerra, porque para ir a la guerra cualquier tonto lo puede hacer.
And so this means for you, everybody, get to where you are represented.
Y esto significa para cada una de las personas, vayan a donde su poder puede ser representado.
Get to where you want to be.
Vayan a donde quieren estar.
This is your last chance.
Es su última oportunidad.
Your time is ticking, running out on this very fast.
Su tiempo se les acaba muy pronto.
So this is what we present to the world.
Y esto es lo que le presentamos al mundo.
We present the black wampum.
Este cinturón negro.
And that black wampum is also the wampum of the men's authority to, if they need be, to again raise the weapons of war.
Que es también la autoridad de los hombres, el de que si fuera necesario volver a desenterrar las armas de guerra.
For this, we raise the true weapon of war.
Y para esto levantamos la verdadera arma de guerra.
It is not a physical weapon.
Que no es un arma física.
It is this which we must use to fight against the enemy that is subduing humanity.
Sino que es la mente, el espíritu y lo que tenemos que utilizar para defenderse de este enemigo que está destruyendo la humanidad.
And for this, you will find the seat of the enemy of all life on earth sitting in Britain.
Y van a encontrar a ese enemigo de la humanidad sentado en Inglaterra.
We will never lose track of what we are fighting against.
Nunca vamos a perder de vista aquello contra lo cual estamos luchando.
Which is the reason why you're going to not see this anywhere else. We will be the only people on earth who will come to conclude.
Y es por eso que no van a ver esto en ningún otro lado, porque somos las únicas personas que hemos concluido.
Everybody else cannot conclude.
Todo el resto no puede concluir.
So this is what we present.
Y esto es lo que presentamos.
It's clear what it means.
Es claro lo que significa.
If you are of the original peoples of Turtle Island, get back to your nation, get back to your council fire, to your traditional political system. Return your mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all your nations so they can manage our people properly. Once again, this is the only thing that will prepare us for the next thing.
Y si ustedes son de los pueblos originarios de la isla de la Tortuga, vuelvan a su nación, vuelvan a sus consejos originarios y vuelvan a esto para prepararse a lo que sigue.
Okay, so this is done. It doesn't matter what any one of you want to think about this or whatever. This has been enacted. It was turned on yesterday.
Y esto acaba de ser hecho, o no importa hoy qué piense la gente o qué crea, más bien esto fue activado ayer.
Now, the only thing that anybody would then have to bring forward if they want to dispute this
Y lo único que queda, si alguien quisiera disputar esto,
is if to prove that I do not have the right to turn that bell on, to activate it.
es el de probar que no tengo el derecho de activar este cinturón.
Now, if a person cannot prove that,
Y si una persona no puede probar esto,
which I don't care who you are, you're not going to be able to prove the impossible.
y que no importa quiénes sean, porque no van a poder probar lo imposible,
But then you will only conclude one thing,
van a poder concluir una sola cosa,
that within law, anyone can activate the final honor order.
que dentro de la ley cualquiera puede activar este onagoro.
Now for us, technically it's late.
Y para nosotros técnicamente ya es tarde.
In our assessment of this legally, we could have and should have actually presented the black wampum in 1973.
En nuestro análisis de esto, debimos de haber presentado este cinturón en 1973.
But here we are now, what is it, almost 50 years later.
Pero enos aquí casi 50 años después.
Oh, yeah, almost 50 years later.
Casi 50 años después.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just leave it at that. If there's anything that anybody wants to say or adjust on this, and mind you, I don't care who it is, I will gladly, happily accept anybody coming forward to tell me that I'm full of crap, that I'm a liar, that I don't have the right to do this. You come forward and present any kind of information about me to dispute this process here right now.
Entonces, si hay alguien más que tenga algo que decir al respecto y pueden venir a presentar cualquier información que me pueda desacreditar o que pueda decir que soy un mentiroso o que no tengo derecho a hacer esto.
So anybody wants to address, if there is anybody, then we're going to have to manage it.
There's Lucy who raised her hand. Lucy, go ahead.
Quick. So I did listen to your how can I say, lesson yesterday, but at midnight, because usually I close my Facebook and everything for one day without going in it because I want a break, but for you, for the group, I will open it now on Saturday between 7 and 9 or something like that to go and listen to it. It was very appreciate what you did.
Y bueno, yo ya no he querido estar mucho en Facebook últimamente, he cerrado esto para estar alejado de esta tecnología y justamente enfocarme más a las cosas que son más cercanas. Pero abro el Facebook nada más para ver lo que ustedes están haciendo y la lección de lengua del día de ayer fue muy interesante.
Miigwech.
There's Harold and there's Harold, go ahead.
Oh, go on. Thank you kindly. My name is Harold. I'm the son of Gail, Gloria, Francis. And I'm currently under temporary protection of the Bear Clan through the two wampum, and under the protection of the Longhouse Five Nations Confederacy. And I just wanted to add here part of what we learned yesterday, which is the Nyagahaga, or the Ganyangeha word for home, and its relation to bridge.
Y Harold se presenta de forma matrilineal y dice que lo más importante de la clase de ayer fue esta palabra que se aprendió en la lengua en Ganyangeja y que significa la casa y que realmente lo que significa es el puente. Oh, and that's it.
Oh.
And there's Stephen. Stephen, go ahead.
I'm really glad to be a part of this. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm so honored to be a part of this in any way. I've been in the USA 12 years.
Y estoy muy contento de lo que se está diciendo y soy muy honrado de poder participar en esto. He estado viviendo en los Estados Unidos por los últimos 12 años.
I haven't been able to join the modern space age culture. I cannot bear myself to help kill this planet which I love.
Y no he podido meterme en esta cultura como de destrucción, es decir, yo no puedo ser parte de destruir este planeta al cual yo amo.
I see, for myself at least, the only survival in the future is going to be from ancient traditions from the indigenous.
Y yo diría que para nuestro futuro la única forma de sobrevivir va a ser la cultura antigua indígena.
It's been incredibly lonely. My own parents cannot join ancient traditions. They are addicted to the modern petroleum society.
Y es algo muy solitario porque mis propios padres no pueden unirse a esta sabiduría indígena y que son adictos a esta cultura moderna del petróleo.
Thank you for translating. After 12 years, a woman married me here in North America. She's from the Mi'kmaq Nation.
Y una mujer se casó conmigo, que es de aquí del norte de la isla de la Tortuga, es la nación Mi'kmaq.
She supports my vision. My biggest ambition is to build traditional indigenous houses and teach the young ones.
Y la ambición más grande que tengo es la de poder construir de forma indígena y de enseñarle a los más jóvenes.
I've recently got citizenship of the USA, which to me tells me I have a future here as well, though I do wish to go back to my own land of United Kingdom.
Y recientemente obtuve la ciudadanía aquí en los Estados Unidos, a pesar, lo que me dice que tengo un futuro aquí, pero también me gustaría volver a mi casa original en el Reino Unido.
The Roman Empire murdered our indigenous people of the United Kingdom.
Y es el Imperio Romano que asesinó a los pueblos originarios de nuestro Reino Unido.
The Roman army raped our royal family of the tribal society.
Y fue el ejército romano que violó a nuestras familias reales de nuestros pueblos.
So I just want to thank you again for letting me have anything to do with what you're doing here. It is very important.
Y de nuevo, por eso nada más quiero agradecer por dejarme tener parte de esto que están haciendo aquí, que es muy importante.
Want everybody to understand what he just said.
Quisiera que todo el mundo entienda lo que acaba de decir.
It's hard to grasp because there's the distance of time, history, and the confusion of history.
Es difícil de entender tal vez por el tiempo, la distancia y la confusión que la historia crea.
But when he says that the Roman Empire raped their royal families,
Pero cuando dice que fue el Imperio Romano el que violó a sus familias reales,
this is now the language that is used today as a result of those conditionings that came about of that rape.
ese es el lenguaje que se utiliza el día de hoy, que viene como consecuencia de esa violación.
Now today the terminology is royal family.
Y hoy la terminología es esto, la familia real.
When the true terminology of a matrilineal society, which is what you were,
Que mientras que la verdadera terminología de una sociedad matrilineal, que eso es lo que ustedes eran también,
is that it was not royalty.
no era la realeza,
It was the same as what we have, just the opposite side of the coin.
sino lo mismo que nosotros tenemos, solamente que del otro lado.
Our leaders, our heads, the head of our mother, the head of our father, they are quite simply referred to as, from all the people, as they are good. They are the best of us.
Nuestros líderes, nuestras cabezas son designados como ellos son buenos, lo que significa que son los mejores de nosotros.
So everybody understand really the history of what happened, what Rome did, what he identified when he says they raped their royal families, they raped their clan mothers.
Entonces, cuando Stephen dice que violaron a sus familias reales, está diciendo que violaron a sus madres de clan.
When your clan mother is raped,
Y cuando su madre de clan es violada,
everything is changed.
todo cambia.
I hear what you say, and I've heard this pain this week.
Oigo lo que dices y oí este dolor esta semana.
I've heard it from young mothers.
Lo oí de madres jóvenes
I hear it from non-native women
y lo oí de mujeres no indígenas,
of how lonely they feel in this world.
de cómo se sienten solas en este mundo.
Imagine the crime that we have allowed to happen
Imagina el crimen que hemos permitido que ocurra
when our life givers feel alone in this world.
cuando nuestras dadoras de vida se sienten solas en este mundo.
The end result will be their sons, you, feeling that same.
El resultado final va a ser que sus hijos, o sea, tú, van a sentir ese dolor también.
The loneliness of feeling unable to bust out of this corruption that we're all caged in.
La soledad del sentimiento de no poder salir de esta corrupción en la que estamos enjaulados.
And now, quite literally, everybody, you're caged right next to your neighbor, and they're in a cage, and you can't even see them.
Y ahora literalmente están enjaulados al lado de sus vecinos que también están en una jaula y ni siquiera les pueden ver.
This is a time of great pain that all of humanity is feeling.
Este es un tiempo de gran dolor que toda la humanidad está sintiendo.
And there is a purpose in isolating everyone.
Y hay un objetivo con el de aislar a todos.
That's to heighten their anger and aggression, to put it into hyper mode, and then they will take that hyper mode of anger and aggression, and they will extend it into the world, where the next war is going to be everybody against everybody.
Es para utilizar este enojo y esta agresión y llevarlo al punto más culmine de violencia que va a ser enviado después a lo largo del mundo, y eso es lo que ellos quieren.
There's no humanity left for us on that path. We can see where it's going.
Y no hay humanidad enfrente de nosotros en ese camino, podemos ver lo que sigue.
This is the reason why we yell out now.
Y esta es la razón por la cual ahora hacemos el llamado.
Don't go down that path.
No vayan a ese camino.
You're gonna die.
Van a morir.
We must go down this path, the path of peace, only the path of our mothers.
Debemos ir por este camino, el camino de la paz, solamente el camino de nuestras madres.
The loneliness is from what has been done to the brain.
La soledad es a partir de lo que le ha sido hecho al cerebro.
There's been an invasive brain surgery altering the human brain function.
Ha habido una cirugía cerebral invasora que ha alterado la función cerebral.
And so you think of the human brain, think of our mother Earth.
Y piensan en su cerebro en términos de nuestra madre tierra.
She's got her two hemispheres of the earth, two hemispheres of the brain.
Que tiene sus dos hemisferios del cerebro.
They're the exact same.
Que son los mismos.
Well, you know, the male looks a little different. He's bigger than the female.
Y el hombre se ve distinto, es más grande que la mujer.
And through democracy, we get this false perception that mass makes you right, like mass gives you authority. The more amount of people you got, like you're correct, just because of that.
Y debido a la democracia tenemos la impresión de que la masa significa más, es decir, que si eres más grande tienes más autoridad o poder.
So automatically it stands to reason they fall into this false perception that because the male is bigger, well, he's better or smarter, he's got the authority.
Y automáticamente caen en la percepción de que si un hombre es más grande, bueno, tiene más autoridad sobre lo pequeño.
Realistically, anywhere throughout time, throughout history, women are so beautiful, so delicate that any man can break a woman. And this is the authority that males have asserted over women because of physical might.
Y realistamente las mujeres son tan bellas, tan delicadas, que el hombre no se da cuenta que él puede romper a una mujer, y eso es lo que ha sido infligido con todo esta alabar el poder de la fuerza y de la masa.
And as you are raped, what a woman does is she'll run away from that.
Y mientras eres violada, lo que una mujer va a hacer, pues, es salirse de eso.
So, if you're raped right here, in this part of the brain,
y si eres violado en esta parte del cerebro,
you're going to leave that part of the brain.
Vas a irte de esa parte del cerebro.
And this is the whole design of male dominance, is to uproot everyone from their station.
Y ese es el diseño original de la dominación masculina, el de sacar a todo mundo de su puesto original.
So your station is from a very specific place, like all of us. We have all grown out of our Mother Earth from a very specific place. That's where our power comes from. We have to be there to have that power work.
Y cada ser humano creció de un lugar específico y por eso fue la razón de haber nacido ahí. Tenemos que estar ahí para trabajar con el poder que ahí existe.
But what makes it lonely is that the war, the rape, male dominance, it uproots, takes this little cell from this part of the brain, puts it over here where it doesn't belong.
Y lo que hace solitario el asunto es que la dominación masculina saca una célula de una parte del cerebro y la pone acá en donde no pertenece.
Moves it all around. If we think of just points on the brain, it's moved around. Like these points on this side are moved over here, and these points are moved over here. Complete confusion.
Y mueve absolutamente todo por todos lados, lo cual genera una confusión total.
So this cell from this side goes over there to that side with the beliefs from where it came from.
Y esta célula de aquí va a la célula de allá con las creencias de donde viene.
And it asserts it over there where it doesn't belong.
Y después lo impone en el otro lado en donde no pertenece.
What's supposed to be over there?
¿Y qué es lo que debe de estar en el otro lado?
What is supposed to be there is no longer there because what came from over here is filling up the space over here now.
Ya no está ahí porque lo que debe de estar ahí vino de, más bien, fue eliminado por el otro lado que se vino a imponer.
Now that is physical.
Y eso es algo físico.
But we are all of the same spirit.
Pero todos somos del mismo espíritu.
You could be uprooted from anywhere on earth and find your home anywhere else on earth.
Puedes ser desterrado de cualquier lugar de la tierra y encontrar tu casa en cualquier otro lugar en la tierra.
It all depends on your action that you initiate.
Todo depende de la acción que vas a iniciar.
Anyone can find their home. If my home burnt down, if the land was destroyed, I would have to go live somewhere else.
Si en mi casa fuera quemada, si el territorio fuera decimado, tendría que encontrar un lugar.
And if I conduct myself within law, there is supposed to be representation for me in any territory, anywhere.
Y si me conduzco de la forma adecuada en la ley, tiene que haber una representación para mí en cualquier lugar de la tierra.
And so you also can find that representation.
Y ustedes también pueden encontrar esa representación.
You can find that home.
Encontrarla en casa.
What are you gonna do if everybody where you come from, if you came from somewhere and you know they're all corrupt, there's a crime going on there. You don't want to be a part of a crime. You go back there because if you do, then you'll be guilty by association.
¿Qué va a ocurrir? Por ejemplo, si hay un crimen, nadie quiere participar en él porque saben que si se acercan van a ser cómplices.
There is something else maybe perhaps that you have to do in this world.
Tal vez haya otra cosa que tengan que hacer en este mundo.
There's a fact you're here.
Y están aquí.
You can go back very easily.
Y puedes volver muy fácil.
But you found something here.
Pero encontraste algo aquí.
Something that I would say is different than that you can find anywhere on earth.
Algo que diría que es distinto de lo que puedes encontrar en cualquier lado en la tierra.
You've connected with a Mi'kmaq life giver.
Te conectaste con una dadora de vida Mi'kmaq.
This is a different outlook on life than you've ever had before.
Esto es una cosa muy distinta de lo que viste antes.
She will offer you a way back into reality.
Ella te va a ofrecer una puerta de entrada a la realidad humana.
From there, your power can be exercised from her reality.
Y a partir de ahí, tu poder puede ser ejercido a partir de su realidad.
From her authority.
Y su autoridad.
All you have to do is put yourself into that vein, into that power.
Lo que tienes que hacer es ponerte en esa vena de poder.
And you'll find that we were a little distraction.
Una pequeña distracción.
You'll find your place as a human. You'll be able to exercise your power anywhere on earth.
Y van a encontrar su poder como humano para poder ejercerlo en donde sea en la tierra.
But first, establish it.
Pero primero hay que establecerlo.
Don't go there right now without establishing it, because if you did, then really what would happen is you would destroy what you got here, what you found here.
No vayan sin establecerlo porque lo que harían es que lo destruirían.
Do something that the people in your bloodline have not done before.
Haz algo que la gente en tu línea de sangre no ha hecho antes.
They've come here, and you know that you're in somebody else's house.
Han venido aquí y sabes que estás en casa de alguien más.
You know they've conducted themselves with great disrespect.
Y sabes que se comportaron de una forma con gran falta de respeto.
Something that there's no way that anybody, any descendants of that could be proud of it.
Algo que no hay forma de que descendencia de eso estuviera orgullosa.
So do something what nobody in your bloodline has done yet.
Entonces haz algo que nadie en tu línea de sangre ha hecho todavía.
Do something to show us something to be proud of, to be connected to that side of the world.
Haz algo para demostrarnos algo que nos haga ser orgullosos de estar en contacto con ese lado del mundo.
Your woman will show you how to walk with pride and honor in this world. She will show you how to keep your head high.
Y tu mujer te va a mostrar cómo mantener tu cabeza en alto con orgullo en el mundo.
Follow her lead.
Sigue su ejemplo.
You'll find your heart, you'll find your power.
Encuentra su corazón y vas a encontrar su poder.
And then from that point, it doesn't really matter. You will not feel alone anywhere on earth. You could go to the North Pole, the South Pole all by yourself, and you are not going to feel alone.
Y a partir de ahí no te vas a sentir solo. Puede que vayas al Polo Norte o al Polo Sur y nunca vas a sentirte solo.
If you make the correction, your ancestors will be there with you.
Y si haces la corrección, tus ancestros van a estar contigo.
I say it's something that they're waiting for.
Y yo diría que es algo que están esperando.
Because the corruption happened to them. It's not them, that's the corruption. It happened to them.
Porque la corrupción les ocurrió a ellos.
They're waiting.
Y están esperando.
So, I could say don't feel alone. Exercise your power, find your power, and you won't ever be confronted with that feeling of being alone.
Entonces te diría, no te sientas solo, ejerce tu poder y no vas a volverte a sentir solo.
My father always told me, and going on, you don't know nothing about my life or my family's life, but our life existence here is very unique from everybody else. My father always told me, you're always going to be by yourself, but you're never going to be alone.
Y mi padre me dijo una vez, y tú no conoces mucho acerca de la historia de mi familia, pero mi familia ha vivido una vida muy distinta a la del resto de la gente. Y lo que mi padre me dijo fue, vas a estar por ti mismo, pero nunca vas a estar solo.
So it is like a negative, that feeling of loneliness. It's kind of like helplessness, can't do anything.
Entonces es como algo negativo, este sentido de soledad, como de no poder hacer nada.
You turn it into the positive.
Pero lo haces positivo.
Take all of that energy that it takes to feel lonely, because that's a lot of energy.
Toma toda esa energía que se sienten estando solo, porque es mucha energía.
And release it.
Y libérala.
Use that energy to find your way, to put your power to work.
Usa esa energía para ponerte a trabajar.
Start assisting her.
Empieza a ayudarle a ella.
And find out about her people.
Y descubre más de su gente.
Find out about what her people are in relation to the land, how they grew out of it.
Y de lo que su gente es en relación con la tierra, cómo crecieron de la tierra.
You will gain understanding.
Vas a ganar comprensión.
Of where up until now it's just one side of the brain, a male dominant being closing off the other side of the brain. You will come to understand the other side of the brain.
Hasta ahora es un solo lado del cerebro, pero con esto vas a entender el otro lado.
Okay, we're going to have to move on. I don't know if there's anything that you want to say back on that. If not, we'll move on.
Vamos a continuar. No sé si gustas decir algo más al respecto, si no vamos a seguir.
I'm just incredibly grateful.
Simplemente estoy muy agradecido. Harold, I don't know if you rose your hand again. We're going to let Merrick speak first, and then we're going to go back to you. Go ahead, Merrick.
My name is Merrick. My great-great-grandmother is Goldie. My great-grandmother is Noreen. My grandmother is Goldie. And my mother is Paula. I'm under the temporary protection of the Bear Clan through Turo Wampum with the Five Nation Confederacy.
Y Merrick se presenta de forma matrilineal mencionando a su mami, a su abuelita y diciendo que también se encuentra bajo la protección temporal del clan del oso de la Confederación de Cinco Naciones.
First off, Nyawagoa from like deep within me for everything that you have already done. I have so much to explain and so many stories to tell on how the knowledge you've transmitted to me just in the last month and a half has changed my life.
Y para empezar, un gran agradecimiento de lo más profundo de mi corazón. Hay muchas cosas que me gustaría decir, pero simplemente de lo que ya he intercambiado contigo, lo que has dicho me ha tocado el corazón.
I'm also starting to understand that I don't know if Nyawagoa or if thank you is something that even works because it's not actually an option for you. It's just how you exist, but that's besides the point.
Y también todavía no acabo de entender muy bien cómo ni siquiera un gracias se debe de ser dicho ante ustedes, porque es como ustedes nada más están haciendo su trabajo y no se les debe decir. Entonces, bueno, en fin, ese es otro punto.
I have one more request to make.
Y tengo una solicitud más.
I mentioned at a previous council how I've been trying to explain everything to my family and they thought I was crazy.
He explicado en ocasiones anteriores cómo traté de explicarle todo a mi familia y mi familia pensó que estaba loco.
As a result of that, in combination between, it's like 50% that and 50% my grandfather, my dad's dad. Sorry.
Y en combinación de 50% de eso y después 50% de mi abuelo, que es el papá de mi papá.
That grandfather who, my dad's dad is on his deathbed now. Like he has been, he's 102. He has been for like 2 decades. But
Y mi abuelo ha estado en su lecho de muerte desde hace 20 años, porque hoy tiene 102 años.
But it's that now where it's looking to be the end, and I'll wait.
Y está cerca del fin.
Anyway, because of those 2 reasons, both of my parents have flown out here, and I've been with them for the last week. And thank Sky Woman, because it's been a lot of healing.
Y debido a esto, en la última semana, mis ambos, madre y padre, volaron para aquí y hemos estado juntos y agradezco mucho a la Mujer Cielo porque ha sido muchísima curación.
They fly home tomorrow fairly early in the evening.
Y vuelven a casa mañana temprano en la tarde.
And now, having seen this wampum presented and understanding how imminent everything is, and even before seeing that, I think I understood we're at an imminent time.
Y habiendo visto este wampum y entendiendo un poco lo que está siendo presentado, a pesar de que ya lo había visto antes, que sí estamos ante un tiempo eminente.
My mom is fairly on board, my dad is fairly on board, but they both have these last little pieces that they need to understand to fully be on board with me.
Mi mamá está a bordo, mi papá está a bordo, pero ambos tienen todavía esta especie de pedazos que tienen que ser completados para que estén al 100% a bordo.
So I guess my request is that sometime before their flight tomorrow, fairly early in the evening, can we come to the Longhouse? And also, how do we get there? But can we come and meet you, because that will make the difference for them, I think.
Entonces, mi solicitud sería si antes de mañana en la tarde, que sea su vuelo, si podríamos ir a la casa larga para poder hablar de esto, que sería una gran medicina para ellos, creo yo.
Okay, the only thing to consider here is that, well, outside of Ganawagi, you have this 8 o'clock curfew.
Lo primero a considerar es que afuera de Kahnawake tienen este toque de queda a las 8 de la noche.
We're not ridiculous like that. There's no curfew here in Kahnawake.
Aquí no somos así de ridículos, eso no existe.
So it's really, it leaves basically then today kind of like out of the question.
Y eso deja que hoy como que no entre en juego.
So tomorrow, we're here all day. Is anything, do we know anything tomorrow? Yeah, we don't really have a schedule.
Mañana no tenemos como un horario preestablecido.
Well, we can't really plan things, you know, like to say 3-4 days ahead. Really doesn't work for us.
Y realmente no podemos planificar cosas como con mucho tiempo antes.
The only thing that we can plan like ahead like that is the ceremonies.
Lo único que planeamos así son las ceremonias.
But scheduling, it's always hard for us. But tomorrow, yeah, we'll be here. If you wish, I would say probably like 1 o'clock-ish, noonish. Anytime from noonish on.
Lo que yo te diría es que para mañana, si gustas, a partir de mediodía está bien.
And for this, it's the simplest thing to get here.
Y para venir aquí es lo más simple.
You're in Montreal?
¿Estás en Montreal?
Okay, well, you know where the Mercier Bridge is?
¿Sabes dónde está el puente Mercier?
Okay, Mercier Bridge. You go to, when you get up the Mercier Bridge, it splits. So left or right, you go to the right. That goes for Chateauguay Valley.
Cuando atraviesas el puente Mercier, hay dos formas. Sigues hacia la derecha que va hacia Chateauguay.
When you're coming off the bridge, you're going to see there's an overpass there, an exit.
Y vas a ver que hay una salida después.
I got to tell you this because everybody gets this mixed up.
Y te lo tengo que decir porque todo el mundo se confunde ahí.
There's no stoplight there.
No hay un semáforo.
You go to the first stoplight, which is the exit, the next exit right after.
Entonces, cuando veas el primer semáforo, es ahí en donde te tienes que estar.
So when you come off the bridge, you're going to see their big super bingo there on the left-hand side.
Entonces, cuando vienes bajando el puente, vas a ver el gran super bingo a la izquierda.
And then you come up to the stoplight, and that's where you turn right.
Y luego llegas al semáforo, das la vuelta a la derecha.
And we're approximately not even like half a kilometer, not even that.
Y estamos como a medio kilómetro de ahí.
On the left-hand side.
En el lado izquierdo.
There's a sign hanging right over the street from the summer of when we do environmental cleanup of the lake here.
Y hay un letrero colgado en medio de la calle del verano que hicimos la limpieza anual del lago.
Okay, so we'll be here. We'll see you tomorrow then.
Entonces vamos a estar aquí. Te vemos mañana.
Okay, if there's nothing else there, then we're going to move on.
There's Harold.
I mean with him if you don't.
Eric, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's all. Yeah, I'll go see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Harold, go ahead.
Okay. And sorry, I may have not been clear in the first question. This word home,
Says maybe he wasn't clear enough with the first question about this word home. Dice Harold que tal vez no fue muy claro con respecto a la primera pregunta con respecto a esta palabra que significa casa.
Just for the folks who weren't here, especially after this discussion with Miracle and all the bridge talk.
Especialmente ahora con toda esta discusión con Mary con respecto al puente.
When listening to Monegero and Stuart talk about the linguistics in Ganyageha of home, we started getting images of the most recent addition to the opening, the bridge between the different hearts on all levels.
Y con respecto a lo que se dijo ayer en la clase, escuchando a Stuart y a Guayaguero hablar de la casa y de los puentes, y ahora con esta adición que se hizo a la apertura acerca de los diferentes niveles del corazón, los diferentes puentes del corazón.
And of course, humbled to be a part of this process of the enacting of the final Onagoro.
Por supuesto que para mí es mucha humildad el ser parte de este proceso del Onagoro. That's it, Pablo.
Okay, this came up to, I don't remember when, I don't know if it was on the Zoom or whatever, so we gotta adjust it again. It's not the final Onagoro.
Esto salió ayer, no es el Onagoro final,
It's the final Onagoro to be applied.
sino el Onagoro final que es aplicado.
This is where if we're thinking like 12 o'clock midnight, come right around, you get into like 1 minute to midnight.
Y es el equivalente de decir que estamos en el reloj de 1 a 12 y estamos como a 1 minuto antes de las 12.
So it's the last thing that happens before the renewal.
Es lo último que ocurre antes de la renovación.
But let's just imagine that if the clock was ticking and it was 5 minutes before, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it just stopped at 1.
Pero imaginamos que si el reloj está avanzando, es 5, 4, 3, 2, pero se detiene en 1.
If it just stopped there, it wouldn't complete its journey. If it didn't complete its journey, the next cycle would not begin.
Si se detiene ahí, no completaría su ciclo.
You got a broken clock, so it's stuck there. Well, it doesn't keep telling the time.
Y tienes un reloj roto y no te indica la hora.
So this is important to understand here that this Onagoro, the final one to be applied before the next step.
Y esto significa que es el Onagoro que va a ser aplicado, es el último que va a ser aplicado antes del paso que sigue.
And so if the clock is at 1 minute to 12, what is the next step?
Y si el reloj está a 1 para las 12, ¿cuál es el paso siguiente?
Renewal.
La renovación.
Everything that was done previous in that cycle, which is approximately 26,000 years ago.
Todo lo que fue hecho en el ciclo pasado, que es aproximadamente 20,000 años.
So from there, in the repetitiveness, it's not the final Onagoro, or in the repetitiveness, the cyclical motion of things, none is final.
Y en el ciclo repetitivo de las cosas, nada es final.
Except for when the clock stops.
Aparte de cuando el reloj se detiene.
Like that blood cell going through your body, if it just stopped right there.
Como esa célula que pasa por su cuerpo, si se detiene ahí.
It might be saying, hey, come on, you got to finish.
Puede que diga, ay, ándale, tienes que terminar.
There may be a poke or something, you know.
Y haya un hoyo.
And then a final attempt to get that thing moving.
Y luego un intento final para hacer que esa cosa se mueva.
So this is what this process is. This Onagoro represents. It's really all in the human psyche.
Y es este proceso que este Onagoro representa en la psique humana.
This Onagoro is not something that we're going to use like a tool to go and do something with people or whatever, because it's in the unseen. It's in their psyche of how to fix back what we identified earlier of the invasive brain surgery that has been done on 7 billion people.
Y este Onagoro no es algo como que lo vamos a utilizar para ir a algún lado y hacer algo en otro lugar, sino más bien es para la psique, para esta psicología invasiva que fue hecha sobre la gente.
Anyways, for this, I can't really emphasize it enough. I can only really tell you, and maybe you've seen this, like what happens when Alligator and I get together to talk about stuff, and then you see that, yeah, him and I both got a knowledge about something, but then when we're together and we're talking about it, then we find this something else that's there. That's what I could say about this process, that you have to be living it to be able to know its power.
Y es por eso tal vez cuando tenemos una especie de comunicación entre Guayaguero y yo, una cosa lleva a la otra, entonces más bien es algo que se tiene que vivir, es algo que tienes que ser parte de este proceso viviente.
And then when you're living it, then you know that there is no final. It may be final for that one, for that person. If you do not listen, it will be final for you.
Y cuando sabes que es algo viviente, sabes que no existe algo final. Puede que sea algo final para la persona si no escucha.
But when you're living it, it's never ending.
Pero cuando lo vives, nunca tiene fin.
All of us, the essence of you, none of us were just created today or yesterday or 30 years ago. All of us are created from the very instance of Skywoman.
La esencia de toda la gente ha sido creada desde la mujer cielo.
We carry all of that. We carry the knowledge of the waterverse within us.
Y portamos el conocimiento del aguaverso en nosotros.
And again, this is why male dominance must destroy matrilineal.
Y de nuevo es en donde la dominación masculina tiene que destruir la matrilinealidad.
Because it cannot have the truth of creation while it's destroying creation. Because if the truth is out there, people will see, hey, wait a minute, what you're making us do is we're killing ourselves.
Porque no puede detener a esta gente, es decir, ese espíritu hace que la gente se autodestruya, pero no puede permitir que algo les diga, espérate, no te autodestruyas.
So for some, this will be the final Ornagorda. It will be the final thing that they will remember.
Entonces, para algunos, este va a ser el onagora final, la última cosa que van a recordar.
And that's when they're in their final day with their final memories.
Y es cuando estén en sus días finales con sus recuerdos.
Because it's activated. It's a functioning part of the human brain that is the brain of our Mother Earth, that when the brain thinks something, the body is subjected to it. The brain is thinking something, and all will be subjected to it.
Porque ya está activado y entonces cuando la mente piensa algo, el cuerpo tiene que actuar sobre ello y es así como se activa.
But it's not final for the central point of consciousness.
Pero no es final para el punto central de conciencia.
It's just a continuum, a thing that we see maybe every 26,000 years.
Sino algo continuo que podemos ver tal vez cada 25,000 años.
It might look different, 26,000 years ago. Who knows? Maybe it looked like a dinosaur being male dominant and doing stuff to other dinosaurs.
Puede que hace 26,000 años su figura era un dinosaurio que era de dominación masculina, que le hacía otras cosas a otros dinosaurios.
But this is in fact a place in time that we have been many times over.
Pero este es un lugar y un tiempo en el que hemos estado muchas veces antes.
Which is the reason why there should be no like fear or doubt or even concern if you're on the right side. There should be no concern.
Por lo cual no debería de haber ningún miedo o duda si te encuentras del lado correcto.
I don't know, did I even address what you said about the bridge? I don't know, you said a question, but I didn't hear a question in there.
No sé si hablé de lo que hablabas.
Yes, it would just be to give folks here a little bit of a glimpse into what we were able to see between you and Montagaro yesterday. Speaking about the bridges and the meaning of coming home in this context of this process. Now we'll go.
Sí, más bien era para decirle un poco a la gente acerca del intercambio que tuvieron tú y Guayaguero con respecto a los puentes y el hecho de volver a casa.
I heard about this black wampum forever. I can't say when's the first time I heard about it, but since I was a kid, I know about the black wampum.
Yo escuché acerca de este cinturón negro desde siempre, desde que era niño.
It's the kind of thing that nobody ever talks about.
Es el tipo de cosas de las que nadie habla.
It's like saying, what are we going to do if one of us gets killed?
Es como decir, ¿qué pasa si a uno de nosotros es asesinado?
You don't ever want to talk about that.
No quieres hablar de eso nunca.
But when the time comes, well, then you're going to have to deal with it.
Pero sabes que cuando el tiempo venga vas a tener que hacer frente.
This is what this power is, this black wampum.
Ese es ese poder del wampum negro.
So I knew it was something there all my life. I seen the problem there and knew that there was solution, but even up until recent, I think it was in the midwinter ceremony where I said that there's something we're missing. Something is going to be revealed to us.
Y yo sabía que había algo, y creo que lo dije en la ceremonia de medio invierno, que algo hacía falta y que nos iba a ser revelado muy pronto.
And then last week, really, it's just like that. Boom, boom, this thing just, the obvious became insight to us.
Y la última semana, la semana pasada, pum, de repente todo se hizo visible.
And as you seen last night, I had to present it in such a way that where I'm not just presenting something and you or anybody else has to take it as the authority.
Y como vieron anoche, no es algo así como de que presento algo y todo el mundo lo tiene que aceptar como autoridad.
As you seen, it was presented in such a way to Alligator that it was said, if there's anything you disagree with, anything you see that is wrong, then to identify it right away. And so in the immediate time right there, with the knowledge that he has of language and the knowledge of law, we are able to deduce simultaneously together that this is the next stage of law to be applied.
Y sino que fue identificado a Guayaguero, y con el hecho de que Guayaguero lo afirmó, ya es concluido que eso es lo siguiente que tiene que ser aplicado en la ley.
Anyways, whenever, for me, every time Guayaguero and I are to get together and like for Mohawk classes or something, well, really it's the extent of our of the times that we're together. But every time there is magic. You know, there's always a magic. It's almost like I said this before, you know, when you're a kid, you get these rings, it's a half a ring, and you put those two rings together and it becomes a superpower. This is almost like what it is when Guayaguero and I get together because of the information that comes out.
Y es un poco así cada vez que nos encontramos Guayaguero y yo. Realmente lo hacemos nada más en contexto de las clases de lengua, pero cuando ocurre es como si dos superpoderes se encuentran y ocurre la magia total.
Something like that, bridge and home. Just these two little words that aren't even concepts really. You put these together and then you find like the real concept or the real meaning. And then we find that we look back and we can see, okay, I haven't actually been in a home. I haven't actually had that yet.
Y este concepto de la casa y de los puentes es algo que abre totalmente una comprensión, y cuando se ve en profundidad tal vez se puede entender, tal vez nunca he tenido una casa como tal.
Anyways, okay, we're going to move on.
Entonces vamos a continuar.
Also? Break off?
No.
How's that? Is she on the?
Yeah. Hola, Banachidanos. Granddaughter of Lisa, granddaughter of Leah, granddaughter of Adelina, and I'm from Wabanaki.
Esta se presenta mencionando su línea matrilineal y diciendo que es la nación Wabanaki.
And in Life Givers Nation, I'm a temporary clan member.
Y dentro de la nación de dadoras de vida es miembro temporal del clan del oso.
And I've assisted to 2 recitals.
Y ya asistió a 2 recitales de la ley.
And I was thinking about the radar. Sadly, last night I was busy in the kitchen. But anyways, I was thinking about the radar this week. And what I came up with
Y estaba pensando en la adivinanza esta semana y con lo que yo entendí.
Is for me, I may be mistaken, but for me it's sorry. So for me, when the law says you will have an individual who is going to climb up the great vine to inform people of the community of the danger.
Y cuando se dice que una persona va a poder subir a la punta del árbol para avisarle a todos del gran peligro.
For me, I thought, okay, to inform people together, to call out the people, to bring them together. It's a wolf plan.
Y pensé que para traerlos hacia la gente, es decir, se necesita una característica del clan del lobo.
But when the radio says, but nobody's home, I may have thought, okay, the home is the mind. So people are just confused in their mind.
Pero cuando se dice que no hay nadie en casa, la casa es la mente, entonces la gente está confundida en su mente.
So I thought, okay, next step would be maybe like the two hands of Yukia. This one would be wolves and bear working and trying to correct the situation. So then the wolf tried to call and the people didn't hear. So that there, then for me, it's time for the bears to come in with the medicine and massage the mind of the people. So,
entonces lo que puedo ver es que el lobo hizo el llamado y que ahora es el oso el que tiene que responder con la medicina para la gente.
So for me, it's because I've been telling that a lot lately to change the narrative or to, you know, if you watch some other videos, you would see, you would hear Stuart talking about we have to change our communication, the way we talk to each other.
Y si han visto otros videos en los que Stuart menciona cómo tenemos que cambiar nuestra forma de comunicación y cómo nos comunicamos los unos con los otros.
So I think now it's time for the bears or people of the bear clan to join their force with the wolves and do some action to change the communication.
Entonces creo que es ahora el tiempo de los osos, de poder hacer algo para cambiar esa comunicación.
So that's what I understood from the radio, and I just want to add a little thing because Stuart was talking about the radio, and when they come together, there's some magic happening.
Y eso es lo que entendí de la adivinanza y lo que entendí con respecto a cómo puede haber cierta magia que se produce.
This, for me, this comes down to what I've been saying a lot also, is 1 + 1 not not 2, but 3 equals 2.
Para mí es que 1 más 1 no son 2, sino 3.
So the thing from me, what I understood is that you can see the economic mind, but I think it's even before or at the same time, the lineal mind.
Y entonces se puede ver la mente económica o lineal.
So, you know, when you look at a cell, how a body and embryo is made, you see division. So you see a circle, it's dividing, it's you know, it's we're getting replica. So there's 2 cells, but 4 cell, whatever it goes beyond.
Y cuando se ve que una célula se está dividiendo para crear un embrión, se tiene que dividir justamente.
But it's always a circle.
Y siempre es un círculo.
There's divide linearly.
Que se divide linealmente.
So it's always 1.
Y siempre es 1.
And, you know, if you get back to Stewart and Weigel, it just becomes a bigger circle.
Y si volvemos a Stewart y Weigel, que se vuelve un círculo más amplio.
It's never some of them. It's something. It's 1 getting more dimensions.
No son ellos, sino que se vuelven uno con más dimensiones.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. People will have different levels of comprehension on anything.
La gente va a tener distintas formas de comprensión.
I notice this a lot. If we're watching movies, I'll say to the girls, I'll say, hey, look at that. Did you see that thing? Something in the movie, you know, like an object that most people don't catch.
Y lo veo cuando estamos viendo una película y que les digo a las chicas, hey, ¿viste eso? Un detallito.
So what law does is it gives you not an ability, it gives you access to the capacities that we naturally have.
Y lo que la ley hace es que da acceso a las capacidades que se tienen naturalmente.
And so what you said is a deeper understanding of the thing we're talking about, the way that you described it.
Y lo que dijiste es una comprensión más profunda de lo que estamos diciendo.
Okay, I'm going to share with you. I think you've seen this before, and I think this was posted actually. It's a drawing that I did 10 years ago, 12 years ago, in the law recital. It was about 12 years ago.
Y esto lo hice en el recital de la ley de hace como 12 años, creo.
Anyways, it's a little bit faded, and I'll just I'll show it to you.
Y se los voy a mostrar.
I'll show it to you first, and then I'll describe it.
Y después lo vamos a describir.
Oh, wait. It's really, hang on. Right. Okay, wait. Give me 2 seconds.
Denme 2 segunditos.
I need something dark to hold behind that paper.
Necesitaría algo oscuro para poder agarrar ese papel.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. Where did I put that thing? Okay, there's a clip on it too. No, that's gonna block up.
What about a book?
Okay, is it visible?
Se ve, no tanto.
Okay, everybody understands that. Everybody knows that protons, neutrons, and electrons that modern science identifies, they can break them down further to things that they call quarks.
Todo mundo sabe que los protones, neutrones y electrones se pueden reducir a las cosas que se llaman quarks.
Okay, so those quarks make up, what the hell?
Y estos quarks
You know what? Hey, can somebody come hold this here? And I'm gonna move the camera because this is really nonsense. Okay. Just hold it right there. Right there.
Okay, so those quarks make up the proton, neutron, electron.
Esos quarks hacen a los protones, neutrones y electrones.
And as you know, protons, neutrons, and electrons, that's where we identify turtle, wolf, and bear.
Y como saben, es ahí donde identificamos a la tortuga, al lobo y al oso.
Now, we're made up of all these cells, trillions and trillions.
Y estamos hechos de estas células, de las trillones de células.
Where the brain functions the same way, based on that physical reality of the three.
En donde el cerebro funciona de la misma forma basada en esa realidad de los tres.
In our individual brains.
En nuestros cerebros individuales.
And then we ourselves of a larger collective.
Y luego nosotros somos células de un colectivo más largo.
So then, the larger collective.
Y el colectivo más largo
is the nation.
Es la nación.
So, this is the journey of a Ganyangahaga cell.
Y este es el viaje de una célula Ganyangahaga.
It starts here, the foundation of protons, neutrons, and electrons.
Empieza aquí.
What they identify as quarks, turtle, wolf, bear.
Empieza aquí con lo que se identifica como tortuga, lobo y oso.
This is really where it's spirit form.
Y es en donde se encuentra en forma de espíritu.
This is where it starts to take physical form.
Y es en donde empieza a tomar forma física.
The physical form manifests in us, in our minds.
Y la forma física se manifiesta en nosotros, en nuestras mentes.
So this is a Ganyangahaga man.
Y este es un hombre Ganyangahaga.
And he is a cell part of this nation, the Ganyangahaga.
Y él es parte de esta nación Ganyangahaga.
And the Ganyangahaga functions under the council process of turtle, wolf, and bear.
Y los Ganyangahaga funcionan bajo el proceso del consejo de la tortuga, el lobo y el oso.
That is extrapolated to the International Grand Council of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy.
Y eso se extrapola al consejo de las 5 naciones.
So what you're seeing here
is how cells manifest into the collective of creation.
Y como lo ven aquí, es la forma en la que las células se manifiestan en la colectividad de la creación.
And so the reason why I bring this up
Y la razón por la cual presento esto
is to connect to what you said, Elsa,
es para conectarlo con lo que estás diciendo, Elsa,
about climbing to the top of the tree.
acerca de subir a la punta del árbol.
The tree is in us.
El árbol está en nosotros.
We are that tree.
Nosotros somos ese árbol.
We are made up of it.
Estamos hechos de él.
For those of you who have been with us for a while through the Ganyangeha classes, you know that the human body, everything is referenced to a tree.
Y para quienes han estado con nosotros en las clases de Ganyangeja, saben que todo nuestro cuerpo está en relación al árbol.
So to climb to the top of that tree,
entonces subir a la punta del árbol,
is where your central point of consciousness is.
Es en donde se encuentra su punto central de conciencia.
And this is where your turtle, wolf, and bear are working together.
Y es aquí en donde su tortuga, su lobo y su oso están trabajando juntos.
So to be called home
y ser llamado a casa
is for everybody to return to the base of their own tree.
Es para que todo mundo vuelva a la base de su propio árbol.
To climb their tree.
Subir en su árbol.
And that means so everything that you've seen in that drawing that I made is to reconnect to that physical reality that flows through you. It becomes almost that you are not a being unto your own self.
Y eso significa que mientras no lo hagan es como si no son un ser por sí mismo.
You are a collective of beings.
Sino que son un ser colectivo.
Because every cell is its own being.
Porque cada célula es su propio ser.
Every cell has its own consciousness.
Y cada célula tiene su propia conciencia.
This is identified through modern science, how they say that, well, it's identified as nerve endings.
Y eso es lo que se identifica en la ciencia moderna como las terminales nerviosas.
This does not do justice to what is being identified, to be able to get you to comprehend it, to understand what's going on inside of you.
Y eso no le hace justicia a lo que realmente está ocurriendo dentro de ustedes para entenderlo.
That there is trillions of these cells, trillions of water verses within us. That means trillions of councils going on, trillions of individuals within us.
Y que hay trillones de células en nosotros y entonces literalmente trillones de consejos.
And all those trillions of cells, all nerve endings, you know it, the nerve ending, again, does not give it justice, because if you pinch right there, something there tells you, what is it? What is that nerve ending? Do you comprehend it? Is it just something that's there? Or is it something that can compute, that can deduce and identify, this is something to alert the central point of consciousness about?
Y esos trillones de conciencia, es decir, si a alguien se le pellizca en el brazo, que pueda decir, eso significa que el punto de la terminal nerviosa pasó un mensaje, es decir, cómo se comunica para estar consciente es a través del punto central de conciencia.
And so to climb to the top of the tree is an internal process.
Y para subir a la punta del árbol es un proceso interno.
But this is, again, where every body part that we have, the mind, everything is identified as parts of the tree.
Y es en donde, de nuevo, cada parte es identificada como de nuestro cuerpo con las partes del árbol.
So to get there, to the top of the tree where you can look in all directions, it is identifying your brain, your central point of consciousness.
Y para llegar ahí al árbol significa su punto central de conciencia.
And we know that once you're there, that there is a function. There is the turtle, wolf, and bear council function in your own brain.
Y sabemos que cuando se llega ahí es el proceso de consejo de la tortuga, el lobo y el oso en su propio cerebro.
And so, yes, what you said truly is that. for the bear and the turtle to come back. What it implies, the circumstances, is that they have come apart.
Lo que dijiste es que con respecto al lobo y al oso que están volviendo juntos, eso significa que estaban separados.
So think of this in your mind. Imagine it's come apart.
Entonces imagina que en tu cerebro eso se atomizó.
In this modern day world of industrial science, medical science, you would think, okay, if it's come apart, oh, we better cut the head open and go inside the brain and do something, sew it together or something, do some kind of surgery.
Y en este mundo de la industria médica moderna, si hay algo mal en el cerebro, se pensaría, bueno, entonces hay que cortar el cerebro y hacer algo.
You can do precision brain surgery without ever physically entering the brain.
Y ustedes pueden hacer cirugía en el cerebro precisa sin tener que entrar en el cerebro.
The gran goal is the blueprint to the brain.
La gran ley de la paz es el diseño del cerebro.
And so you could easily navigate your own intellect and discover or identify where there are breakdowns or whatever. Perhaps one little wire crossed with another one.
Y podrías identificar muy fácilmente cómo hay lagunas en tu propio intelecto, tal vez como un solo cable que esté cruzado con otro.
A great law of peace is knowledge of this. Imagine if you can read the blueprint to you. This is what science has done, right? They created the blueprint, the human genome.
Y la gran ley de la paz es el conocimiento de esto. Se creó, por ejemplo, el genoma, el diseño del genoma.
We already have that. And you don't have to destroy the genome in order to understand it the way the non-native is.
Ya lo tenemos, y por qué destruir ese genoma para entenderlo como lo está haciendo el no indígena.
And as a matter of fact, you can't say understand, because the non-native in destroying obviously has no understanding, because you will not destroy if you understand.
Y si se dice destruir, obviamente significa que la persona no tiene conciencia, porque si estuviera consciente, obviamente no lo haría.
So this belt,
entonces, este cinturón,
it says a lot of things to the people who are the descendants of the Longhouse.
Dice muchas cosas a la gente que son descendientes de la Casa Larga.
That's a scary thing.
Es algo que asusta.
Now, anybody who sees this, you might say the first time you see it, wow. Look at that. It is quite a physical accomplishment.
Y quien sea que lo vea va a decir, wow, es realmente un logro físico.
But when I see that, it's scary.
Pero cuando yo lo veo, me asusta.
Because I understand what it is.
Porque entiendo lo que es.
That's all purple monkey.
Es un cinturón morado.
That's all male.
Es completamente masculino.
Is this the way the world is? Is it all purple?
La forma en la que el mundo está así.
The world is not all purple.
El mundo es completamente morado ahora.
The world is purple and white.
Morado y blanco.
So to see this is a scary thing.
El mundo debe de ser morado y blanco, entonces ver puro morado es algo que asusta.
It tells you if you do not take action, you are going into war.
Y dice que si no hacen algo, van a la guerra.
You are not going to have the world the way that it was the day before.
Y no van a tener el mundo de la forma en la que era antes.
And it's not you're going to go to war like you're going to necessarily like pick up a gun and have to go physically somewhere to engage in war.
Y no van a ir a la guerra como ir a agarrar una arma e ir a un lugar.
When your brain is male dominant, you are at war with everything 24 hours a day.
Pero cuando su cerebro es de dominación masculina, están en guerra constante contra todo, las 24 horas del día.
So it might be hard to compute this, to say, so imagine everything you don't know. How could you imagine that? If you don't know it, how could you imagine?
Y entonces decir, imaginen todo lo que no saben, pero ¿cómo pueden imaginarlo si no lo saben?
How long do you want to be ruled over, governed over by male dominant war?
¿Cuánto tiempo quieren seguir siendo controlados por una guerra de dominación masculina?
With that clock scenario, you've been in male dominant war now for every second, every minute of that entire cycle of that clock.
Con ese escenario de guerra, han estado en guerra en cada minuto de ese reloj.
Now, because within the individual, the bear and the wolf are no longer communicating.
Y porque en el individuo el lobo y el oso ya no se comunican.
Now you're stuck at 1 minute to midnight.
Ahora están atorados a 1 minuto para la medianoche.
And at 1 minute to midnight, this is what you see.
Y en ese momento esto es lo que ven.
Male.
Masculino.
If you do not take action, that's going to be your whole next cycle. Your whole next cycle will be war.
Y si no hacen algo, su próximo ciclo va a ser solamente eso, la guerra.
So it is about climbing the tree, the internal tree.
Entonces es acerca de subir el árbol interno.
To kickstart, light those fires again of the counsel within your own brain.
Para empezar los consejos en su propio cerebro.
To regain control of that bear and that wolf as they are working together on the turtle's back.
Para volver a tener control de ese lobo y ese oso mientras están trabajando sobre la espalda de la tortuga.
So everything that you said was a proper assessment, but on deeper levels than your average person is gonna comprehend.
Entonces todo lo que dijiste es un análisis a profundidad, pero mucho más allá de lo que la gente podría entender.
But then again, you're a life giver, so there's things that are naturally there within you that a male would have to bang his head against the wall for almost his whole life in able to understand something.
Pero eres una dadora de vida y eso significa que tienes cosas naturales en ti que un hombre tendría que darse de golpes en la cabeza para entender.
The male dominant brain.
El cerebro de dominación masculina.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to move on.
Vamos a continuar. That's it.
Oh, okay, that's it. Oh, nobody else. All right.
Well, there's Susan that had requested to read her story. Yeah, she's there. It's just that she's got the iPhone.
All right. Before we get to that, since there was nothing else, nobody had their hand up. There's one other thing right now that we're going to get to. Do we have the poster? Okay, we're going to share something with you about an effort that we're doing next week.
Vamos a compartirles algo con respecto a un esfuerzo que estamos haciendo para la semana próxima.
How this came about was through the different Zooms and all the different stuff we're doing.
Y cómo lo hicimos fue a través de los diferentes Zooms.
No, the written
it's in the
text.
message. In the messages. No,
Which poster?
The messages.
About next week, the water. You're on the wrong poster.
No, it's okay.
Okay, it's Edith's computer, so we're going to take a 2-second time out here. What are we going to do? We're going to do a song and dance and entertain. You know what we're going to do? We're going to beat the drum for now. Everything that we talk about, the ceremonies, the council, the law, all of that, in order for a man to be solid in this world, he has to sing for his mother.
Y para que un hombre pueda estar sólido en el mundo, tiene que cantarle a su mamá.
This is the number one thing that I was taught. Well, nobody told me this. Number one thing that I was shown in my life.
Y eso fue lo primero que entendí en mi vida.
Sing for your mother.
cántale a tu mamá.
Any mother will never be as happy as when she is dancing to the song that her children sing for her.
Ninguna mamá va a estar tan feliz como cuando sus hijos le cantan.
So singing is a huge spiritual part of actually manifesting law.
Y cantar es algo, una parte fundamental de manifestar la ley.
And so we got a lot of songs for a lot of different things.
Y entonces tenemos muchas canciones para muchas cosas.
Some of you have heard that we got an alligator dance. How do we have alligator dance? No alligators around here.
Hay quienes conocen la danza del cocodrilo, alligator, que no tenemos aquí.
We have different songs that have come from many nations.
Y tenemos muchas canciones que vienen de muchas naciones.
Because they sent their spirit here for us to keep it alive for them.
Porque mandaron su espíritu aquí para mantenerlo vivo.
It's almost like we, the Ganyangahaga, are the bureaucrats of the original people.
Es como si los Ganyangahaga fuésemos los burócratas de los pueblos originarios.
We keep the memory.
Guardamos la memoria.
But not just the memory of it, we keep it a living memory.
Y sobre todo viva.
Anyways, in these songs that we sing, the ceremonies that we do, they manifest into other things.
Y estas canciones que hacemos se manifiestan en otras cosas.
All of our work has brought us to do things with many different people.
Y nuestro trabajo nos ha llevado a hacer cosas con mucha gente.
Anyways, this is what we're going to be doing next week.
Y eso es lo que vamos a hacer la próxima semana.
This is just the poster. Desiree and Harold worked on this last night for a very long time. We kept sending them back and forth images that we wanted to be in there. Anyways, this is just the poster for the gallery next week.
Y este es el póster que Desiree y Harold trabajaron y que le pusieron mucho empeño porque se les estuvo mandando muchas imágenes una y otra vez y lo hicieron toda en la noche.
Now the text that goes along with it.
Y el texto que va con él.
The text.
Well, it's in your mail, so hang on.
I'm not on my mail. I'm asking you to get this right now. The text.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Earlier when we started, I told you this was the first thing we had to have. We had to have it ready. Said that right at the beginning, before we started. Everybody that was in here, if you choose not to hear it, the text. Where is the text? Did you send the text to Harold?
Harold has it.
Harold, do you have the text? Maybe you can work on this. Edith's trying to work on it. Let's try to get this text here. We're supposed to have this.
I think I do have it. Yeah. 1 second.
It's because I don't even have my computer.
Okay, we need to get that text. So if it's on your computer, get it off your computer. Okay, the text. I can't see it. Somebody's going to have to read it.
The source of all life is the waters. When all of life becomes corrupted, we must return to our source. The waters are calling us. We will come to discuss that which we don't know yet know. As humanity, we are oblivious to what's happening to us. So we are in an epoch in human history where we are at the equivalent of reaching into the darkness to find out the way. The waters hold our key. Join us and bring your missing piece of the puzzle to this very important discussion which confronts us all. El agua, no, la fuente de la vida son las aguas. Cuando la vida se vuelve corrupta, debemos de volver a la fuente y las aguas nos están llamando. Vamos a venir a discutir acerca de lo que todavía no sabemos. Como humanidad, por supuesto, no sabemos lo que nos está ocurriendo. Entonces estamos en una época en la historia humana en la que estamos en el equivalente de tocar nuestro camino en la oscuridad para encontrar la salida. Las aguas te tienen la llave. Únanse a nosotros para traer la pieza faltante del rompecabezas en esta discusión importante que nos confronta a todos.
Okay, there's a misprint there. It says find out way. It's supposed to be find our way.
Yeah.
So that's got to be fixed there. All right, so this is the text that's going along with this. There's people who are going to be joining us on that day.
Y esto es el texto que va a ir con el póster. Va a haber gente que va a estar con nosotros ese día.
Some of you may know that in the past we worked with a marine biologist in Hawaii. His name was Terry Lilly. Is Terry Lilly.
Hay quienes sepan que en el pasado hemos trabajado con un biologista marino que se llama Terry Lilly.
Some of you know that we've worked with Captain Paul Watson, the captain of the Sea Shepherd Nation in the past.
Y hay quienes saben que hemos trabajado con el capitán Paul Watson, el capitán de la nación del Sea Shepherd en el pasado.
And there was a volcanologist from the University of Victoria, British Columbia, anyways, somewhere in British Columbia. A volcanologist in university there, who we also worked with, joined us before. And other different people coming to the table with different aspects of their relationship with water.
Y también hay un volcanologista y otras personas de diferentes horizontes que vienen a traer su contribución con respecto al agua.
Now, the reason why it says that we will come to what does it say? Come to discuss what we do not yet know, is because there are things, obviously, that we have to discover about how to undo this corruption.
Y lo que dice con respecto a que vamos a discutir cosas que todavía no sabemos es porque aún no sabemos cómo deshacer esta corrupción.
There's also a person that we've recently worked with who is an animal communicator.
También hay una persona con la que trabajamos recientemente que es una comunicadora de los animales.
Somebody who has communicated with whales.
Y quien se ha comunicado con las ballenas.
And with all other animal species.
Y con otras especies animales.
So the idea here is not to come together with a set agenda to say, okay, this is what we're going to talk about water.
Y la idea no es venir aquí como vamos a hablar del agua y eso es todo.
It's to come together with pieces of the puzzle. Let's say each of us had one piece.
Sino venir con diferentes piezas del rompecabezas.
Well, we could stand there and all day long and say what we think this piece is for and what it's connected to.
Y entonces podemos pensar en algo y a qué está conectado.
Which would take a lot of time of explaining one individual, everybody stand up and say, this is my piece, or else we could all come to the circle and throw our piece of the puzzle in the center and look at what each of our pieces of the puzzle make together.
Y esto significa que todo mundo pueda ser parte de estas piezas del rompecabezas.
So this is the purpose of, excuse me. This is the purpose of the gathering, this water gathering next weekend.
Y este es el objetivo de este encuentro del agua.
There will be also different water protectors,
Y va a haber diferentes protectores del agua.
different grandmothers who have been in that journey,
Y diferentes abuelas que han estado en este viaje.
and also some different, just different people in general, guys who have been water protectors.
Y diferentes personas que han sido protectores del agua.
Now, if you can think of anybody who would fit into this picture,
Y si pueden pensar en alguien que corresponde en estos términos,
with whatever information you think they may have that might be pertinent.
con cualquier información que sea pertinente.
We are not excluding anybody. You do not have to have a PhD or a BA or whatever, some kind of title. No, all of us are human. We are all experts in this field of work.
No estamos excluyendo a nadie, entonces todo mundo es experto en este dominio del agua.
So we actually don't want that closed-mindedness, full mainstream academia mentality.
Y de hecho sabemos que esa mentalidad cerrada de la academia no la tenemos.
Those people are too locked into a hindrance that prevents them from even understanding their own fields of specialty.
Porque la gente que está encerrada en eso les impide inclusive comprender sus propios campos de especialización.
So that's next Saturday. Did it say the time? When are we doing it? 2 o'clock next Saturday.
Y eso va a ser el próximo sábado a las 2.
Of course, it's going to be live. Maybe we're going to try to start putting stuff on our YouTube page.
Y vamos a hacerlo en vivo. Vamos a tratar también de ponerlo en el YouTube.
So if you can make it, be there or be nowhere.
Y si pueden venir, vengan.
And if you can't make it, well, then you could always watch the recording.
Y si no, siempre pueden ver la grabación.
Okay, so then that's it on that. Unless anybody wants to say anything about this, if there is any information that anybody's got on this that's crucial, then now's the time to share it. If not, we'll move on.
A menos de que alguien tenga información crucial que compartir al respecto, si no, vamos a continuar. So it's ready for it to be shared with everybody.
Okay, well, Edith just says apparently that the speaker for Machi Celestino, everybody remembers he's the Mapuche Machi in Chile. In where is he now?
Temuco. Well, he was in Temuco, but now he was moved to another jail that I don't remember.
Okay, anyways, he is a Mapuche spiritual leader who was standing to protect his territory from exploitation, destruction.
Y es un machi, es un guía espiritual del pueblo mapuche en el así llamado Chile de día de hoy, y él se encuentra encerrado en la cárcel por haber defendido su territorio.
And they had falsely charged him or pinned a crime on him that somebody else had done.
Y lo acusaron falsamente de un crimen que alguien más hizo.
They blame him for the death of a Chinese nationalist, I believe, a Chinese, right? Or no, that's
Roger.
Roger. Anyways, he's charged with the
Assassination.
murder of somebody who
from local elites.
Yeah. Somebody who was actually a part of going into his territory to exploit.
Y se le acusa de haber asesinado a alguien que era un terrateniente de hacía años en el lugar y bueno, que era punto conflictual.
Okay, anyway, so it's in Spanish. Edith's going to read it off to you, and if there's anything after that. Then...
So if you recall, it was Giovanna that was her speaker. He's a speaker, sorry, but she was changed recently. So this is the first message that is sent from the new speaker. Si recuerdan, era su portavoz Giovanna, pero ahora es el primer mensaje que recibimos de su nueva vocera. Entonces dice, estimados y estimadas hermanos y hermanas, desde Gualmapu les saludo. Quisiera disculparme por no poder asistir a su encuentro virtual. Me encuentro en una zona con pésima cobertura de internet, por tal motivo no pude asistir. Sin embargo, les mando un gran abrazo fraterno a cada uno de ustedes de mi parte y también del Machi Celestino Córdoba. Espero poder hacerme parte la próxima vez que lo realicen. Por favor, manténganme al tanto de todo. Saludos fraternos. Cristina Romo, vocera del Machi Celestino Córdoba. So she says, dear brothers and sisters from the Well Mapu, I say hi to you. I would like to apologize for not being able to come to your virtual meeting. I am in a zone that has a very bad internet covering, and that's why I cannot come. Although I am sending you a big fraternal hug to each one of you, and also from the Machi Celestino Córdoba. I am hoping to be part of this the next time that you do it. Please do let me know and keep me on the loop. Fraternal greetings, Cristina Romo, the speaker of the Machi Celestino Córdoba.
And this is, it's a woman, right?
Yeah.
There's something to me that sticks out right away, and this is really something for, well, excuse me, for each of us to address in our own selves.
Hay algo que me sale al espíritu y es algo para que lo hablemos al centro de cada uno de nosotros, al interior.
It's not about anything that she said, and it's in about how she says goodbye.
No es nada acerca de lo que dijo, sino cómo dice adiós.
Now, imagine a girl, a life giver, saying, I give you a big fraternal greeting.
Imaginen a una mujer que dice que les manda saludos fraternales.
This is one of the things that I've detected in other languages, really only in Spanish and French, because these are the only other languages I hear.
Y eso es lo que yo he detectado mucho en otras lenguas, fundamentalmente el español y el francés, porque son las lenguas que yo escucho.
But I really noticed it in our friend Cristobal, what's his last name? I can't remember. Gotti.
Pero lo noté en nuestro amigo Cristóbal Gotti.
Of course, he's a Mayan guy, but he speaks Spanish.
Por supuesto, es una persona maya, pero habla español.
So that means he's speaking the male dominant language.
Lo que significa que habla el idioma de dominación masculina.
And I noticed this before, where he always gave reference to that fraternal, right?
Y yo noté eso antes, que siempre hacía referencia a esa cuestión de lo fraternal.
I'm a guy. I disagree with using that word.
Yo soy un hombre y estoy en desacuerdo en utilizar esa palabra.
That word has done enough damage in this world.
Esa palabra ha hecho un daño suficiente en este mundo.
The brotherhood of man.
La fraternidad de hombres.
That is the stupid one that isolates himself and separates himself from the other.
Ese es el estúpido que se aísla y se separa del otro.
From the female.
De la mujer.
We're born of mother. Imagine us calling ourselves a brotherhood of men.
Nacimos de una mujer, imagínense que nos hacemos llamar hermandad de hombres, fraternidad.
Those are words of war.
Esas son palabras de guerra.
On the duality within us.
Dentro de la dualidad en nosotros.
As with all words, just like when we do a Honda Gari with Dekwa, these words resonate within the fiber of our being.
Y las palabras, como cuando hacemos el Honda Gariwadekwa, resuenan en nuestro ser.
So when you're doing a Honda Gariwadekwa in the morning, or whenever you wake up,
y cuando hagan su Honda Gariwadekwa en la mañana o a la hora en que se levanten,
might be in a late afternoon sometimes.
Puede que sea en las tardes.
Whenever you're doing your Honda Gariwadekwa, the purpose for doing this, it's the equivalent of doing like a state of the nation. But your own nation.
El propósito de los Honda Gariwadekwa es hacer un estado de la nación, de su propia nación.
So the state of the nation is what we're going to do today is we are going to root out all male dominance within us.
Y lo que vamos a hacer hoy es deshacernos de toda la dominación masculina.
Okay, so what is, let's say there's a physical thing, you get rid of it. Here's that physical thing, it's male dominance.
Digamos que hay esta cosa física, se deshacen de ella.
But I'm still speaking the same language.
pero aún estoy hablando el mismo lenguaje.
And the language is male dominant.
Y el lenguaje es de dominación masculina.
Myself, I couldn't believe it the first time that I was confronted with the ridiculousness of the French language.
La primera vez que fui confrontado a lo ridículo de la lengua francesa, yo no lo podía creer.
And it's the same ridiculousness as the Spanish language,
Y es la misma ridiculez que el idioma español,
where their words are references of all male.
en donde sus palabras son referencias completamente masculinas.
The first time I heard this, a room full of women, 100 women, will be called a room full of women.
La primera vez que escuché que un cuarto lleno de mujeres sería un cuarto de mujeres.
But in French, put one man in that room with 100 women, and all of a sudden, they're not referred to as women anymore. They're referred to as, what's the reference? Male reference.
Pero si hay 100 mujeres y de repente pones a un hombre, ya no puedes decir las mujeres, sino que ahora va a cambiar una referencia masculina.
And there was stuff that I even heard recently. I don't know who I had the conversation. One of these. I think it's even about female parts, that it's male reference. In French or Spanish too?
Both of them.
Okay, so the female reproductive system,
The ovaries, the male.
imagine calling ovaries a male reference.
Entonces, las partes del cuerpo y aparte las partes reproductoras de la mujer son llamadas masculino, los ovarios, los senos.
Okay, no, this is in Spanish? Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
Les voy a hacer una pregunta.
Answer by raising your hand.
Y pueden responder levantando su mano.
All you women, all the life givers,
Las dadoras de vida,
who
mujeres
speak Spanish,
que hablan español,
did you ever refer to your ovaries as, what's the word?
los ovarios.
Did you ever refer to your ovaries as that?
¿Ustedes se han referido a sus ovarios diciendo los ovarios?
Yes or no? Okay, so you know what that is?
Sí.
That's you being owned by men.
Entonces, eso es el equivalente de que ustedes están poseídas por los hombres.
He caged you,
Que ellos les encerraron en una jaula
and you are a victim of Stockholm syndrome
y son una víctima de síndrome de Estocolmo.
because you use his words describing you, which he used to subdue you in the first place.
Porque usan sus palabras que él utilizó con ustedes para someterlas. Para
So
empezar.
in Spanish, women, life givers, do not ever use that reference again for your ovaries.
Entonces, en español, las mujeres no vuelvan a utilizar esa referencia para sus ovarios.
What would be the proper reference?
Las, no,
What?
las ovarios.
Las ovarios?
Even ovarias, I would think.
Ovaria?
Yeah, because it goes with it too.
Okay, now those of you who speak Spanish, if you heard somebody say that, a woman say las
Las
would you understand what she's saying?
Y para quien habla español, si alguien les dijera las ovarias, mis ovarias, ¿le entenderían?
If you met on the street and she said that, would you be at a loss? Would you be like, what the hell are you saying? Or would you be able to comprehend it?
Si la conocieran en la calle y dijera eso, ¿se quedarían ustedes así como, ¿de qué hablan? ¿O la entenderían?
Okay, so then you know what? Here is something that you can fight, the male dominance that has subdued you.
Entonces, aquí algo con lo cual pueden luchar contra esa dominación masculina que les ha sometido.
Next time you are at a doctor, for whatever reason,
La próxima vez que estén con un doctor, por
and
cualquier
the
razón,
doctor refers to that in that way, identifying you as male, you straighten your doctor's ass up.
y el doctor se refiere a ustedes de esa forma masculina, le ponen, le dicen la verdadera terminología.
Ask him where his ovaries are.
Pregúntenle dónde están sus ovarios.
You're saying male ovaries, where are they?
Si estás diciendo ovarios masculinos, ¿en dónde están los de él?
You see, these are These are real serious things that we don't realize that, hey, male dominance you think happened thousands of years ago. It's happening right now to you. When you use that word, you are keeping yourself locked into the cage.
Y esas son cosas bien serias que la gente no se da cuenta que por el seguir utilizando esas palabras siguen aceptando quedarse encerrados en la jaula.
And so now, for some of you,
y ahora para algunas de ustedes,
this is going to become your passion now.
Esto se va a volver su pasión.
Maybe the door is just opened a little into that room and you can see that there's freedom in there.
Tal vez la puerta se abre un poquito y pueden ver que hay libertad.
You must go into that room.
Tienen que ir a ese cuarto.
And everything that is the reference of you, that is male, you tell the male to shove it.
Y cada vez que tengan una referencia de ustedes que es masculina, le dicen al hombre, pues cálmate.
And you give it the proper reference.
Y le dan la referencia adecuada.
Because if you don't, you're teaching your daughters to be subdued into male dominance.
Porque si no lo hacen, le están enseñando a sus hijas a ser sometidas a la dominación masculina.
So as we started off today, we identified about this process.
Y hoy empezamos identificando este proceso
of the black wampum,
del wampum negro,
which is a matter of a process of assessing a circumstance, deducing the corruption, and concluding what solution.
Que es un proceso de identificar las circunstancias, identificar la corrupción y la solución.
What if you don't even know that there's something to assess?
¿Qué pasa si ni siquiera saben que hay algo que hay que determinar?
For the women who are Spanish speakers who put your hand up that you use that word.
Para las mujeres que hablan español, que levantaron su mano, que dicen que han utilizado esa palabra antes.
How many years have you been using that word?
¿Cuántos años han utilizado esa palabra?
Did you teach your daughter to use that word?
Cristina does like, ¿le enseñaste a tu hija a utilizar esa palabra?
So imagine, I know that I am dependent. I was dependent on my mother and father.
Y yo sé que yo dependía de mi madre y de mi padre.
Dependent on my mother to teach me the right way.
Para que me enseñara de la forma correcta.
And for myself, doesn't matter what I say, but for myself, I say my mother done the best job.
Y para mí no importa lo que diga, pero yo sé que mi mamá hizo el mejor trabajo.
Because what the teaching she gave me, now I can look at women and tell women that, hey, this is the mechanism that keeps you locked in that cage.
Porque yo sé que con la enseñanza que ella me dio es la llave para sacarlas de esa jaula.
So, for fairness from here,
y para tener justicia desde aquí,
it would be wrong for any of you to continue to give reference to women in any way, referencing it as male.
Sería incorrecto que se le diera a cualquier parte de la mujer una referencia masculina.
So it shows you two things right off the bat: the corruption of Spanish, the Spanish language, which is a male dominance, and the corruption of French, which is a male dominance.
Y les muestra la corrupción del español y del francés, que ambos son lenguajes de dominación masculina.
Now, does that mean that you have to scrap the language?
Y esto significa que tienen que acabar con la lengua.
Well, let's say if you got a car and there's a defective radio in it.
Imaginen que tienen un carro y que hay un radio defectuoso.
You don't get rid of the car.
No te deshaces del carro.
You get a recall, you send it back to the factory and you have them fix it.
Sino que lo mandas a la fábrica para que lo arreglen.
So send your words back to the factory and have the factory fix it.
Entonces manda tus palabras de vuelta a la fábrica y haz que las arreglen.
So right now, today, we establish in Spanish, and I don't know if it establishes in French also the same thing.
Not all the same, but
That
most of them.
just the most, we'll say, of the most important physical aspect to matrilineal identity, ovaries, call it male. we discovered today it's wrong. It would be wrong for you to continue to refer to it in that way so correctly.
Entonces, cuando hablamos de la parte más importante del sistema reproductivo de la mujer, ovarias, ¿por qué llamarlo en masculino? Entonces, hoy acabamos de comprobar que tanto el español como el francés son idiomas de corrupción, de dominación masculina, y es nuestra responsabilidad el corregirlo.
And that goes hand in hand with the terminology of what is the world knows today as hormonal imbalance.
Y esto va de la mano con la terminología que el mundo conoce hoy como el desequilibrio hormonal.
That's the corrupt male that identifies that.
Que es el hombre corrupto que identifica eso.
And when he says hormonal imbalance, he's talking about the female reproductive system, the process that brings us into the world. And he's calling it an hormonal imbalance.
Y cuando habla del proceso más sagrado, que es el mejor equilibrio, que es el que nos trae al mundo, y le llama desequilibrio hormonal.
And it's only women who have this imbalance.
Y que son solo las mujeres las que tienen este desequilibrio.
But let's see the reality of it.
Pero veamos la realidad.
Well, man calls it an imbalance because all the stuff that goes on in the women doesn't go on in him. So he looks at it as that, well, we're normal and she's not.
El hombre lo llama un desequilibrio porque para él, en su mundo de dominación masculina, todo lo que él hace es normal, entonces todo lo que la mujer hace no lo es.
And so identifies in a corrupted way the very foundations of how we come into being.
Y entonces identifica en una forma muy corrupta las fundaciones de donde venimos.
So whenever you see a bomb exploding or people getting killed, a war, people actually killing each other, you know what it's rooted in? It's first rooted in corrupted perception, where you're naming and identifying something wrongly.
Entonces, cuando se ve una bomba o una persona apuntando una pistola en una película, viene del origen de una percepción incorrecta que está identificando o nombrando algo de forma incorrecta.
So how we're going to affect peace into the world is by speaking truthfully.
Y cómo vamos a lograr la paz en el mundo es hablando con la verdad.
And now these are the words, or these are the things that our mothers have to correct.
Y ahora estas son las cosas que nuestras madres tienen que corregir.
And then you tell us.
Y luego nos dicen a nosotros
what the proper references or words or identifications will be.
Cuál es la forma o la frase o la identificación correcta.
And you will see there will be a division in male dominance.
Y van a ver que va a haber una división en la dominación masculina.
You will force your sons to do something that they will not do on their own.
Van a forzar a sus hijos a hacer algo que no harían por sí mismos.
Because when the mother teaches the son proper, what son will grow up thinking proper, conducting themselves proper in the world.
Cuando la madre va a enseñarle al hijo de forma correcta, va a aprender a pensar de forma correcta y a comportarse de esa forma en el mundo.
Okay, so in that whole document, it's just a short letter.
Y en esas pequeñas líneas que nos mandó,
I don't really, all of it, it's just information, but this is what I get out of that one little phrase at the end.
Es lo que nos mandó como información, pero es lo que detecté en esa frase al final.
What was it again? Fraternally? Fraternal? The hell what fraternal? Look at what fraternal has done to the world.
Y cuando se dice fraternalmente, ¿por qué utilizar sobre todo como mujer esa palabra? Vean lo que las fraternidades le han hecho al mundo.
This is where you see the difference. Now imagine, guys that are saying a brotherhood.
Eso, por ejemplo, cuando los hombres hablan de una fraternidad.
And guys who saying we're sons of our mother.
Y ahora vean a los hombres que dicen somos hijos de nuestras madres.
There's a little bit of a difference there.
Hay una diferencia ahí.
And when you say it, you will emit that.
Y cuando lo dicen, lo van a emitir.
It will go external, but it will also go internal. It will permeate into the fiber of your being.
Porque va a ir hacia afuera, pero también va a ir hacia adentro, hacia su fibra del ser.
So the first time that my mother taught me about matrilineal is what brings us right to the here and now for me to be able to detect and to say down with saying fraternal.
Y esa instrucción que mi madre me dio sobre la maternidad es lo que me permite decir hoy, acabemos de decir eso de fraternalmente.
So women, be brave, stand up and say, this is the reference.
Y para que las mujeres tengan el valor, se levanten y digan con toda la confianza del mundo, esta es la nueva referencia.
And if there's no word that properly identifies, create your own word.
Y si no hay una palabra que lo identifique adecuadamente, pues creen su propia palabra.
We've had to do that before.
Tuvimos que hacer esto antes.
And you know what? The word that we created, we put it into our newsletter and it goes into National Library. So one person changing a word here today will have its ripple effects into the forever, into the future.
Y la palabra que cambiamos o que creamos la pusimos en la infoletra y después estaba completamente cambiado hacia la Biblioteca Nacional.
Okay, so Susan, no?
Yeah. Susan, if you're there and you can hear us, this will be your time to share your story that we are so eager to hear. Susan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm going to do something a little different this time. Before I get started, I want to apologize. Since I left school, I've thrown time away and I'm having a hard time keeping up with time and the day it is. So I was 24 hours early for this meeting, and I didn't realize until France had communicated to me that there was another meeting going on. I didn't know what it was. So my apologies for that interruption yesterday.
I'm just going to translate this. Antes que nada, quisiera decir que quiero disculparme porque tengo un cronómetro adelantado. Estuve 24 horas conectada al encuentro antes hasta que Franz me dijo que era hoy.
I'd like to start this episode with a different approach. I'd like to, yeah, go ahead.
Me gustaría comenzar este episodio con una forma distinta.
I'd like to say that when or if I publish my life story,
y quisiera decir que cuando y si publico mi historia de mi vida,
it will be done as an audio book only.
Va a ser como un audiolibro.
Because we have lost our human voice.
Porque hemos perdido nuestra voz humana.
So right now, my name is Susan Reese Mashike, daughter of Lillian.
Y su nombre es Susan y es la hija de Lillian.
A holder of the clan of Turtle.
Quien tiene el clan de la tortuga.
And the family name of Turtle.
Y el apellido de tortuga.
I'm very aware of a new phenomenon I wasn't aware of before.
Y estoy muy consciente de un fenómeno del cual no estaba consciente antes.
It's called quantum entanglement.
Que se llama ¿cómo traduzco eso? Como la mezcla o la fusión cuántica.
It means that when we speak, when we have sound from our mouth,
y significa que cuando hablamos tenemos un sonido a partir de nuestra voz.
We affect a star on the other side of the universe.
Y afectamos una estrella en el otro lado del universo.
So today, I would like everyone to close your eyes.
Y hoy quisiera que todos cierren sus ojos, por favor.
And in your mind, pretend there is a fire.
Y en su mente, piensen que hay un fuego.
That we're all sitting around the fire.
Y que todos estamos sentados alrededor del fuego.
Hearing the human voice.
Escuchando la voz humana.
I would like to finish up some of my early years.
Me gustaría terminar alguno de mis primeras frases.
I would like to say that my life as a little girl
Y quisiera decir que mi vida como pequeñita
was a daily torture.
fue una tortura cotidiana.
I had only brief moments
Y tengo solamente breves momentos
where I had contact with the people.
en donde tenía contacto con gente.
I was at a family vacation at Niagara Falls,
Y estaba en una vacación familiar en las cascadas de Niágara.
and I saw the people for the first time.
Y vi a la gente por vez primera.
They all were sitting on bar stools.
Y
They were
todos
all,
estaban sentados
they were all
en
sitting
bancos,
on bar stools.
en bancos de altura de bar.
The door was open.
La puerta estaba abierta.
They were all men.
Y todos eran hombres.
They were Indian men.
Indígenas.
They all looked my way.
Y todos me voltearon a ver.
I was standing outside the door.
Y estaba fuera de la puerta.
They looked at me all together.
Y me
And we
vieron
knew, yeah, go ahead.
al mismo tiempo y sabía.
And we knew each other.
Y nos conocíamos los unos a los otros.
Instantly.
Inmediatamente.
That day, I went that day I went to the edge of a railing where the falls were.
Fui a la orilla de una vía en donde se encuentran las cascadas.
The first time I wanted to kill myself.
Y la primera vez quería matarme.
But my mother, my adopted mother, took me back.
Pero mi madre adoptiva me tomó de vuelta.
Another time, I had contact with the people when I was a little girl.
Y en
Was when, yeah, go ahead.
Tuve contacto con la gente cuando era pequeñita.
It's when we moved out of a house.
Fue cuando nos mudamos de la casa.
The man who moved us was native.
Y el hombre que nos mudó era indígena.
I could read his mind.
Y podía leer su mente.
He was wondering what I was doing with these people.
Se preguntaba qué era lo que yo hacía con esta gente.
I didn't answer him.
Y no le respondí.
But he already knew the answer.
Porque él ya sabía la respuesta.
During my childhood, I kept hold of those memories and I hung on for dear life.
Y en mi niñez me agarré a esos recuerdos y los guardé por vida.
I got my moon when I was 10 years old.
Y mi luna me llegó cuando tenía 10 años.
Through the seizures and the nosebleeds, sometimes I was bleeding from both ends.
Y cuando tenía ataques de convulsiones y sangramiento de sangre, a veces sangraba por ambos lados.
I barely survived.
Apenas sobreviví.
But I would look up at the sky.
Pero voltearía a ver al cielo.
A clairvoyant told me one time.
Y una persona que ve me dijo una vez.
That when I was a little girl.
Que cuando era una pequeñita.
When I look up at the sky at night.
Cuando volteaba a ver al cielo en la noche.
And see the stars.
Y vería las estrellas.
I didn't know until recently.
No lo sabía hasta recientemente.
who I was looking at.
¿A quién veía?
The clairvoyant told me
La lectora de la que veía me dijo
that whatever I was looking at was healing me.
que a lo que estaba viendo en el cielo era lo que me curaba,
And that was Sky Woman.
y era la mujer cielo.
I didn't have too many opportunities
No tuve muchas oportunidades
in the city
en la ciudad
to really see her.
de realmente verla,
But every opportunity I had, I spent a long time looking up at the sky.
pero cada oportunidad que tenía pasaría un muy buen tiempo viendo hacia el cielo.
I'd like to finish my story on our trip to Hoopa here in California.
Me gustaría terminar mi historia con un viaje que hice hacia Hoopa, en California.
The home of the Bigfoot, the big man.
La casa del pie grande.
My sister and I
Mi hermana y yo
went down to the valley floor.
fuimos al valle.
The gas station had showers.
Porque una estación de gasolina tenía regaderas.
On our way back to Mary, who we were visiting,
De regreso hacia Marí, que era lo que estábamos visitando,
we felt that somebody was following us in behind the tree line.
y nos dimos cuenta que alguien nos estaba siguiendo.
We had to, the house was uphill.
Y la casa se encontraba en lo alto de la colina.
The faster we walked,
y entre más rápido caminábamos,
whoever was following us was walking, keeping up with us.
quien sea que nos estaba siguiendo seguía nuestro ritmo.
We could feel the power.
Podíamos sentir el poder.
And we were scared.
Y estábamos muy asustadas.
Mary, who was a seer at Hoopa,
y María, quien era la que veía en Hoopa,
talked about the real Indians, as she called them.
habló acerca de los verdaderos indígenas, como ella los llamaba.
They were prehistoric humans that lived at Hoopa.
Humanos prehistóricos quienes vivían en Hoopa.
They used to go hunting for her and leave the, go ahead.
Solía ir a cazar con ella.
And leave the game they killed in the tree.
Y dejaríamos la carne que habíamos cazado en el árbol.
She told us that Hoopa is known all over the world.
Y nos dijo que Hoopa ahora se encuentra en todas las partes del mundo.
As a spiritual place to be regenerated.
Como un lugar espiritual para que sea renovado.
There are little people there.
Y que hay gente pequeñita ahí.
That for some reason are all male.
Y que por alguna razón todos son hombres.
That night I fell asleep.
Y esa noche me fui a dormir.
And I woke up with a black eye.
Y me desperté con un ojo negro.
Mary's kids said, "What happened to your eye?"
Y una de mis sobrinas dijo, ¿qué es lo que pasó con tu ojo?
And I said, "What are you talking about?"
Y dije, ¿de qué habla?
I went to the mirror, and yes, I had a black eye.
Y fui al espejo y vi que realmente tenía un ojo negro.
Somebody didn't like me there, and the little people actually whoever was on top of me during my sleep.
Y a alguien no le caí bien ahí, allá, y seguramente fue una de las pequeñas personas que hizo esto mientras dormía.
Wanted to punch the other eye.
Y quería tal vez golpear el otro ojo.
But the little people dragged whatever was on me off of me.
Pero la gente pequeñita sacó lo que estaba encima de mí.
And I kept that black eye for a couple of months. It took a while.
Y mi ojo se quedó negro por un par de meses, tomó un tiempo.
Mary told me when she looked at me.
Y Mary me dijo cuando me vio.
She said, it's a miracle that you are still alive.
Que era un milagro que todavía estuviese viva.
Because you would either been dead or crazy by the time you're 12.
Porque debí de haber estado ya sea muerta o loca a la edad de 12 años.
At the time I was 25.
Y en esa época yo tenía 25 años.
And I'll never forget that trip. It was last time I did see Mary.
Y nunca voy a olvidar ese viaje. De hecho, fue la última vez que vi ese lugar.
Was preparing me for my trip to Redwind.
Que me estaba preparando para mi viaje a Redwind, like el viejo, el viento rojo.
Redwind was a place to prepare for purification.
Y que era un lugar para prepararse para la purificación.
It was led by a Chumash medicine person.
Y que me fue dado por una persona medicina.
His name was Semu.
Cuyo nombre era Simo.
One night he gathered all of us that were there.
Y una noche nos juntó a todos quienes estábamos ahí.
Around the fire.
Alrededor del fuego.
And he told us about the great law of peace.
Y nos habló acerca de la gran ley de la paz.
I didn't know he was talking to me.
Y no sabía que me estaba hablando a mí.
Because I didn't know myself yet.
Porque no me conocía todavía.
My sister and I traveled together to Redwind. We didn't know where. Yeah, go ahead.
Viajamos juntas allá.
We stayed up all night.
Y nos quedamos de pie toda la noche.
Talking about purification.
Hablando acerca de la purificación.
We actually hitchhiked to where Redwind was.
Y de hecho nos fuimos de aventón para allá.
It's near San Luis Obispo, near the desert country.
Es cerca del desierto.
And we spent about a couple months there.
Y pasamos un par de meses ahí.
Purification was to originally happen in the 80s.
Y la purificación debía de producirse originalmente en los 80.
We went there in 1974.
Y estamos ahí en el 74.
For some reason, it was delayed until now.
Y por alguna razón se tardó hasta ahora.
I'll never forget that experience.
Y nunca se me va a olvidar esa experiencia.
When my sister and I put our thumbs out to hitchhike.
Cuando mi hermana y yo utilizamos nuestros pulgares para pedir aventón.
We didn't really know where we were going or why we were going, but we were out there.
No sabíamos realmente a dónde íbamos, pero íbamos.
One of the native women at camp told Semu we were coming.
Y una de las mujeres indígenas en el campamento dijo que íbamos a llegar, que nos acercábamos.
The 2 months that we spent there felt like 2 years.
Y los 2 meses que pasamos ahí se sintieron como 2 años.
He helped us give us the basics of how to be in this world.
Quienes nos dieron la información básica de cómo vivir en este mundo.
Semu and his father, Roadrunner,
Y Semu y su papá, Roadrunner,
told me that his father was more powerful than him.
Sorry, ¿no?
His father was more powerful.
Oh, me dijo que su padre era más poderoso que él.
And that he would be with me from here on out.
Y que él estaría conmigo a partir de ahora.
They're both in the spirit world now.
Y ahora ambos están en el mundo de los espíritus.
And they've been with me ever since.
Y han estado conmigo desde entonces.
All the important things in my life so far
Y todas las cosas importantes en mi vida hasta ahora,
decisions have been made instantly,
decisiones que he hecho instantáneamente,
mostly with no thought at all.
What? We didn't,
Mostly with no thought at all.
en la mayor parte sin ni siquiera pensar.
Like on November 15th, like on November 15th,
Como en el 15 de noviembre,
I made the decision
hice la decisión
to leave school.
de abandonar la escuela.
Like all the decisions in my life so far have been made exactly like that.
Como todas las decisiones que he hecho son hechas sin ver atrás.
So it didn't surprise me when I made my decision.
No me sorprendió cuando hice mi decisión.
And I can't wait for the next chapter.
Y no puedo esperar al próximo capítulo.
So I'll end this now with blessings for all life givers, for hormonal balance and female ovaries.
Y mis saludos a todas las dadoras de vida y porque haya un equilibrio hormonal y ovarias femeninas.
All my relations.
A todas mis relaciones.
Yeah. All right. This is what you are writing, right?
Eso es lo que estás escribiendo, ¿cierto?
No, I'm speaking from my heart.
No, but isn't this the story you're writing, or no?
I'm actually telling the story, but what I'd like to do is actually write it, but not write it, but speak it. I want an audio book if I'm going to tell my story. Because go ahead.
La historia que estoy contando de mi corazón no es un libro que voy a escribir en un escrito, sino quiero decirla en un audiolibro que sea una voz.
Okay.
I don't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Adelante, Susan, continúa.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't really have anything more to say other than I haven't really made a decision whether I'm going to write the book. But if I do write the book, it won't be written. It'll be spoken. And I think that it's really important that when you're telling your life story, that you have the human voice, because we don't hear it enough. And it should be the person who is actually talking about their own life. I think it's really important. And I put this together almost, like I said, instantaneously. And I've been decided that for Reconstitution, it would be more interesting for me to kind of skip around and not do it sequentially. And just get give bits and pieces. And as I go along, I know that I'm healing myself, and you're giving me the opportunity to heal myself and my family. Philip, yeah, go ahead.
Y es una gran oportunidad para curarme, y si escribo este libro, no va a ser escrito de nuevo, va a ser algo oral, y es una forma en la que creo que cada persona debería de contar su propia historia.
Okay. There's something that you said at the beginning and the end. I'll take those 2 points. Not that I didn't hear, I heard everything that you said in between, and the story that you tell. That's, like you said, we can't wait to hear. See it next. But what you said at the beginning and the end is what I grasp.
Hay algo que dijiste al inicio y al final, escuché todo, pero es realmente eso lo que me llamó.
Which is at the beginning, it wasn't really a part of your story, it's just what you were saying. And I forget the exact wording, but it was something like this, that the healers are gone now. There's no more. Or teachers, or in that vein.
Al inicio dijiste algo acerca de que los curanderos o los que curan ya no existen, es como si han desaparecido.
But at the end, you identify about this son and father, the son who said, "No, my father will be with you, as he's more powerful."
Pero al final identificas acerca de este hombre y su padre, que el hijo te dice que ese es su padre el que va a estar contigo porque tiene más poder.
And then you identify that they have been with you ever since.
E identificas que han estado contigo desde entonces.
So I'm just pointing out to you that it is a wrong statement to make, that the healers or the teachers or whoever are no longer with us.
Entonces te diría que no es correcto decir que los curanderos o los maestros ya no están con nosotros.
You are with us.
Tú estás con nosotros.
You are a healer.
Y eres realmente una curandera.
You're a teacher.
Una maestra.
You carry the memory, the knowledge of these two and others that stick out in your mind as those healers or knowledge keepers.
Portas la memoria de aquellos guardianes del conocimiento.
So they are still here. They are all around us.
Y están aún aquí alrededor de nosotros.
The knowledge keepers, the healers, work through you.
Los guardianes del conocimiento trabajan mediante tú.
So this is something that needs to be acknowledged by all the life givers. The life givers have been relegated to the nonsense of the non-native world of being subjected to male dominance, when the reality is it's all yours.
Y eso es lo que las dadoras de vida necesitan hacer. Han sido relegadas a creer que todo el poder se encuentra en la dominación masculina, siendo que en realidad este poder es suyo.
So I'm going to read off something to you.
Entonces te voy a leer algo.
To reiterate to your story.
Para reiterar tu historia.
In 2006, I spoke. First, I'll read it in English, and then we will do it in Spanish.
Primero lo voy a leer en inglés y luego en español.
In 2006, I spoke with some representatives of the Mohawk Traditional Council in Ottawa. And in 2007, I had the great honor to be presented with the flag of the Five Nations when some of my crew and I visited the Mohawk of Ganawagi. The flag of the Five Nations flies from the masthead of our Sea Shepherd Conservation Society ships, along with the flags presented to us by Aboriginal tribes in Australia and the Maori in I don't know how to say that, sorry. These flags symbolize our link with the biocentric understanding of Indigenous people throughout the world who collectively carry the sacred truth that we must never lose. To survive, humanity must return within the circle of life. We must humble ourselves to share this beautiful planet with all our relations of every species of plant and animal. In my work with marine conservation, I never lose sight of the fact that hope lies in the flame that Indigenous biocentric communities keep burning. I see that light through the haze of human greed and selfishness. And I see the promise of that flame guiding us toward a future where we will return to harmony with the natural world. Toward that end, I keep in mind this Iroquois mantra, that we must never make any decisions in our lives unless we take into account the consequences of that decision on all future generations. Captain Paul Watson.
En 2006 hablé con algunos representantes del Consejo Tradicional Mohawk en Ottawa y en 2007 tuve el gran honor de que me presentaran la bandera de las 5 naciones cuando algunos de mi gente visitó y yo visitamos el territorio Mohawk de Kahnawake. La bandera de las 5 naciones vuela en el mástil de nuestras naves de la Sociedad de Conservación del Sea Shepherd, junto con algunas banderas presentadas hacia nosotros de las tribus aborígenes en Australia y los Maori en Aotearoa. Estas banderas simbolizan nuestro vínculo con la comprensión biocéntrica de los pueblos indígenas a lo largo del mundo, quienes colectivamente portan la verdad sagrada que no debemos perder. Para sobrevivir, la humanidad debe regresar al círculo sagrado de la vida. Debemos de hacernos lo suficientemente humildes para poder compartir este bello planeta con todas nuestras relaciones de todas las especies, plantas y animales. En mi trabajo con la conservación marina nunca pierdo de vista el hecho de que la esperanza reside en la flama que las comunidades biocéntricas indígenas mantienen ardiendo. Y veo esta luz a través de la bruma de la avaricia y el egoísmo humano. Y veo la promesa de esta flama que nos guía hacia un futuro que nos va a hacer regresar a la armonía con el mundo natural. Hacia ese fin guardo en mente este mantra iroquois, que nada debe de ser hecho, ninguna decisión en nuestras vidas, a menos de que tome en cuenta las consecuencias de esta decisión en las generaciones futuras. Capitán Paul Watson.
The reason why I reiterate to your story with this story
Y la razón por la cual respondo a tu historia con esta historia
is because when this book was being written about us,
es porque cuando este libro estaba siendo escrito acerca de nosotros,
it was because we were doing a moon teachings at the Botanical Gardens here in Montreal.
es porque estábamos haciendo unas enseñanzas de la luna en el Jardín Botánico en Montreal.
And I think it was around 2012, yeah, around there, anyways. And we were talking about the emergency of what all of humanity is being confronted with the colonization of our grandmother moon. And it's there that we said that all we have to do is get this voice to 7 billion people.
Y estábamos hablando, fue a lo mejor alrededor de 2012, y hablábamos de la urgencia de proteger a nuestra madre tierra y a nuestra abuela luna, y que teníamos que hacer que este conocimiento llegara a 7,000 millones de personas.
Anyways, there was a woman present, we didn't know, who was an author.
Había una mujer en la audiencia que no sabíamos que era una autora.
And she identified about how her life was changed by hearing the moon teachings.
E identificó cómo su vida había cambiado por haber escuchado las enseñanzas de la luna.
Anyways, she wrote this book about it.
Y escribió este libro acerca de eso.
And in writing this book, we really wanted Captain Paul Watson to do the what do you call it? Forward.
Y escribiendo este libro queríamos que el capitán Paul Watson hiciera el prefacio.
Because he is someone that I respect.
Porque él es alguien a quien yo respeto.
I hold with the highest esteem.
Y lo mantengo en la estima más alta.
And something just really of a great honor just came about from our relationship.
Y algo de gran honor acaba de surgir en nuestra relación.
I asked him to write the foreword in this book.
Yo le pedí escribir el prefacio a este libro.
And then just this week, he sent me a copy of his new book that is not released yet, that he wants me to read it over to see if there's anything, you know, that needs to be adjusted.
Y esta semana me acaba de enviar su libro que él escribió y que todavía no se encuentra al público y quiere que lo revise, que vea qué puedo agregar o ajustar.
So I am very proud of this relationship that I have with him.
Entonces estoy muy orgulloso de esta relación que puedo tener con él.
Because I don't see anything in his life as like say trivial or insignificant like with so many people.
Porque no veo nada en su vida insignificante o trivial como mucha otra gente.
So it is a great honor of him sending us this book that is for us to proofread.
Y es un gran honor que nos envíe este libro para que lo leamos.
Our story is still unfolding together, and this is what you identify of your story unfolding.
Nuestra historia está aún desarrollándose y es lo mismo que tú dijiste, tu historia se está desarrollando.
Soon we will find that where we end up, we will end up in a place where everybody there has great stories.
Y pronto vamos a llegar a un lugar en el que todo mundo va a tener grandes historias.
Because each of you, in order to be here, have gone through a lot.
Porque cada persona para poder estar aquí ha pasado por mucho.
You are the person that has been experiencing, receiving the tip of the spear.
Y son las personas que han estado recibiendo la punta de la espada.
And so these truly are the greatest stories.
Y esas son las verdaderas historias.
Better than anything you're going to watch on in any movie.
Mejor que cualquier película.
The reality, the truth of this epic journey that each of us are on.
La realidad de este viaje épico en el que nos encontramos.
It carries ramifications far into the future.
Porta ramificaciones lejos hacia el futuro.
So you in the book that you are writing, revealing the story of the trauma or the ugliness of what you've experienced.
Y lo que estás diciendo, compilando acerca de contar tu historia del traumatismo.
It's a great story because when people hear it, they will heal from your story.
Es genial porque cuando la gente lo va a oír van a poder sanar.
So the healers are still with us.
Entonces los curanderos están aún con nosotros.
The teachers are still there.
Así como los maestros.
They flow through you.
Fluyen a través de ti.
So get your book or get your audio, whatever, get it complete because there's other young girls that are going to have to hear your story to know, to be able to assess their own circumstances.
Entonces, este audiolibro adelante porque va a haber chicas que van a necesitar esta historia para determinar su propia historia.
Okay, yeah, so was there anybody else? If there's nobody else, we've gone pretty much full circle today. To be completely fair with everybody, and again, you be fair back in time. Anybody, final statement, anything that you wish to say? If it was just to say, oh, I support everything that was said today, don't waste your time. Just if you have something, then now's the time to present.
There's two hands risen already. Since a while ago, there's Lucy and Ellen. Entonces, si tienen alguien más algo que decir, sería el momento.
Okay, this is where we are ending. Lucy and Helen, you said?
Go ahead, Lucy.
Okay, merci. It's only when you talk about feminine words, and je vais le dire en français, concernant l'utérus, on a trouvé la matrice pour la mettre au féminin.
Con respecto a las palabras que hablas, encontramos la palabra de la matriz para ponerlo en femenino en lugar de decir el útero. So in regards what you're saying about the language, instead of the uterus, because in both French and Spanish is male, in both, you can say the matrix that is female. So that's
You
like
can say what?
the matrix. It's like literally the matrix, like but you know, in a way of like.
Et en plus, quand on écrit concernant le masculin, là, tu sais, quand il y a un homme, on dit tout homme. Supposons qu'on dit ceux. Nous, maintenant, quand on l'écrit ou quand on en parle, on dit celles et ceux. On met la femme en premier, les femmes en premier et on met ceux après. Ça a été accepté par la langue française.
And when we say about the room of women, now it's authorized by the French Academy that you can say those female and those male. Y entonces cuando se habla acerca de las mujeres que son 100 y que si se pone a uno, un hombre va a cambiar la denominación, ahora se puede decir las y los, y eso está siendo aceptado en la academia.
Et la même chose quand on écrit les amis, disons, puis il y a des hommes et des femmes, on va écrire les amis avec un grand E majuscule entre le I et le S, même si normalement on est supposé de le mettre seulement en... Je ne sais pas comment le dire en anglais. Là.
Non, je comprends.
Tu comprends-tu? Quand on écrit quand on écrit les amis, normalement, c'est IS.
So it is like in French, when you write, let's say, the friends, you know, you have to say like with a male connotation. But now you can modify the word to put a majuscule E to indicate that it's male and female included. Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando estás hablando de los amigos, para no decir nada más los en masculino, puedes decir las y los amigos, que puede ser distinto cómo puedes manejar la palabra. Por ejemplo, la...
C'est tout ce que j'avais à dire, c'était juste pour le... Alors, merci.
And that's all I had to say. Eso es todo lo que quería decir.
This is very important because it's the words coming out of our mouth. We don't understand that it's the locution of our brain.
Eso es importante porque es como las palabras que decimos, eso es lo que nuestro cerebro piensa.
So, for instance, every time somebody is saying a bad word, every time somebody is saying, you know, the worst swear word you can think.
Y cada vez que alguien dice una palabra negativa o de un insulto, el peor insulto,
it's what's going on in their brain.
Eso es lo que ocurre en su cerebro.
And so any references that we have to something that is good or whatever, but yet it's a bad reference, that's what's going on in our brain. Bad, because we know that at the source of the thought that we are splintering from good into bad.
Y cualquier referencia que tengamos en el cerebro que sea negativa, pues a pesar de que queramos decir algo bueno, nos va a llevar hacia una disyuntiva de dividir el cerebro en malo y bueno.
So as much as anybody may think that the process of separating from corruption is a political process,
y si la gente cree que el proceso de separarse de corrupción es un proceso político,
we got to think that all things political are external from us, and that is rooted in then the language, the wordings that we use.
Tenemos que pensar que lo político es una extensión de nosotros, entonces empieza con el lenguaje que utilizamos.
So it's really important for the life givers around the world to look at all the male dominance in their society and at the very least start to remove that male dominance out of their locution.
Y es importante entonces que cada dadora de vida vea su lenguaje y que lo pueda remover toda esa cuestión masculina, al menos de cómo ella lo dice.
Yeah.
Ellen, it's your turn. Ellen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hélène. I'm the daughter of Emmanuel, the granddaughter of Janine, and the godmother of Jeanne.
¿Y Hélène se presenta de forma matrilineal?
Yes, what I wanted to say also was related with what has just been said. It's about this movement of that we call inclusive writing, and it's like kind of new, that is addressing the question of the disrespect of the gender in the French language and other language, but also to some people, the masculine domination in the language. But hearing you and what we, oh, sorry, please do it.
Sí, quería hablar acerca de esta nueva forma de decir escritura inclusiva, que justamente habla acerca de la exclusión de las mujeres en la escritura y cómo modificar para que sea de una forma inclusiva.
So that's right, that we can say celles et ceux, but we can say also celles. And so in that specific example, it's the feminine which is first, but it's not always the same in inclusive writing. It's not always the same dynamic.
Y, wow, y ya no sé ni qué idioma hablar. Y hablamos
Are you okay?
de...
You want me to say it again?
Yeah, go say it in Spanish.
No, in Spanish I'm not able, sorry. I just can't.
Cuando
I said, oh, sorry.
Cuando escribimos podemos decir, por ejemplo, las y los, pero también podemos hacer una función y decir laos. Entonces depende de qué tipo de estilo de escritura inclusiva vamos a seguir.
You're so perfect in the traduction. It's not easy.
All right.
So thinking and hearing all this, I was yes, wondering about that dynamic, but because in writing, inclusive writing, we put a punt after the masculine word, and then we add the feminine and then the plural, and this is inclusive writing. But in this perspective, inclusive, regarding all what I'm received from the teachings of the Longhouse, it seems to not be fair enough being included in the masculine, in the masculine domination of the language. So I just wanted to address that. It just popped in my mind, and then I wrote, please.
Yeah. Entonces, cuando se habla de escritura inclusiva, con todo lo que hemos estado, o incluyente, sería más bien la palabra incluyente. Cuando estamos aprendiendo en la casa larga que la mujer es la primera, no es como que lo más correcto decir que está el hombre y después ella la va a incluir a la mujer. Entonces, esta forma de la escritura incluyente tampoco es necesariamente el camino adecuado.
So if we want to be more radical, we should change the, regarding the aspect of the feminine is first and not the feminine or the woman are not an afterthought, to just repeating what's the word expressed in the teachings, from our perspective of the woman being an afterthought. It's just popped in my mind that it was a little bit was doing inclusive writing, but regarding to this, I have to say that inclusive writing is still a big debate in Europe, and this is the most radical we can have right now. So yes, there's work to do.
Entonces, esta cuestión de la escritura incluyente también está en debate en el seno de la Europa. Entonces, todo para decir que está para crearse y para hacerlo, y hay mucho trabajo que hacer.
Because of course there are a bunch of people that don't want to hear about inclusive writing, and they say, oh, you want to change everything, like we want to erase the culture and stuff like that. You know what they bring, like you're a terrorist or something. Anyway, and so I wrote to a friend of mine who is the president of the University of Women in Belgium and asked about this. I told her what we just said about the uterus and stuff being masculine referred to. Go ahead.
Y hay muchos gente que no quiere hablar de esto y que si tú empiezas a decir, hay que cambiar y hay que hacer esto, te empiezan a decir, ay, tú quieres cambiar todo y casi casi te clasifican como terrorista. Pero lo que hay que hacer es empujar la cosa. Entonces yo le escribí a una amiga que trabaja en la Universidad de la Mujer exactamente acerca de la cuestión de el útero, ¿por qué llamarlo masculino?
And yes, she was like receiving the idea, but she said that for her it was not directly linked, especially, you know, the gender, but she did acknowledge that the grammar in French was, and there has been all of a bunch of men who have directed the language and the grammar in the language to be masculine, and this has been written and in research. You know, they have books about that. So she gave me reference of those books, and yeah, and I have a final point for them.
Y lo que ella recibió fue que obviamente en los apartamentos de lingüistas de las universidades, y eso se sabe que toda la literatura de la lengua y la lengua misma ha sido creada por los hombres, entonces son los hombres los que han dirigido a que esas denominaciones sean llevadas así.
So it could be interesting to ask some things to the woman who is who is specialized on that. But yes, the last thing, while I was just a bit chatting with her, she told me something that I will have to dig into, because she told me that there is a woman who wrote a book about all matriarchal and matrilineal society. And she, you know, it's like there are theories that matriarchat didn't exist at all. Some people think it really existed, and some don't. And what she said to me, that it was for them, for what that woman, that the right to know, who is the most radical known in her writing, speaks only about matrilineal society, or, you know, when it's always referred to the uncles, you know.
Y sería cuestión interesante de preguntar a las mujeres lingüistas qué piensan de eso, pero otro tema es acerca de la cuestión de la matrilinealidad y el matriarcado en la historia humana. Y muchas veces cuando se les dice aquí a la gente en Europa que hubo una sociedad matrilineal o matriarcada, hay gente que tiene la tendencia a negarlo y decir que eso no ocurrió. A excepción de cuando se habla de los tíos.
Yes, I've met people in Burkina Faso who were matrilineal, but when there were an issue for something, the woman had to be referred to her uncle. And, you know, I'm not specialized at all in this subject, but, you know, it's just, I wanted to know if, what do you think about that? Or is there, you know, is it something that we have reference to, or, you know, because maybe people don't have, and I'm pretty sure of that people don't have a proper knowledge of the Gangahaga nation, you know, all this, the French anthropologists and stuff, you know, maybe there's something in this. Anyway, so.
Y tiene que ver tal vez con la cuestión de, bueno, que escuché que en Burkina Faso, a pesar de que era una sociedad matrilineal, las mujeres tenían que referirse a sus tíos, entonces no sé si te pasa algo al respecto, pero yo más bien en general creo que la sociedad hoy en Europa, por ejemplo, haya habido antropólogos, arqueólogos franceses, pero no entienden realmente lo que es la cultura o la espiritualidad indígena en realidad.
Okay, we are aware of that.
Estamos conscientes de eso.
And what we know of this is that you have matrilineal, and then you have male dominance.
Y lo que sabemos es que tienes la matrilinealidad y la dominación masculina.
Male dominance comes, of course, to destroy matrilineal.
Y la dominación masculina viene a destruir lo matrilineal.
And so, once it does, it has to deal with itself.
Y cuando lo hace, tiene que tratar consigo mismo.
The fact is that male dominant societies are dominated by rapists, murderers.
Y el hecho es que la sociedad de dominación masculina son dominadas por violadores, asesinos.
That's who's in charge of the non-native world.
Y que están a cargo del mundo no indígena.
Thieving, raping, murderers.
Asesinos, robadores y violadores.
And this is not just something that I myself identify, it's something that is identified within the non-natives' own history. They say this of themselves, not saying that we're rapists and murderers, but their history of going around the world, rape, murder, rape, murder, rape, murder, rape, murder.
Y esa es la historia que el propio hombre no indígena tiene en registro de su propia historia, que a cualquier lugar que fueron, lo que hicieron fue eso, violar, robar, matar.
And so matriarchal is not a reality. In creation, it does not exist.
Y el matriarcado no es una realidad en la creación.
You have matrilineal.
Tienes la matrilinearidad.
And then the corruption is male dominance.
Y luego la corrupción es la dominación masculina.
Now, to justify the continuance of male dominance,
y para justificar la continuación de la dominación masculina,
they'll do something like what you identified. What did you call it? Corrective writing or something like
inclusive.
That? Inclusive writing.
Van a hacer algo como lo que llamaste la escritura incluyente.
Which is this. Male dominance over here comes across to rape and murder matrilineal.
Que es la dominación masculina viene y viola la matrilinearidad.
And so, like we said, it has to deal with itself then, knowing that it's a thieving, raping, murderer.
Y ahora tiene que hacer frente a sí mismo sabiendo que es un violador, asesino, robador.
But the only way it will be identified as a thieving, raping, murderer is from matrilineal.
Y la única forma que se le va a poder identificar como asesino, violador, ratero es a partir de la perspectiva matrilineal.
So you take the people out of matrilineal.
Y si sacas a la gente de la matrilinearidad
and bring them halfway in between male dominance and matrilineal.
Y los traes en medio en la matrilinearidad y la dominación masculina.
And they'll call it matriarchal.
Lo van a llamar matriarcado.
Which is male dominance.
Que es dominación masculina.
We were confronted with this here in our house.
Fuimos confrontados a esto aquí en nuestra casa.
And I think it was around 2014, 15, something like that.
Debió de haber sido en 2014 o 15, algo así.
Our good friend, Cristobal Gotti, was here. He's Mayan elder. He was here in our house.
Y nuestro buen amigo Cristóbal Cocti estaba aquí en nuestra casa. Es un anciano maya.
I think you might remember that guy, Helen. He was around. You may have seen him.
Puede que lo hayas visto cuando estabas aquí.
Anyways, he's in the house here, and he made contact with a girl from Mexico who was here and who wanted to learn the ways, the culture, whatever.
Y él había entrado en contacto con una chica de México que ella quería aprender las formas espirituales y todo eso.
Now, the Mayan were matrilineal.
Y los mayas eran matrilineales.
Now, remember the process that I just said about how you become matriarchal.
Pero si recuerdan el proceso en el que les conté cómo se vuelven matriarcados.
Now, the people who have fallen victim to this still want to see themselves as matrilineal.
Pero la gente que cayó víctima de eso todavía se quieren ver a sí mismos como matrilineares.
But it doesn't matter, the male dominant.
Pero no importa porque son de dominación masculina.
Anyways, because he's only here for like a week doing whatever conference in Montreal, he wanted to make a contact with us on behalf of this girl.
Y porque él se encontraba aquí por, digamos, una semana.
Because he's only here for like a week doing whatever conference in Montreal, he wanted to make a contact with us on behalf of this girl.
Y porque él se encontraba aquí por, digamos, una semana.
Because
Okay.
Where was I?
I was not translating it. porque estaba aquí por una semana y esta chica quería que alguien le enseñara, él quiso entrar en contacto con nosotros para hacer como el vínculo con ella.
So anyways, he comes here, I think it was a Saturday night during a social we were having.
Entonces viene aquí, creo que era una noche de sábado social.
And he brings, the girl was with him. She was a young girl, I don't know, maybe 27, 28.
Y era una chica joven, digamos, en la veintena.
And he's in the house here explaining all of this and that he wants to like leave her with us to teach because she's staying here.
Y está aquí en la casa explicándonos que quiere como que dejarla con nosotros porque él se va, pero nosotros estamos aquí.
So I'm sitting with my back to the north where I'm supposed to sit.
Entonces estoy sentado con mi espalda hacia el norte como debo.
And he walks across the floor to me.
Y camina hacia el otro lado del piso para acercarse a mí.
With the girl.
Con la chica.
And he brings the girl and he tells her to kneel down in front of me.
Y atrae a la chica y le dice que se hinque enfrente de mí.
And she does.
Y ella lo hace.
As soon as she did that.
Y tan pronto como ella hizo esa.
Like myself, I didn't understand what he was saying.
Yo no entendía lo que él estaba diciendo.
Because he wasn't speaking English.
Porque no estaba hablando inglés.
So in the translation of what he said, it wasn't really grasped until she actually knelt down right in front of me.
Entonces en la traducción no fue realmente como detectado hasta que ella se hincó ante mí.
And so immediately, not just me, but everybody in the house, it's like as if you poured acid on a living thing.
Y inmediatamente, no solamente yo, sino todas las personas que estaban en la casa, es como si le hubieran puesto ácido a algo vivo.
I immediately got up. I said, no. He says, you get up. No. And everybody, even the girls in the house stood up and said, no way, you're not doing that.
Le dije, no, levántate inmediatamente. Inclusive las mujeres en la casa le dijeron, no, levántate, no hagas eso.
No, this is a Mayan elder.
Y este es un anciano maya.
Who comes from a once matrilineal society.
Quien viene de una sociedad matrilineal que fue en algún día.
That has fallen victim to the Spanish.
Que cayó como víctima de los españoles.
And you can say easily the Spanish were the most brutal, corrupted colonizers ever here in Turtle Island.
Y pueden decir muy fácilmente que los españoles fueron los colonizadores más violentos y brutales en la isla de la Tortuga.
Collectively, they function as an insane person.
Y colectivamente funcionan como una persona completamente loca.
And that society raped and murdered the matrilinealness of the Mayan people and all the nations, as you know, in the South.
Y esta sociedad vino a terminar, a aniquilar la matrilinealidad de la nación maya y de todas las otras naciones que se encontraban aquí.
And so as we see today, there is so much religion, Christianity in the Mayan way, in all the other peoples. They are now matriarchal.
Y como vemos, hay tanta religión en el mundo maya o en el resto de las antiguas sociedades matrilineares que hoy son matriarcados.
And they accept the male dominance within them.
Y aceptan la dominación masculina dentro de ellos.
This process is happening here also. Within the Ganyangahaga people, it happens through the thing that you know referred to as the warrior society.
Y este proceso ocurrió aquí en cosas como las que tú ya conoces de la sociedad guerrera.
You just think of Great Law of Peace. Ganyangahaga, Great Law of Peace, right? Okay. Where do you get the terminology? Warrior society in there.
Pero si escuchas Gran Ley de la Paz, ok, pero luego escuchas Sociedad Guerrera, ¿en dónde encuentras la paz y la guerra que se lleven juntas?
So it changes the people. So truly, like what Alligator was always saying, there is a difference between Ganyangahaga and Mohawk.
Entonces cambia a la gente porque hay una diferencia fundamental, como lo dice Guayaguero, entre ser Ganyangahaga y ser Mohawk.
Because the Mohawks are matriarchal.
Porque los Mohawks son de matriarcado.
Which is the illusion, they want to believe they're matriarchal, but they're actually male dominant.
Lo cual de hecho es una ilusión porque quieren creer que son matriarcado, pero en realidad son de dominación masculina.
So yes, we have been confronted with this right here in our house, stemming from right here within our nation, but also right here in our house, stemming from within other nations, the Mayan nation and others. That's not the only one.
Y hemos estado haciendo de frente a esto aquí en nuestra propia casa con la nación maya, pero no solamente con ella, sino con otras.
But this is something that is part of the confusion of male-dominant, false man-made religion.
Y esto es parte de la confusión originada por la religión falsamente creada por el hombre.
It's to mix up everything.
Es para mezclar todo.
So it's like going into your library and throwing all the books on the floor, and then going into your, what do they call it? The index? Not the index, where all your cards are, to tell you where all the books are. It's like going into that and throwing those all over the floor. So not only is your what is that called? Like a legend? Like a map? I forget what you call that, where those cards are in the library. Not only is that all mixed up, but your books are all mixed up. So everything, the source of where you start a thought to where it ends, it's all backwards.
Entonces es el equivalente de que tengas una biblioteca y todos los libros son sacados de sus peldaños y ¡pum! Todos en el suelo, mezclados. Y al mismo tiempo las cartitas, las tarjetitas en las que estaba el orden de los libros también ¡pum! Son sacadas y completamente desordenadas. Ese es el cerebro de la religión.
Which reveals to us then the urgency on all things.
Lo cual nos confirma la urgencia de las cosas.
Because challenge anybody on this planet, go elsewhere and find matrilineal.
Porque yo les pondría como desafío que vayan a cualquier lugar en el planeta y encuentren la matrilinealidad.
Where they're talking about it, where they're making the corrections, where matrilineal is being applied.
Donde hablan de ella, donde están haciendo las correcciones y donde está siendo aplicado.
Go try and find it. I'll challenge anybody on this planet.
Vayan a tratar de encontrarla.
And so it tells us, you are in an urgent time because it is about to, its fire is about to be put out.
Y nos dice entonces que estamos en una época de urgencia porque quiere decir que su fuego está a punto de ser apagado.
So just imagine, I'll just guess.
Y voy a adivinar.
The life givers that come here, you come here because there's something being spoken here that you agree with, that rubs you the right way.
Que las dadoras de vida que vienen aquí están aquí porque hay algo que les molesta, que no, saben que no está correcto.
It's about to end.
Y eso tiene que terminar.
So you think about that, how much time you got.
Entonces piensen en cuánto tiempo tienen.
We literally are at the place of where the end, the transition, is in motion now.
Estamos literalmente en el momento en el que la transición ya empezó.
Like we said, we started off tonight or this afternoon with this purple wampum.
Y como dijimos, empezamos hoy con este wampum morado.
We only do that because we have deduced this is the point in time we are at. We are in final stage.
Y solo lo hacemos porque deducimos que estamos en el estado final.
And you got no time.
Y no tienen tiempo.
When the black wampum comes to you, it is held out in an extended arm and it is released from the hand. You have, up until the second before it hits the ground, you could dive for it. You could dive like you're never, like you've never moved before. You can dive towards the ground and grab that just before the very last split second, and your life will be saved.
Porque este wampum es expuesto de forma extendida con el brazo y este wampum se deja caer hacia el suelo Y entonces a la persona a la que se le está enseñando este wampum tiene todo el tiempo del mundo para inclusive echarse como jugador de béisbol al suelo y agarrarlo antes de que caiga al suelo. Y si lo logra antes de que caiga al suelo, todavía puede corregir.
But that clock is ticking.
Pero ese reloj está avanzando.
So anyways, we're aware of these realities and we fight it off in the instance that it comes to us.
Y estamos al tanto de estas realidades y luchamos contra ellas en el momento en que llegan a nosotros.
I will say that anybody else, out of respect for this Mayan elder, would have just allowed that Mayan elder to do what he'd done in placing that young girl at my knees, her kneeling down at my feet. Anybody else would have accepted it.
Y yo diría que cualquier otra persona habría permitido que ese anciano maya hubiese dejado que esta chica se arrodillara a mis pies si no fuera gente matrilineal.
We don't allow it to happen.
Pero nosotros no lo permitimos.
We fight those things off when it's at the flashpoint.
Combatimos esas cosas cuando es el momento.
Which is the reason why you, everyone, all of us are here. We're here for a reason, because we've already gone through a process.
Y es por eso que todo mundo está aquí, porque hemos pasado por un proceso.
And so we're going to finish that process now.
Y vamos a terminar este proceso ahora.
For the day, it was very important, the day, all the different stuff that we discussed. Wow, it's like volumes and volumes.
Por el día fue muy importante todo lo que discutimos, fue como volúmenes y volúmenes.
Yeah, so everybody just remember, keep note for next Saturday what the gathering is going to be.
Entonces todo mundo que guarde en su mente que el próximo sábado nos encontramos.
Again, if you can think of anybody who should be there present for their voice to be heard.
Y si pueden pensar en alguien que tendría que estar ahí para que su voz pueda ser escuchada.
Then pass the message on and we'll see everybody on Wednesday.
Pasen el mensaje y vamos a ver a todo mundo el miércoles. Wagatsanuni, agwego gununwe, dano ronunwe, skatne, agwex, dano condor, gatsan hayan. We are happy that we could come, the life givers and the life protectors, to the council between the condor and the eagle. Estamos contentos de que las dadoras de vida y los protectores de vida pudieron venir a este consejo de el cóndor y el águila. Edith Yujet, Sista Soko, Dano Axata, Yundajesque Panchita, Dano de Ganasataneda, Yundajesque Celsa, Zapo Tecnihunzage, Mexican Wanerista, Yanata Yuni, Yonkinastadista, Antojarage Ganosesne, Tamiyan Gajaga Garnawage, Luis Nihunzage, Onowarage Kainoge, Teiti Novarado, Yarun Wakariya Geso, Dano Yonkisota, Santana Kagarakwa, Dano Yonkinista, Nihunzage, Danagwe, Guskatne, Bonunwe. Teiti Novarado, Taranyawago, Dano Sawiskara, Tsini, Tanya Tarageru, Aguego, Unuquasu, Dano Aguea Quatsire, Yadinato, Yonata Yuni, Dano Discaroge, Ayunki Atagen Hadandawa, and Hetsarane Aweka, Watsire, Dano Aweka Stanhayan, Yunkinista, Nihunzage. Teiti Novarado, Jagunse Sedan de Garawida, Nawego Diane, Rodiane, Yohahio, Ganigurio, Gayandawana. Kayanara Saragoa, Dano Degani de Yohade, Agwex, Dano Generatos de Goa, Dano Agwe, Onagoro, Ne Gayanara Saragoa, Nescana. Ayunki Atagen Hadanda, Waron Hetsera, Negastansara, Nebunue, Dano Gayandawana, Gastastansa, Runue, Dano Origuillo, Scana, Gastansara, Dano Gariwa Warishun, Dano Nagate, Neodaxa, Eresawet, Eresawet. Toganina Yoto is a Wanigura. Yay! Sasundios, everyone.
Sasundios, my family. Bye-bye, everyone. Love you all.
Bye.
Ana.
Miigwech. Bye-bye.
Miigwech.